to the wall. Ever had the odds against you stacked tall? Ever felt like you were about to fall? One wrong move and you lose it all. Have you ever needed help from a friend? Made a comeback when you're close to the end? Come on, take my hand, cause it's time to ascend. We can win the day if we unite.
0-0 nation, getting it done for Brazil.
Can they out-secure Kavi Chance?
Yeah, they can! The favorites have just been knocked out of the tournament.
Game, set, match!
The best team in the world 2 years in a row. Luminosity, let's go!
Oh my goodness!
The number 1 team in Pokemon UNITE crown our champions!
Hey, we can win the day if we unite.
Doing good. Glad to be back in the saddle. I know with the release of Galarian Rapidash, you jumped on top of that majestic mount, and I've saddled up my Mudbray, so I'm ready to go.
I'm doing fantastic. Excited for yet another month of competition. It's going to be an exciting one. We're like at the midway point of the season or so, and these teams have been becoming more and more consistent. So we're starting to see the storylines develop, who's at the top, that kind of stuff. Very exciting.
Look, Spraggles, we are casting, or I'm casting at a more normal time for us here in North America. I've been doing a lot of EU casting, but excited to actually come home for the February Cup.
Nope. All right, well, let's, there's some sort of technical issue. It turns out that nobody asked Spraggles if he was ready to go, which means he wasn't ready. So we're going to take a look at this bracket, as I am rarely finding myself into the quarterback position straight off the bench. Top 8 bracket. Draco, I know you watched a lot of the prelim games to get us up to this point. Why don't you walk us through it?
Yeah, I believe this was the bracket that we saw for the January Cup, but definitely none of the unusual suspects to make it to top 8 today. Luminosity Orange Juicers making it through on the winner side of the bracket. Team YT, though, I think is a team that we all have our eyes on. They went completely undefeated, not dropped a single map yesterday. They got a new and pretty spicy roster. Love to see Celestial making their way on a new top 8 team.
Yeah.
Well, we have had multiple teams that have felt to have some switch-ups, and we had some outside contenders that fell just a bit shy of the top 8 here for February. Zoinks, you had a couple that you had on your radar that you'd like to give some flowers to.
Yeah, a few squads I think had a really awesome qualifier bracket for this month. We had a few squads like Fellas United almost making it into this tournament, but just falling or a little bit shy. A team like Brouhaha also going on a run. But if we're looking at this bracket right now of the previous Cup of January, a couple of teams did not make it into our top 8 to repeat again. So a team like Ignorance not having a chance to repeat. T3 also not making it into the top 8, a really strong squad that a lot of people consider to be one of the better squads in North America. So a few surprising missteps, a few surprising success stories. I mean, North America's kind of all over the place as per usual at this point of the year, but it is resulting in some pretty interesting top 8 brackets. That being said, this month's top 8, I feel like the 4 teams that we have in winners are most likely our 4 favorites, with Nemesis being that wild card that's going to end up in the losers bracket to start our tournament.
Yeah, and they're going to have a heck of a time fighting through that losers bracket. If they do move on from their first matchup, they're squaring up against some high-octane teams that are going to fall down from the winner's side. Hilarious, we still can't hear Spraggles, but I so desperately wanted you all at home to see his beautiful face and, of course, bask in the light that is myself leading the charge on one of these things for the first time in a minute. And this is when Spraggles would pitch to me about the topic I wanted to talk about to start this show off, so I'm going to touch on it right now. And for me, it was a bit of the shift of the strategy we're seeing throughout NA and kind of the world over in terms of support. Because when you think of support, you think more of that healing style support, but we're seeing those healing numbers at the end of the game really severely drop off as we're going into more of engaging type approaches, right? Where we have attackers with light bulbs on kind of filling the support role. Or you see things like Sableye populate, Psyduck come into the mix, kind of filling those pseudo tank support roles, those engagement functions for these teams. And I think people are finally understanding that when you're playing maybe a lineup with 2 speedsters, you see the efficiency of these support Pokemon, their inability to actually maintain and sustain those 2 players. So let's facilitate their engagements to lead to those KOs instead. Now, Zoinks,
yeah.
I'm sure you had something to talk about.
I did.
Sprinkles has the notes in front of him, so I'm going to say, talk about that thing you have. There you go.
Well, we wanted to talk about a few different style of Pokemon that can be played in Unite before this tournament began. We kind of talked a lot about the defenders that were in the popular picks of the last month. So this month, we want to talk all about all-rounders. So we wanted to kick things off with Aegislash, I believe, is one of the Pokemon to watch for this tournament. You can see it here. The most common build we have playing in our tournament will be that Muscle Band, Razor Claw, and Weakness Policy, alongside the moveset of Sacred Sword and Wide Guard. Draku, any thoughts on this Pokemon and how strong you think it'll be in today's tournament?
Yeah, I mean, Aegislash is a Pokemon that's definitely not seen the limelight in the all-rounder category. I think the all-rounder category, kind of the reason why we're highlighting these type of Pokemon, is that it's so saturated. They're so good in the metagame right now, and because all-rounders and, of course, like defenders have always been so great in Pokemon Unite, Pokemon that naturally do more damage to Pokemon with higher HP reserves. Think Aegislash with its boosted auto, Glaceon, Absol. These are Pokemon that are doing really well in the metagame simply because the metagame is so heavy. The HP reserves are skyrocketing right now. So Pokemon like Aegislash, stocks are definitely going up.
I like that a lot. Our next Pokemon that we wanted to be looking at is, of course, going to be Garchomp. Dupes next. I know this ends up being one of my main Pokemon that I love to play, but I know you got a few reps of this Pokemon. You certainly casted a lot of this Pokemon. So thoughts on one of the pseudo-legendaries we got in game?
I mean, it's just bridging a great gap that exists in Pokemon Unite as it's played today. It's able to absolutely shred objectives, of course, we know that. It's one of the few Stage 2 Pokemon that actually holds its own very, very well in the early stages of the game, and it just adds a lot of early game pressure across the board. Plus, the engage tools it has, you know, the eject button, Dragon Rush, combinations that we see, the ability to pull key members from the opposing team towards your side on those engagements, or flat out leading the charge. Garchomp, you know, hasn't really seen a lot of buffs, but its stocks continue to rise as people are kind of cracking the code on how to play this Pokemon within these updated compositions that we're seeing week in, week out, month in, month out, through grassroots events to official UCS ones. So I don't expect Garchomp to fall off anytime soon. And I'll tell you what, there's a couple players in NA that are really excited to see Garchomp on the rise because they have a lot of reps in with them when nobody else was playing them.
That's exactly true. We love Garchomp here in North America. I believe Spraggles is back. So Spraggles, do you want to take a look at our next set of Pokemon, which I believe is going to be the Urshifu, potentially?
Nah, you guys can take care of it. You guys are doing an amazing job already. I kind of wanted to see how that would go, obviously. There were no technical issues at all, ladies and gentlemen. That was just an amazing job of me pretending like they were. I'm back on the broadcast, baby. Shout out to Kyle and Husky. You did an amazing job. And I was also testing these 3. Yeah. I like to put myself above everyone and test them. It's a fun thing I do.
There's no lie bigger than Spraggles not talking when he has the opportunity. So that's how you know that is utterly not true. And yes, we still knocked it out of the park. Self-pat on the back, we did.
Amazing stuff. Yeah, we can talk about Urshifu. If you would like, we can pop back to those all-rounders here for a second. This Pokemon has been looking amazing, and not just because of that beautiful new Hollowware that looks unbelievable when it throws the wicked blow. We're taking a look at the Rapid Strike build right here. That Water Bear, held items, Razor Claw, Muscle Band, Weakness Policy. Something I love about a build like this is it doesn't rely on hanging out in one of the paths to stack the entire time. You head into the central area, you get your 5 very fast, and as soon as you have Surging Strikes, you're one of the best level 5 Pokemon in the game. It recently got some buffs because it was underperforming, but you still had top pros like Overlord playing this Pokemon to perfection before the buffs. So I'm really interested to see if some teams bring this out. Of course, the Wicked Blow single strike build is still unbelievable. We saw that in EU this morning. This secure tool is incredible. The damage reduction when you're charging Wicked Blow and pairing that with the hindrance resistance is incredibly strong. And that Unite move is kind of a delete button if the enemy team doesn't have something like a Bliss assistance there to save them. So Urshifu really is making some waves out here on Thea Sky Ruins. It's amazing.
Yeah, two incredible Pokemon, just different versions of the same thing, but these all-rounders have been phenomenal. I mean, we've only scratched the surface of it feels like those viable Pokemon in that role. We got things like Blaziken that can still operate there, defender picks like Blastoise or Trevenant that can maybe fill that role. We're even starting to see a little bit of speedsters kind of land in that top path in the early game as well. A lot of opportunities for players to really try to, find something new, invent something new in the metagame, or rely on old favorites. Like something like Garchomp or even the Urshifu.
Zoink, speaking of old favorites, something that I did want to talk about here today, our first match coming up is going to be Luminosity, not only a favorite, but two-time world champion, versus Team YT, a favorite of mine. And this is like a new look for Team YT, and I wanted to talk about it a bit. We still have Akilo, Sam, and Fui. Pika Diff, who is kind of on and off Team YT many different times, is back. And then Celestial is now on Team YT. And with this new comp, Team YT has made it through to the winner's side of the bracket for the first time this season, and I believe they were undefeated. I know, Draku, you were watching a lot of the qualifiers yesterday. Was there anything that really stood out to you with some of the teams that are competing or just came shy of competing today?
Yeah, we were talking about it a little bit earlier, but again, Team YT, I think, is the best that they have looked this entire season. They had a really good look at LAIC, but this is a much different roster than we're seeing for the last couple of months. I think they've been a little bit quiet over the last couple of UCS events for North America, but I'm excited to see how well they perform with Luminosity for the first round. Another team that I'm looking at to perform really well is Kiss Kiss. This is a team that has made top 8 before, but they have recently picked up Machisel, who is very much like Celestial, been moving around to some different teams, and once again, really excited to see that this player has found themselves in a new home and still doing really well.
Okay, when you said earlier you were really excited for Kiss Kiss, we had a very separate conversation. I understand it now. This is a really cool team. Okay, what else are you looking at?
Let's see, a couple of big shout outs to teams that have not made it to the top 8 before. Of course, they have some of their members making it to top 8, but this is Redlock on the loser side of the bracket. Don't think we're going to be able to see them on broadcast, at least to start, but excited to see some new players, new faces in this top 8 realm.
Yeah, we've got Nemesis in the losers bracket of our top 8. We have Rush Hour, formerly Brave Birders, in the losers bracket of our top 8. So many good teams. Obviously, a few of the big names in NA still hanging out in that winner's side. If we all were to make a prediction on who you think's heading to the grand finals through winners, what do you think, Dupe Snacks?
I actually told Draku and Zoinks earlier that I'll be able to tell you how good LG is going to look today based on their first draft. But if LG plays like they did at LAIC and last month, playing their style of game, I think they got a heck of a chance.
I would love to hear from Draku and Zoinks, but I've just been informed that we have our draft ready, so I'm going to let you two gentlemen go. See ya, Doom Snacks. Here we go. This is Luminosity, Team YT, and yes, ladies and gentlemen, my microphone is working.
What a banger matchup to start with. I know, like you mentioned, you love to watch YT off rip. They got some fresh players, and somehow they keep stealing Pikadiff out of the retirement home and forcing them to pick up a controller. So we'll see how the differential happens here in the winter semis.
I'm with you, Dupe Snacks. I'm 100% convinced that in the middle of the night, Pikadiff is woken up by a phone call. It's someone from Team YT. It's probably Akilo, and he says, "We need you, boss." And all of a sudden, Diff is there to help YT make their way to these the winner's side of our top 8 here. If we look at our draft, we talked about Urshifu just a moment ago. I don't know if that's going to be a trainer Urshifu or if we're going to see Overlord on that, but I do think there's some big opportunities here for Luminosity with Urshifu.
There really is, and there's also some great opportunity on the side of YT. Miraidon and Psyduck, two Pokemon that are banned almost universally in the East, and yet they say a lot of play here in the West. On the other side, though, Otter quickly eyeing up that comfy LG's Overlord, picking up Zoroark, a familiar place for them, which means I think Trainer's sticking on that Urshifu, brother.
I would say so. I mean, this is Overlord on a Zoroark with a Comfey collar. That is so difficult to deal with. On the other side, you've got Fui on Buzzwole. I don't know if you remember this, Dupesnacks, but this is the Buzzwole that devastated Luminosity. This was one of the players who made Buzzwole a thing internationally. Fui's play against LG specifically was so massive that I believe they started target banning him to make sure that he could not play that Pokemon. If you look at both sides here, I think ton of amazing choices. Of course, if you've been a fan of UCS for a while, Overlord on a Zoroark is a thing of beauty, and I'm sure you know a lot about it. But if you haven't, get ready to see one of the best players in the world play one of the most skill-intensive Pokemon in the game.
Can't be understated. The big highlight for me right now is Luminosity and Slashcan picking up Mamoswine. That is a priority on Mamo we have not seen in a minute, and certainly not seen much this month. So Slashcan seeing that, seeing they have a great opportunity to leverage what the Mamoswine can do. Maybe some Ice Fangs in there, poach Fui the moment they engage on an unsavory target on the side of LG. You have Slashcan there to shut it down, and then they can converge. My big question is Otter on Comfey. You know, we've seen the shades of Elo way back when, and how easily that makes the game look for Overlord to take over, but Otter hasn't quite hit that stride with these types of Pokemon just yet on LG, despite all of their success they've seen. So that's going to have to be something that they're going to have to knock the rust off real quick here in Game 1.
Yeah, I think we're going to find out really fast if Otter is able to pilot this Comfey as well as some of the other players we've seen in the past. I think it is a deceptively difficult Pokemon to play at a super high level as we're heading in here to our first game in North America. Luminosity, your purple team. Team YT, your orange team. And boy, do I love seeing these two squads go at it.
Yeah, just a story as a tale as old as time. That's the phrase here. Curios forced to peel back this Inteleon just a hair. Slashcan being aggressive far forward. So sat Sam and Pikadiff. Now Sam has an opportunity to take over because Miraidon's strength early game is tough to contend with. Fui, KO Streak of 2 up top as we missed some of that action, but that just shows how strong Fui is on the Pokemon and how strong Psyduck is out of the gate as well. So now we have Curios getting tons of pressure, and if I'm Luminosity, I'm trying to slow stuff down right now because they are getting the brakes beat off of them in the early stages of this one. Slashcan on the verge of going down. Pikadiff goes for the engage to try and get the KO, and Slashcan able to sort it out. Now, and I'm sure you're wondering, where's Spraggle? Snacks, you never talk this much in a row. Well, guess what? He's testing me again.
I'm testing
he could
you.
be talking
I'm
right.
testing you, my friend.
He could be. If you're in my ear, does that mean you're officially back?
I'm officially back.
Over?
Look, I just wanted to let you go, okay? One thing I noticed while being gone last month is everyone is so dang good at this, and I thought, you know what? Let's put them to the test. You're the only one who really didn't get the test, so of course.
Oh man. Well, I was never explicitly asked if I was ready, which I wasn't, and then the test started, and, you know, I'm not going to say I failed, but I passed with marks that aren't indicative of a good grade. We'll say that.
And here we go. We got the Charge Beam on this Miraidon. I was wondering what kind of Miraidon we were going to see. Sometimes Charge Beam can be amazing, right? It does so much damage, especially from that long-range attacker, but it doesn't give you the escape options that I think you're going to want against some of this LG squad right here.
Look at that. Did you see Rock Tomb perfect around Curios there, which allowed Celestial to make the easiest Shadow Sneak engage of their career easy KO as well. And Team YT is in control at the start of this game, Spraggles.
Yeah, they are 57 points to 8, and it looks like they're winning a lot of these fights. Overlord still has that Comfey color, and they're now level 7, so they're online with both of their moves. But it does feel like Team YT has been in control of the start of this game here. Looks great for them. And you look at the center area Pokemon level 7 right across the way. You've got a level 7 here just for the top path Pokemon on YT.
Nice slow smoke to try and pin down Overlord. Takes half their HP bar worth of damage. Stepping up is the rest of Luminosity. 4 players up. Curios evolves off a KO. We're going to get another one with Overlord. Now the points are going in. They're bringing some parity to this scoreboard. And look at this stack opportunity for Overlord as they're trying to get big and catch back up.
Yeah, that was beautiful in the top path. That really was set up by an insane wicked blow that caught 3 members of YT right there. As we have YT now ripping through Regice, already at about half HP. Slash is trying to watch it right here as Trainer is coming down. Now that the Secure is here, they're in a lot of trouble. And it looks like Slash is going to go down, but here's the Regice. Easy Secure for the Urshifu.
Slash did their job. They bought the time they needed, right? Nice Unite move right on So Sad Sam. Quickly followed up with that Wicked Blow throat chop, and that's a knockout. Mimikyu popping their Unite move, but they didn't get a KO, which means they are in a lot of trouble. Just an auto attack from Curios is going to sort that out as more points go in, and Luminosity has slowed this game down to a crawl, and they have found their way back in it. Straight up like the tortoise and the hare, my friend. A classic tale.
Yeah, but this is like one of those, the tortoise and the hare. The tortoise is slow, and then all of a sudden the tortoise is really fast. Now we're rooting for the hare again because the hare is slow. This is like the tortoise and the hare becomes the hare and the tortoise, and we'll see how that works out.
Well, that's a lot of weird biological messes that I'm not smart enough to discuss, so we'll let this thing shake out in the realm of Pokemon Unite. Overlord not letting this team breathe, stepping forward, remaining a presence, forcing YT to over-rotate 3-top.
Yeah, and here we go. Overlord, Trainer, just able to rip this apart. The Secure tool from Wicked Blow cannot be overstated. As soon as Trainer hit that bottom path, they were ready for the bottom Reggie. As you talked about, Slash, I mean, with the incredible stall right there. And now we have a little bit of an assault on this tier 2 from LG.
Yeah, we're going to see them frame this thing up, and Overlord's going to go clean. They actually look straight at Celestial, jumping in the middle, popping some Unite moves, are moving forward. Tons of damage, and finally the Miraidon Unite comes out and just cascades from the heavens on top of the heads of Luminosity, but it's Fui the one that goes down first. Curious moving forward, looking for an opportunity. 3 players down in a heartbeat because the push continues. Even Otter getting in the mix on this Comfy, and of course Trainer's taking over, and Luminosity making a statement here early. Goal zone gone.
Look at the math there from LG, by the way. I mean, this is something you would not see in your solo queue games. Meticulously scoring as many points as they possibly could. 295 to 57. Diff in the Pika Diff in the top path there for the final KO, and then breaking that goal zone. Look at this. Left at 5, they have a massive overcap opportunity in the bottom path for this Reggie that has just spawned. YT is scrambling to get down here ready for a fight. And I feel like Luminosity is feeling great. However, we've got 3 Unite moves on the side of YT.
Well, we also have 3 level 12s on the side of Luminosity, so much so that they are fine just farming up more experience and pushing that experience lead. They're okay losing that basement Reggie. Did we just see the Buzzwole zip back to base in front of the screen, Jumbo style?
I think we did. I think they shot right in front of the camera right there so we could really take a look at Fui's Buzzwole. That's something that Overlord has been scary to, has not wanted to look at here in this match, but every time they've run into it, they've taken it down. Now he has a 3-level advantage on that Buzz.
At one point, Overlord was level 7 and YT had 2 level 9s. Or a level 8 and a level 9, and now easily Luminosity has outpaced them with their amazing engagements as a team. Full rotation, Team YT up top, which means Luminosity is finding an opportunity downstairs.
Yeah, and take a look at this. I mean, they are trying to just put some points on the board, but the counter there, massive. Not only did Zoroark score, but of course, Comfey did as well. 403 to 105. They are now in the territory where even if YT gets the Rayquaza at the end of the match, they may not be able to come back and win this thing. The point lead is almost insurmountable right here. The hare has become the tortoise once again. Luminosity's hairless.
That's something that happens, I assume. I don't know, Spraggles. I'm not a turtle aficionado. Overlord hanging on this bottom path, seeing Pikachu, quick engage. Grass Knot is there. Not enough to keep Celestial from scoring, though. The rest of the team comes up, but if we identify Slash Cannon, keeps them from being able to protect this goal zone. They're getting chased by the Miraidon Thunder. Nice Rock Tomb to space out, but Trainer goes straight in. Wicked Blow catches a Kilo. That's a KO through Overlord moving through. Now everybody's getting chopped up, served up, and put down. Turtle turtle soup, dine on that. Rabbit stew, dine on that. Whichever one Team YT is, Luminosity is eating.
That's right. I mean, they are dining on turtle soup tonight, and Trainer out here looking like Shredder. 3 seconds until we have this bottom Reggie. It is a Reggie rock, going to be increasing the defense, special defense of the side of Luminosity because no one from YT is here. YT looking to make something happen right now. They could be pushing the Rayquaza fight immediately.
Slash trying to get vision, gets gobbled up quickly, and there's nowhere they could go. 5-on-1 is a tough sledding for you, kid. Now we have the slow smoke down. Overlord actually has to retreat. Curio's taking a ton of damage. Miraidon Unite doesn't hit much, though. Trainer's still there trying to contend with Celestial. Overlord looking for their way into the backline. They're actually on the chase. They want So Sad Sam. Thunder is down. Overlord getting popped up, put down, slammed down. Fwee. Otter's going to get the BOGO deal. They get served up. And now Unstoppable trained up. Trainer's low. Celestial goes in. That's another KO. 3 players down, but Slash is back.
Wow, they are back. Curios and Slash are back, but 3 members of LG are down. This is your opportunity, Team YT. If there ever was one, you need to take it right now. Slash is in some trouble. Here comes the Unite move. The Charge Beam trying to take him down. The Play Rough couldn't get Curios, but he does go down. Doom Snacks.
It's just Otter on the comfy now. The rest of YT converges to the middle. Rayquaza's already at half. Moving forward, I think they're going to be too late. No real chance in their kid anyways, as they're going to score. Now we need to posture for some counter scoring by Luminosity. Cowboy, what did we just watch?
Incredible fight there. Great picks by YT, but the point lead is huge. They still need to score a ton as they're heading towards this bottom goal zone. Urshifu able to pierce through these Rayquaza shields. Whoa, massive defense right there as 50 points go in. 403, 31. Doom Snacks.
431 there. We've got 28 points to separate these two teams. That is definitely something that can be squared up with 2 players down and Celestial on the chopping block. Luminosity seeing their opportunity for the counter score here. Curios picks up Otter. They need So Sad Sam down, but they also need to go score because Buzzwole keeps backcapping on them the whole time. KO Strika 2, 3 players down. Now we finally have the Psyduck back up. We finally have Fwee returning back, and Curios just has too much money in their pockets. Slash Can is going to try and go in, maybe put a 10 in and a follow-up. They go in, they're gonna look for some points, see if they can even this thing up. Cowboy, it's getting close. Under 10 seconds.
Here we go. They're trying to score. They're doing everything they can, hiding in the Comfy Unite move. Otter trying to score. Slash puts more points on the
that's not
board.
enough.
I don't think it's enough.
That 12 was not enough. They needed more than that. Cowboy, what you talking about? Luminosity, the only team they need to beat is themselves, and they succeeded in this one. Why were they so focused on that basement objective when Slash was on an island? That was the beginning of the end. Slash trying to get vision gets caught on and they were working on an objective they didn't even need, and one that YT didn't even care about, dude.
This is the classic tortoise in the hare becomes hare in the tortoise, right back to tortoise in the hare. Luminosity way ahead right there, slow but steady, but then in the end putting the pressure on that bottom Reggie, and Team YT, they took their moment. They recognized that they had one shot. They grabbed Slash, and with that player advantage, they were going to take their fight right there. Somehow, Overlord does get caught by multiple members of YT once he moves in to fight. Once Overlord is down, the domino effect, it really starts with Slash at the start of this, and then boom, boom, boom. Rayquaza, the points, they barely make it happen. Holy, what a game to start our day.
Yeah, that's a banger to start, and I must say I am disappointed in Luminosity. I think they had a pretty good draft, one that favored what they were trying to do, and doesn't matter how good your draft is, you just throw the game in the trash can. I mean, you had Slash up front, right, trying to get vision, I get that. They're wasting time taking objective that they don't actually need. And Overlord gets caught out because they are the fastest character on the team. So when they were trying to make the rotation to help Slash, they're easily dispatched of because they're walking into an absolute minefield of 5 YT players. This is an execution issue for me, Spraggles.
Yeah, I mean, there's some big, huge moments in that match. Obviously, as we're watching some of the replays right here, Luminosity is just, it has a highlight reel. After like maybe the first minute or so, this is just a highlight reel of Luminosity absolutely dumpstering Team YT, right? However, the last 2 minutes, 15 seconds of this game was unbelievably well played by YT, and I think they caught Luminosity off guard. I don't think they expected so much pressure onto Slash once they found Slash, and that was the game changer right here. So here is where Overlord tries to go in. Sam actually able to make it out of this fight. The Comfey Unite move not able to save Overlord, as they're also able to grab Trainer here with the play rough. They continue looking for other members. Slash moves up to kind of stop this right here, but he can't. There's the secure from YT, and they had an amazing goal zone defense opportunity for Luminosity. This Urshifu right here could have stopped so many scores, but you saw that beautiful X scissor from Pika Diff, pushing him off the goal zone, stopping the piercing there for just a moment. One of the very few characters in the game that can pierce through those Rayquaza shields is Urshifu. They had the ability to stop that goal zone strike for so long. However, again, beautiful Pika Diff, X scissor. You just saw the slight push. That small amount of time is all that they needed for Mimikyu to score right there. Crazy good play by YT in a situation where they were down but clearly not out. They had that one opportunity. It was the Doctor Strange moment, and they went for it.
Listen, I'm just thinking, and of course hindsight forever 2020, right, Cowboy? What if LG, instead of running in as like a panic, almost felt a little bit panicked to try and make up for Slash getting caught, what if they just sandbagged it, right?
Yep.
I mean, they were up by 250 points. Slash came back pretty quickly. What if they just stall it out? Use the fact that you have some range, some long range on your team. The fact that you can have Trainer go in first for the engage and really open up the opportunity for Overlord to go in as a follow-up instead of an initiator.
Yeah, I think that absolutely could be the play. I'm guessing there was some big comm issues in that fight, right? As soon as Slash went down, it seems like Luminosity just started falling apart comm-wise, because members of YT kind of moved in trying to take an aggressive fight down at that bottom goal zone. Members of Luminosity kind of tried to fight, tried to pull back. Then you have Overlord almost dive because he thinks he can grab Sam with the Miraidon. He cannot do it. Such an amazing play there by YT, and it really just feels like one thing went wrong for Luminosity, and they kind of made mistake after mistake after mistake. I think you're right. I think you take that moment, you calm down, you say, we're way up on the scoreboard, we will wait for Slash, we'll kind of play safe around this Rayquaza. Instead, it was chaos.
It was chaos indeed. Now, something that these drafts for me boil down to are the last couple picks, right? Because I think there's so many strong Pokemon now that you're almost guaranteed to get 2 on both sides. Now, it's how you combat them with your last couple selections. And if I'm looking at Luminosity, they've picked some gangbuster ones, but you gotta look at Miraidon and Urshifu, 2 incredibly impactful Pokemon, and Pika Diff going shades of year 1 on a defender that honestly doesn't get its flowers, Snorlax.
Yeah, Snorlax I feel like has been looking pretty incredible lately. You'll notice on the side of YT, they are playing some buddy barriers here. These are also some items that I think have fallen off pretty considerably in our meta. But when you look to the other side, you see the Umbreon ban. You know those shields aren't going to be stolen. Sometimes these buddy barriers, especially on a big HP, tank like Snorlax, that buddy barrier can be the difference maker. That can save some of your squishier Pokemon from that last hit that would have taken them down. Looking over to Luminosity's side, Trainer on the Mimikyu, always a scary choice, right? You've got Curios on Mewtwo Y. I'm wondering if you might switch the build up a little bit. I think lately the sort of special attack heavy mage style Mewtwo Y seems to be sweeping all of the tournaments, right? It's just really popular to get that extra damage out of something like your Psystrike. Curios relying on the old faithful muscle band rapid fire scarf, which is going to make it more of an auto basic attack focused Mewtwo Y. Both very, very good for different reasons, obviously.
I agree. Quick highlights. Otter on Psyduck, which really plays into the style of support character that Otter likes to play, right? We sometimes see them on attackers with the light bulb, the experience share. But Fui, the all-rounder we didn't talk about, Zarina, popular in the East, and I'm shocked it's taken this long to be adopted here in the West. Fui, great top lane player. Want to see what their Zarina looks like, but when you think of Zarina, I think of like Metallic last year, right? That was one of the only players in the West taking that page out of the East book. And then if you go even Earlier than that, Season 1 World Championships kind of felt dominated by some really impressive Zarina play, and Overlord was in the mix there. So hopefully, these Western players with these skill levels take Fui's lead here and start implementing more Zarina, because it has such good tools in its toolkit and that amazing shutdown Unite move.
Yeah, the Unite move is key, right? If you're able to get one of those squishier attackers up into the air, you might be able to take it down kind of in one little combo right there. We're going to see how this looks as we head into game number 2. Luminosity down 1 to YT, who I believe is undefeated so far in our February Cup through the qualifiers till right now. Team YT, your orange team. Luminosity, your purple team.
Otter with the Psyduck, something that kind of tortured them early in path in game 1. We'll see if they can do the same back to YT, putting a lot of pressure on as poor little Torchic getting a lot of HP shredded off of them. Aquilo looking to A-press quite a bit, and unrelenting is this Luminosity team. Otter still playing very far forward, and I must say they're buying a lot of time for Overlord to try and get some of these contestable bunnies. Not enough, it would seem, as they're able to make it back just a sliver of HP.
I gotta say, I love the plays here. You know when these players are really limit testing how far they can go. I mean, standing in the face of your opponents with very little HP, as it looks like 2 members from the central area have made it to the top path. We've got the single strike Urshifu, and we have Trainer on the Mimikyu at level 5 ready to fight here. We're not sure what kind of trainer it is, but we do see the Swina moving up here. Slash is making it top.
Yeah, they want to have high impact top. They want to play through the top pass. Nice engage into the back, and that's the Steenie going down. That's what you want. A huge surf, knocking 2 players into the hands of Trainer, and a Mimikyu couldn't be any happier to see that. KO Shriek a 3, it's a triple.
Such a beautiful rotation there by Luminosity, and they took a huge win. Whereas Pikadiff stayed in the bottom path as the defender player. We actually had Slash the defender make their way to the top path, so they switched it up. Team YT sent the attacker, Luminosity sent the defender, and that worked out great for them.
Yeah, I think they're actually hoping that Slash would have been able to get like an assist in there, maybe get the evolution to put them as part of the mix, and they actually get it by moving forward and harassing Team YT in their own central. Might go down for that experiment, but at least the evolution has been achieved.
Yeah, that's right. They hit that stage 1 evolution, and now we have Trainer ripping through a lot of this experience. There's the charge beam, trying to see if they can get any of that. Jumping onto him right there with the Shadow Claw. That's a huge KO, and they don't continue to push.
That's the shadow sneak you dream of as a Mimikyu, right? Just some ride on that step too far up and everything becomes free. Look at this! They are shredding YT's HP pools, and YT's like, man, I thought we had characters here. I thought we had an ability to do something. Not today.
I mean, you have multiple members of YT standing. They're almost standing directly in range to all get hit by one Shadow Claw. It seems kind of insane right there, but of course, there are lots of factors that make that happen, right? You can have these defenders, supporters really set up big moments. Giant Ice Fang, and once again, it just feels like YT is getting caught here.
I mean, and they're finding their targets. And you don't forget, this is Otter and Slash, the support and tank respectively, doing a pretty decent job in the face of 4. And if Overlord didn't get caught on that follow-up of the Ice Fang that Slash put down, this would have been even worse for YT. Now YT needs this Regirock. Trainer moves forward. They're looking for a target. Heavy Slam comes through. Mimikyu Unite used to dodge it though. And now Trainer goes straight for the back line. They don't even care about the objective. So sad Sam goes down. KO Streak at 3. Another one goes down. Make it 4. Blaziken taking some credit. But I think Luminosity is fine with that as more KOs are starting to pile up.
Wow, I mean, this is just amazing for Luminosity. Once again, at the start of this match, absolute domination. 158-1, hanging out in the central area here of YT. Really just able to take everything away from them. Level 11 Mimikyu.
Brother, 10 just ticked over for Blaziken. I mean, Luminosity's got to be humming, but look, YT was in a similar position just last game. 158-1 single Eos energy scored. And Shadow Sneak actually hits Celestial. They don't follow up. They do. They go up. Slash goes with the engage immediately. Tries to get in the back line. Popped up by the Urshifu Unite. Still not taken down. Miraidon's raining meteors on top of the team, but it's not going to be quite enough to scare them out. Now, Trainer did go down on the Mimikyu, but Overlord moves straight forward, charging up the overheat eject button on top top of So Sad Sam, and they're taking tons of HP damage. But now Otter's there for support, facilitating Overlord. This Regieleki's on the doorstep. Team YT has to fight on, and they thought they cleared this trash up way earlier. Not the case.
Wow, what an insane fight. I mean, Luminosity just able to put insane amounts of pressure on, and that is what this level advantage could do. Kilo, I'm so sorry, buddy. I mean, you stepped into the wrong tall grass there, my friend. Holy, eating a massive overheat to the face. You can see that hollower spray, the heart's coming off Overlord, and I can tell you that Akilo's feeling no love here today.
No, none whatsoever. Thunder chasing down Trainer a little bit. They're going to move back towards their own goal zone. As Team YT needs to take a breath, they were just in this position. They know how to bounce back, and that's with a Luminosity int and then taking care of the opportunity that you're given. Hopefully Slash a little bit more wise when they're getting vision. Under 5 minutes, but it feels like we've been playing for hours already. Pikadiff tries to go into the power nap, gets KO'd before they can even get that off. Free trying to move in, caught into the Mimikyu Unite. Cotton Cloud crash on top to try to keep YT standing. Miraidon Unite raining down, but it's not hitting too many targets. Curios popped up by the Unite move. Wicked Blow isn't enough, and they're out of dodge. And now YT looking at this Regirock saying, man, I could have sworn we put more damage on that.
Wow, look at this as Trainer continues to move in there with the Shadow Sneak, picking up a Quadra KO. Regirock getting ripped apart here. The secure by Overlord. These fights are so brutal, and a lot of this, Doob Snacks, is really set up by Slash and Otter. The displacement, the Ice Fang that started that one, these incredible moments are all facilitated by these fantastic support and defender plays by these two players. Unbelievable. And YT's in trouble. The one thing that they have is they are getting some decent experience over to their Zarina, even though it feels like they're getting crushed in all these engagements.
What target do you isolate with the Zarina Spraggles? That's going to become paramount here, as they are level 12 and they have good opportunities, and I'm assuming you want to bag up Overlord.
I mean, that's a possibility, but given their levels, I don't know if it's possible. You may need to go for Mewtwo Y or something like that at this point. Once again, another goal zone siege in the top path. Overlord does get taken up into the air, but it looks like he's going to run. Fui chasing him down there with the drop kick, seeing if they can make something happen with the triple axle. It looks like Blaziken is running. They're trying to get to them right now.
No
Trainer
shot,
looking for
dude.
some experience here. Fui not able to pick up the KO.
Okay, maybe Zarina's Unite on top of Overlord is not the right option, because we just saw that materialize with Overlord having half HP, and they were able to cross the entire map and get out of danger's way. Fui unable to deliver. Okay, maybe that's your test, and you go, yeah, maybe it is Mewtwo Y. Maybe it is Trainer on Mimikyu if we can catch him.
Yeah, I mean, well, the crazy thing about Mimikyu, that is a level 14 Mimikyu, possibly 15 by Rayquaza, which is just going to be unbelievably brutal. Look at it. So incredibly close to hitting that level 15, and it could happen in the next 30 seconds. We do have an objective in the bottom path. I don't know if YT, I mean, I'm sure YT wants LG to make this mistake once more. We could have a fight starting here as they're actually pushing towards the Mewtwo.
Yeah, I mean, Slash getting the vision here. We just want to make sure we don't have an overcommit from Luminosity, and it looks like Overlord goes straight in. Able to poach Zarina, though. That's a big-time KO. They're down for 15 seconds, and YT really needs Fui to be able to engage.
You know, last time they were down by a lot of points because Luminosity scored 400. This time they're down by a lot of points because they have scored 1 point. Zarina back on the board. Coming back from the Pokemon Center, getting ready to fight here. They're going to use these isolating Unite moves with their Shifu and Zarina to try to start a huge fight and pick up someone. We'll see what they can do here. An overheat misses, Fui going in and now pulling back. Just staying safe until they can really find the fight, and there's the big Wicked Blow.
Right on the Unite move, they need to take out Overlord here. No, they're able to get out of dodge as the Mamoswine is just bouncing all over Team YT. Zarina popping their Unite move on Curios. They do get the follow-up KO there. Luminosity is up against now. Right on Unite coming down. Slash goes down. Zarina back in time. Now it's Trainer getting bullied by Pikadiff. The rest of YT moves into the middle. Overlord looking for an opportunity. Charging up, having a fist fight with this Urshifu. Able to deliver with the help of Trainer. Moving on the backside. Otter gets a KO on the Eldegoss, but this Rayquaza is over half. Fui has no HP, and the Psyduck delivers Psy-yi to your grill, brother. So said Sam, gonna try and turn it around, but it's Otter again. This thing is an absolute demon. Ban the duck. Ban the duck.
Wow, unbelievable. Doomsnack's a villain from a cartoon. Ban the duck. Ban the duck. And Psyduck gets a triple KO. Overlord breaking that bottom goal zone. 432-1. I can't believe they let him score 1 point. The only mistake that LG made this entire match.
You know what? I just saw somebody put in chat, 1 is harder than 0, and that's kind of objectively true, as this 1 point going in is wild work. And Luminosity took that first game very personally. They looked at YT and said, we're the Michael Jordans in this scenario. We gonna get it done. Wow.
Let me say, one thing I did love, once again, YT got them in a scary spot at this Rayquaza.
Yes.
And after they, because I'm sure you saw it, they caught Mewtwo with that Zarina Unite, and as soon as it landed, a wicked blow clipped them, and they picked up a huge 1-2, like, ironically, massive punch KO. But the craziest moment of that whole fight for me was the Psyduck carry. Psy-yi indeed. 828-1.
Bruh, so I said it at the start of this game, and I'm glad I was validated here with Otter's play. Psyduck is a support character that falls into Otter's wheelhouse. It is one of those attacking characters. It doesn't heal, it plays forward, it engages, it has a lot of tools in its kit. You know, I'm thinking of Mew Surf. How good is Otter using that move, right? Espeon stuns. How good is Otter using that character? Psyduck is stronger than both of those Pokemon arguably right now. Yes, put Otter on the duck and watch him wreak havoc and carry the back half of that game. Nothing but impressed over here.
I gotta say, one thing that was not the factor they hoped it would be was Fui on Zarina, and I think the big reason for that was how much, you know, crowd control we had on the side of Luminosity. You have Psyduck constantly pushing you around. You have the Shadow Sneak can fear you. The Ice Fang and Earthquake can stop you. Even Psy Strike from Mewtwo. Just so many, you know, situations where you're not able to fight the way you want with Triple Axel. That may have actually been more of a stomp game for Zarina, but there was no question that was a stomp game for Zarina in a different way.
Yeah. Zarina certainly got stomped for sure. Now, that actually doesn't diminish my faith in Zarina as an all-rounder. What I'd like to see is more support. And I don't mean like in terms of character, I mean in how they frame up their engagements. Because Zarina can take over, but it can't take over if it's starting as well, right? It either needs somebody else to finish or it steps in and finishes. And Fui unfortunately caught a little bit in no man's land in this particular game, as who wasn't caught in no man's land was Trainer, because they were in YT's homeland taking care of business.
Yeah, Trainer was just unbelievable in all these fights. You know, a lot of players are playing play rough. You have this opportunity to be out of the action for a moment, not get damage, and of course deliver a huge burst of damage yourself. But the way Trainer was lining up Shadow Claws, the value he was getting for that move was insane. Not only does it do great HP shred on some of your opponents, right? But when you're hitting 3 members of the enemy team with a Shadow Claw, the damage is ludicrous.
Yeah, I mean, Trainer lining up Shadow Claw, but YT lining up to get Shadow Clawed, right? I think a little bit of that cuts both ways. There we have the Unite move on Overlord, that Celestial Pop. They're able to pivot back, and this is where we were talking about Zarina saying, Overlord's not the real target, Mewtwo Y engage. Heavy Slam follow-up, real nice. So YT, like you said, making chicken salad out of chicken scratch, but what they didn't account for was Otter on this Psyduck going straight at him.
Yeah, I mean, that was so beautiful from Otter. Probably saved the game right there, right? Just so incredible. YT was in a great spot. They KO'd multiple members of LG. You could tell they were scrambling, but the one who was not was Otter. Otter was going in. He was ready to fight, moving towards Zarina, who was very low HP. And the nice thing about this moment is, if you let Zarina hang out for a second, it's going to get so much HP back with a Queenly Majesty and Triple Axel. You needed to keep the pressure on, continue to fight, try to pick up those KOs. They hit him with a beautiful Psychic, moved in with some surfs. Great stuff from Otter. And I got to agree with you, Doomsnacks. I like this look of Otter more than Otter on some of the more traditional supports. He's just naturally a player that can throw the team on his back and start carrying. And I love that he has a support right here that can do that.
Yeah, as we jump into draft here, we can see if they're going to stick to that game plan. Luminosity found and kept success when they played their style of Pokemon Unite. They found themselves catching a lot of L's when they start playing the more traditional NA style of Unite. And that's something a story I've been trying to tell. They lost the game where he was on Comfy. They win the game when he's on this like pseudo tank Psyduck engaging thing, right? Luminosity needs to keep staying in their bag to find more ways to win with their skill sets that they have. And for the first time, Blissey is not banned and unsurprisingly picked first. That character is Barokin.
I love this choice, grabbing the Psyduck. I mean, we saw how unbelievably valuable it was. I think trainers, Urshifu looked amazing, but maybe more importantly was Celestial's Urshifu just looked incredible. So I get the reason to not only play it, but to also take it away from YT.
I agree. Fui going back to Buzzwole looked terrific in the first game. Unsurprising there. Pika Diff taking a page out of Slash's book saying maybe Mamoswine is the way to go. And they're just going to be swapping tanks potentially as Crussel's being hovered by Luminosity.
Oh, and once again, it looks like we are possibly heading to a Zoroark Comfey situation. They don't see anything on the other side of the map that they're too worried about. As we take a look at Celestial locking in what I have to assume is a Scyther, and now we have So Sad Sam on the Mewtwo Y. Final pick over to the side of Luminosity, and I want to see what Curios wants to bring out here.
Yes, I love this. I love this.
I do too.
This sword is going to go so hard, and that's why the importance is the last few picks of the draft. Look at the high-octane characters we have up top. Urshifu, Blissey, Buzzwole, Zoroark, Psyduck was picked up there. But this last counter pick is where you have a real opportunity to make a difference. The sword is something you and I have both been excited about, and Mewtwo Y in the hands of So Sad Sam, they have to be hype about that.
Yeah, Sam is such an incredible attacker player. I mean, unbelievable. We haven't seen their Gardevoir here today, which is a little So Sad Sam. But this Mewtwo is a little closer to what I was talking about earlier, that sort of special attack focused style. This even has a curse item attached to it. So you'll notice Choice Specs on this build actually pairs really, really well with Psystrike. Choice Specs and Psystrike have essentially the exact same cooldown. So every time you are Psystriking your opponents, you are getting that extra pop of damage from Choice Specs, just making those moments even stronger when you catch them. Of course, you have the hindrance. You're unstoppable. I was going to say hindrance resistance. You are unstoppable when you are throwing this, which is just unbelievable. It's going to be really interesting to see it in the hands of Sam for sure.
I want to look back at Pikadiff. They yanked him out of the retirement home, and it's time for him to make a difference with some of those wise old strategies that they can cook up. Now they've grabbed the Mamoswine. They need to facilitate good engagements. They need to catch the Zoroark when it engages.
And here we go. Game 3 to start our day, everybody. Team YT, your purple team. Luminosity, your orange team. I'm interested to see if this Scyther can really make something happen here. I feel like into an Aegislash, that could be really tough with wide guard. Into a Comfey Zoroark, that could also be quite tough. We're going to see if they're able to make a difference here in game number 3. The early games for YT have been, what's worse than abysmal?
Super abysmal.
Exactly, super abysmal.
We did it. We know words. We know things. Kirio's prioritizing that early stack and able to make it back Slashcan with the cross support so that Mewtwo Y can't impose their will too early on the single sword. Now we've got a really underleveled Zorua carrying a Comfey, and you know what that means. I said it before, say it again. BOGO deal for Celestial.
Really nice stuff here. Looking for the Wicked Blow. Completely whiffs it. Beautiful dash across them there by Celestial. Fui trying to score some points, and they do. 12 points going very close to the level 5, but might get KO'd for it. Probably actually a huge mistake to not peel back right there. Instead, they just took a couple of points and then got KO'd.
Well, the fact that Overlord was the one that got credit for those KOs, getting that experience is huge because they were nowhere near a Zoroark, and now you can just see they hit their evolution on respawn.
Yeah, that was really unfortunate for YT. I understand the thought process, right? If you can hit 5 on Buzzwole, you immediately get your move, and that fight is so much better for you. But you're right in line to get hit by multiple members of LG, and I feel like you gave up a lot of your advantage right there.
Yeah, now Trainer going to pick up Comfey for now. They're going to move in tandem to give Overlord the opportunity to farm up. Meanwhile, still have the Swine up in the bottom path, sitting at 4.5. Curios, looking at level 6, ticks over, goes for a cheeky score themselves. We're meeting in the middle for a scrap over the middle birds. We're going to see how this shakes out. Surfin, engaged by Slashcan. They're going to get put down, picked up, and slayed very quickly. Slow Smoke is there, but there's no slowing down this YT team as they are looking to converge and collapse. Overlord going right back the other way with Trainer's support. They might be able to do something. Comfy hops right back on, but they are surrounded by the team in purple, and they are dispatched of equally quick.
YT looking so much better here than they have in the previous couple games. I mean, these fights, even though I feel like they made kind of a big mistake early in this fight, now everything is working out really well for them. It feels like they're handling Zoroark, Comfey beautifully. 82-63. They have scored 82 times more than they did in the previous game.
That is some really good, solid, quick math. Call him Spraggles the calculator.
Thank you.
Because he's doing it all. Now, Luminosity did have a harder start to the start of this game because of the Pokemon they selected. Celestial identifying that with this Scyther and taking over. Now, can they keep Celestial fed? Because Scyther's the type of character, get ahead, stay ahead, take over the game. If there is anything that flies back into the hands of Luminosity, it's going to be hard.
Yeah, I mean, you're absolutely right about Scyther. You know, this is a Pokemon that once it gets online, it can really carry the team. But if it doesn't have that level advantage, it just feels like it can't reach those beautiful KO breakpoints with some of its moves. The dual wing beats just aren't landing. You're not able to get the resets. However, with a nice level lead, you're very powerful. As we go for a fight here at the Tier 2.
Nice little Slow Smoke put down, and now dispatched quickly again is Overlord. They're having a hard time sustaining in these engagements. Akilo gets eviscerated by the Psyduck, Slash carrying that mantle this time. Regieleki getting shredded, and I know we saw the big Aegislash Unite, but did it actually deliver on anything? Maybe it was just used to scare YT away.
You know, I gotta say, I mean, speaking of Unite not delivering, I'm almost sure that the Bliss Assistance was supposed to be targeted towards Scyther, but for some reason, maybe a little bit of snapback, maybe just a weird targeting issue, it went to Sam, who was really in no danger at all. Unfortunate moment for YT, but still, YT looking so much better than game 1 and 2 right here.
Yep.
That safeguard helping out a lot in these moments.
Yeah, right off the telekinesis, able for Fui to keep pushing forward. Finally, a KO for Overlord on a good target of Fui. Moving forward is Slashcan. After using their Unite move, they're going to get the chase on and keep some vision for the squad. Meanwhile, we got a back cap 67 by Overlord, and it looks like that's going to go right into the tank.
Yeah, beautiful stuff, 126, 189. And this is very common for LG, right? They love having an early score lead. So that way, if things go wrong later in the match, they're not too far gone and not out of the match at all. By the way, I was just thinking I wanted to see Aegislash here. Of course, I wanted to see Overlord on it because he is the original Lord of the Sword, but it's so great seeing Curios on it, sort of flexing it into what I think a lot of people would look at as that normal bottom path attacker spot.
Yeah, I just like seeing the sword in game. I think on paper it matches up well with what YT is doing, but YT is mitigating it very, very well. And part and parcel is because the Scyther's so big that goes in and poaches the basement Reggie out from under him. The Bliss Assistance rings true on that one. Celestial, the bug type, carrying the mantle moving forward. And it ain't easy being green, but it's looking real easy for Celestial right now as they are putting pressure on Trainer in the back. Zorg Unite pops and they take care of the Scyther. It turns out it is pretty tough being green. Overlord gonna scramble away, but the fight rages on pad. KO Streak of 2, Trainer saying, I'm finally here, baby, I've landed. Surf comes through, space is off on So Sad Sam, and that's a quick time KO on the Mega Mewtwo Y.
And here we go, Buzzwole looking to possibly get out of here somehow, needing to use the superpower in the Smackdown, not able to make it happen. Beautiful defense by Luminosity, and I'm still unclear on whether or not it's easy being green, but in the next 4 minutes, we are going to find out. 4 minutes until we know whether Team YT or Luminosity is moving on in your winners semi-final. This would be huge for YT if they could make it to your winners finals. They have a chance to go to grands. This would be their only time in the winners side of a tournament bracket this season. So this would be amazing for them.
It really would. Luminosity not going to let up, though. They're putting the pedal to the metal as they are moving forward straight into the central area of Team YT. And for that insolent, Slashcan goes down, but Trainer is not done. Going straight towards Fui, who's able to body block them out, put him up, put him down, hit him with a choke slam. And that is another Urshifu biting the dust.
Ooh, Overlord looking to make a score happen right here. Using the full heal, jumping in. Can they do it? Yes, they do. The 50 goes in. The Unite move from the Zoroark trying to pick something up, and they do.
Dude, Overlord going in, getting the points and popping a Unite move. Otter hitting the Unite move at the same time, topping up Overlord to half HP off of those 8 flowers that the Comfy picks up for the floral healing, and they're able to get out of dodge with a Celestial KO. That is nasty. Luminosity is now taken over on the levels, which means they have been and are going to be able to be oppressive to this Scyther.
That's right, up by over 200 points now. Sorry, up by 199 points right now. That 1 point for YT is always a big stickler, right? As we look down to the bottom path, this secured by Luminosity. 24 more points go in, 30 seconds till Rayquaza. Luminosity up, but YT closer than they have been throughout this entire series. And if they can win when they're behind, I don't know, when they're pretty close, this could be great for the squad.
It really can. Curios hiding out, quickly sussed out by Pikadiff, reposition, and we're going to see if they can get the KO here and what that timer looks like. Boosted Auto going to get Curios away. Slash Can fading back to give them a little bit of protection. Nobody picking up that open AS energy. Overlord putting themselves in quick trouble. Real now got the 2 minutes. Listen, since the Celestial, they're going in. This is the moment they want. Pick up, put down is Trainer. Urshifu is gone. Overlord peeling up top. Curios trying to get back on top of Fui. Get one of these KOs back, but the Buzzwole Unite was still in pocket, and it is used on Slash. 2 players down there ripping through the team. Coup de grace out of the Aegis Slash doesn't hit its mark. Wide guard is there. Is it going to be enough to sustain? They get the Mammoth Swine down. Overlord still grooving. Fui is low. Curios has tons of HP to work with. Boosted Auto back, but the Rayquaza is at less than half. Luminosity moves back into the mix. Curios is seeing a Kilos low. Goes in, gets spun up, gets put down, and now moving back in is the Urshifu. They're popped up with the Unite move as Fui, and Luminosity takes it. Burger time, baby. They've been up by 100. They're going up by even more.
Huge plays by Luminosity. As soon as Urshifu walked into the Rayquaza pit, you knew that YT knew it was all over. The Unite move sends him up in the air. The Wicked Blow ready to secure it. Bang! Luminosity ending this one with a period. Not giving them, holding them to only 1 point right here, but still an insanely good Rayquaza fight after YT caught a couple members of Luminosity. I wonder, had Aegis Slash gone down earlier, would that look a little different? Very possibly, but they did not. Curios able to reset, come back into the fight, and Luminosity able to hold their ground long enough for Urshifu to come back and secure.
Team YT held to the Kanto Pokedex number of points here in this one. Luminosity is just showboating now. We're stacking up the stats, padding the stats, if you will. Aegis Slash stepping in at the last moment was critical, but another great team fight by YT Spraggles. I mean, they keep finding a way to make these blowouts shrink in how big that gap is, and giving themselves a real chance here.
Now hold on.
To me,
you said the Kanto number. That's 151. There's only 150 Pokemon.
Whoa, are you sure? Let's Google it.
There's something after Mewtwo?
Yes.
What?
You counterintuitive. After Mewtwo is just Mew, not the 2.
I'm sorry. Are you telling me
Wild.
that after Mewtwo, there's Mew? I don't believe it. Someone in the chat check it. Ridiculous. Team YT
Absolutely
put on quite
ridiculous.
a game number 3 right here. This was their best showing in the entire series. However, Luminosity looking fantastic, juggling a very difficult Rayquaza fight. Overlord juggling members of YT, just deciding who he's going to KO. 14 KOs for the Zoroark.
I mean, the final statement I want to make about Celestial's Scyther is the moment they fell behind in levels is the moment that their strategy fell apart. If Celestial was 14 instead of Overlord being 14, I think that Bliss Assistant's perfect engage really turns the tides of the game from bell to bell. But such is not the case. You and I remain steadfast that Scyther is not the best thing going.
Let's go.
We are proven correct yet again. Eat it, Zoinks, eat it.
Yeah, Zoinks, if you're listening, make sure you eat it, buddy, because Scyther is never going to be a thing. And I did look into it. It turns out there are 152 Pokemon. We're all forgetting about Missing No, the missing number there. Wow, what a series. Man, Dupe Snacks, I loved getting to watch this at the top of broadcast here. Such incredible matches. YT had some insane resolve. I mean, they played these games with their win condition in mind the entire time, whether it was going well or whether it was going poorly. Game 3 here, however, YT looked better than they have throughout the whole series.
I agree. They finally really transitioned into the mid game. Unfortunately, this little experiment here for them pushing forward is where we saw the level parity still in their favor, but that was all going to begin to change. Celestial goes down their level 11. Overlord finally hits level 11. And when we see that amazing immaculate score of 50 tick over and level up, when you check the levels there, Celestial going down, you're like, oh, this is a problem. Great dual wing beat by Celestial with the Bliss Assistance follow-up. I mean, this is their strategy, and if they had Scyther at a higher level at the end of the game, I think they win.
Yeah, it definitely could be, right? I mean, they were playing very well when Scyther was over-leveled earlier in the match, but Overlord just finding so many opportunities to pick up huge KOs. Look at this right here. It feels like Team YT, I mean, clearly they are getting along really well because they are always bunched up for every single move from Luminosity. All of them want to take the damage together.
Yeah, now that was a great little pick, right? Trainer goes down quickly. Their timer starts early. Then we're going to move forward. Nice Buzzwole Unite as well. And you think YT's found themselves a way back into this game. But Kirio's still staining. Engage, put down. But here comes Trainer. And that's when you know it's going to be a problem. Urshifu Unite, bang. Wicked Blow lined up on Ray. Too easy, brother.
Yeah, that was just so perfect. You're taking Buzzwole out of the equation there for a second. You've got your Wicked Blow charged up. And you can either take out Buzzwole or, depending on how low Ray is, you can secure the game win right there, which is exactly what they did. Beautiful plays from Luminosity. YT getting better and better as that series went. Well, I guess game 2 they did only score that 1 point, so maybe looking better and better. But from game 2 they looked way better, way better.
Better. And down here is game 2, but we're better.
That's right. We will be right back. We've got more Pokemon Unite action coming at you. Next is Kiss Kiss versus Redlock. Don't go anywhere.
Somebody's on mute.
I'm
Is it
kidding
me?
you. I'm kidding you. Welcome
God,
back to the
come on.
Pokemon UNITE
Come on,
Championship
you got me.
Series.
You got me.
I did. I got you, buddy. We've got an exciting moment right here. Even production's like, what's going on? We've got Redlock versus Kiss Kiss here in the losers quarterfinal. This is going to be an exciting one, Doob Snacks.
What's up? We're the worst.
Huh?
Understood. Thank you.
Huh?
Okay.
You wish my mic was muted? Fair enough. Yeah. After that really exciting game, now we're into the games where this is win or go home. Someone is not continuing on in this tournament. Obviously, you want to stay up in the winner's side, right? It's extremely important to keep that momentum and give you the...
And it sounds cooler than losers.
So cool. I've always wondered why we call it the losers, but you know what? These are the losers.
Yeah.
Okay.
And we got a bunch of them today.
And we've got a lot of them today. And you and I may be the biggest ones of all. I mean, me especially with my microphone. Kiss Kiss were able to take down... Redlock was able to take down Rush Hour. Now they are facing Kiss Kiss here in our losers quarterfinals.
Yeah, and Kiss Kiss seeing the bounce back of players like the Machisler, one of my personal favorites, and really kind of cemented their own legacy with some insane Machamp-based plays. And actually had a great run yesterday into the winners bracket. Just got dispatched by Orange Juicers, putting them into this position here. So it's going to be a good matchup because, as we say, NA plays themselves incredibly strong.
I feel like NA has just been phenomenal all season. This is the best start to North America I feel like I've seen maybe since year 2. I don't know. This just feels really incredible. Kiss Kiss, as you mentioned before, they did just lose to the Orange Juicers, one of the best teams in North America and a world-class team. Very hard team to beat, but they went 0-2 against them. So I always wonder, you have Redlock coming off a 2-0 win. You have Kiss Kiss coming off an 0-2 loss. I really wonder how that's going to affect them mentally as they head towards this next game. It feels like Redlock is ready to go and Kiss Kiss might be shaken a bit.
It depends what their attitude was of the start of the day. If Kiss Kiss is just, hey, let's have fun, let's throw it all at the wall and, make a splash, then maybe they're like, okay, we got 0-2'd by Orange Juicers. Nobody expects us to be here anyways. Let's just keep the train rolling, right? Whereas Redlock naturally gets the momentum that you gain from winning, of course. So it's all going to come down to mentality. But, I mean, if you're looking at some of the players that we've got on Kiss Kiss, they're no strangers to the top 8 or high-level performances. So I don't necessarily see them getting that rattled by getting sent to the losers bracket.
Yeah, I mean, Kiss Kiss is quite a crew here. Bora Reach, JL, Oblivion, Dusk Runner. This is quite a squad. Redlock, Dawn's Edge, Benny Zakura, Rinkaku, Awo. I'm sorry, I don't know some of these as well as the others, but I wanted to go through the rosters right here. Kiss Kiss, a lot of players that we've seen on broadcast before, for sure.
Yeah, and Redlock riding the lightning, finding themselves again. They just won, have some good momentum. Rinkaku, I know, stacks with a lot of these players and maybe just carrying that fun into the official UCS world and kind of making something of it, shades of ignorance from years past where just a bunch of players that always stack together finally jump into the UCS and finding some success because they're so familiar with each other. So let's have ourselves a showdown.
Funny story, Shades of Ignorance is the title of my memoir. I think it'll be pretty good. Shades of Ignorance, the tale of a content cowboy. By the way, I didn't get to say yeehaw at the start of the broadcast because I was censored by Big Pokemon. So yeehaw, everybody, as we get ready for our next game right here. I cannot wait to see these two teams square off. Again, this is at the point of the day where teams are heading home. One of these will continue on to the losers semifinals to go up against either Team YT or Nemesis. Quite a match happening soon in our losers quarterfinals as well. And then up at our winner's side, we have Luminosity, Orange Juicers. Could you have predicted it? Yes, you could.
Probably,
you could
have. That's maybe one of the surest bets we've got here in NA right now, is those teams clashing in the winners finals. But ahead of us here, between Redlock and Kiss Kiss, great opportunity because we've seen high-octane teams in NA that you would consider the favorites in any matchup find themselves on the back end of some losses to some of these scrappier teams. I mean, take a look at Nemesis. They just won a monthly cup 2 months ago, right?
Yeah.
And now they find themselves in the losers bracket against some really, really hot teams that they're going to have to contend with just to make it up to grands. But they started. Don't forget, they started in the losers bracket. So really, it's anybody's chance here in NA. Because why, Spraggles? NA plays NA really hard.
I can't honestly get a great beat on Nemesis this season. I feel like they're hot and cold. It's a Katy Perry song out here. I don't know if they're going to be playing like the Nemesis that can win the whole thing, or if they're just kind of feeling like they're getting, I don't know, just feeling like a little underwhelming sometimes I see them. I don't see the same Nemesis tournament to tournament. And in some ways that's good, because I actually do think that they are on an upswing. I think they're improving, but I do feel like they've been consistent. It's been a rocky road.
Well, not to lean too much into the ice cream situation here. I had no joke. I don't know why I even brought that up. I set myself up for failure.
Honestly, you're right. Not to lean too much into the ice cream. Moving on from it.
So we're not going to.
Yeah.
I know that's what Spraggles wanted me to do, but I'm not doing it. I'm not doing the ice cream thing.
I appreciate it. Thank you.
So Nemesis, don't forget, Trainer was the foundation of that team along with Yeet, right? When you think those two players were part and parcel of each other and Nemesis' success. Now that Trainer's in LG and they're trying to find their path there and find their way there, Nemesis is left to start building a different stabilized foundation. And I think that comes off of Metallic kind of leveling up, the youngster that they had that had a great season last year. Well, they have to hit another gear, hit that leadership gear. Asnable maybe needs to get a bit more vocal, who's typically just a really solid defender player that gives them the support there. Well, they need him to level up, because they're just trying to fill a gap right now. And it seems like sometimes they've figured out how to do that, and other times the void is really felt.
Yeah, I don't know what the mentality is. I don't know kind of where the team is at. It does feel like, to me, and this is purely from the outside, right? It feels like Nemesis has the opportunity. They can shift into that higher gear. I don't know if it takes a different level of commitment. I don't know if everyone has to say, we are looking to be the world champs, right? So that they can push forward and make that happen. Because again, it's a little inconsistent from Nemesis month to month in these cups, whereas you have teams like Luminosity and Juicers who are insanely consistent as the top two in NA. But here we have the match in front of us, Doob Snacks. Kiss Kiss versus Redlock.
Unsurprising, Umbreon and Blissey bans off rip, two incredibly strong Pokemon. And a good Psyduck ban here. I like where Kiss Kiss heads at with that Psyduck ban. We just saw it run roughshod over our last game. Hoopa gonna round it out, so we have all of the best attackers and all-rounders available for these two teams.
Ooh, JL deciding whether or not they want to be disqualified from the tournament right now, playing the Galarian Rapidash that is incredibly good, but not legal for play yet, as it has just hit Eos Island. And you know what? It's not even very good.
No, yeah, it's not that.
Yeah, it's not very good. It's insanely good. As we look over to Redlock, their first two picks, kind of trying to decide how they want to play this. Darkrai is a possibility. Some teams have picked it up, and they go with the Blastoise Mewtwo.
Mewtwo has been incredibly popular this month and across the East as well. So it's unsurprising that it's either, if it's not banned, it is picked. JL going to the Eldegoss comfort pick, and they kind of gutted all of the other support options as you would think about them. So Redlock gonna have to figure out, if healing is not gonna be in their composition, how they're going to figure out the rest of the path forward.
We have the Comfey, and we have possibly, yes, we do, the Aegislash here. This is a Pokemon that recently got some pretty serious buffs, and I'm excited to see it make some, big plays once again in UCS. I think this has been undervalued for a little while, but the fact is, it may have just been a hair off of keeping up with some of the best stuff. Now, on over to Kiss Kiss, their final two picks. We are looking at Absol and possibly Mimikyu, possibly Metagross, rounding it out.
Yeah, Oblivion has been leaning into this Metagross. I think it's a reasonable choice. I think Metagross is maybe not getting as much credit as it should. But if you want to talk about a Pokemon that is prioritized differently from east to west, you can look no further than Espeon, a Pokemon that is similarly banned in the east. You and I were actually messaging with Zoinks about it and how impressive it is and how it's kind of always just good. So what a great way to round out this composition, especially when you can Psychic Solaire to catch a Machisler Engage.
Yeah, that's right? It's just an amazing Unite move that sort of counters someone who wants to dive you while having some incredible secure before level 4, and then that option between fantastic secure, stun, and damage with Psyshock, or the ability to play at safe distance, increase your move speed, and sure hit with stored power. There really isn't a way you can go wrong. With so much dive from Absol, you may just be playing stored power so that you can play around it.
No, exactly right. I'm looking back up and down here across these rosters. I'm looking at Rinchu again, this Blastoise. Is it going to be, I saw it carrying the experience share, so I tend to believe it's going to be more of that Surfstoise, right? Mm-hmm. Creating space for the team, which is going to be really good when you're looking at maybe Oblivion on the Metagross or even Machisler on the Absol to be able to just get them out of dodge, maybe get them in that Psybeam range for the Espeon if you decide to go that direction over stored power. Also, though, the breathing room that the Sword is going to need to disengage. We also know how good Sword is at engaging, but unless it's using its boosted auto to get out of there, it might have a tough time.
It could, and we're going to find out what that looks like very soon, because we are in our first game here of our losers quarterfinals. Kiss, Kiss, your purple team. Redlock, your orange team. We have Bora Reach heading down to the bottom path with the EXP share on the Miraidon, looking to power up their Trevenant.
Quickly into the path here are these two legendary Pokemon. We've got Miraidon and this Mewtwo squaring up, and it looks like Mewtwo getting a bit of the advantage as the Phantom has quickly gone to start stacking.
Yeah, looking to get some of those stacks in early. When you're double stacking on a Pokemon, Aeos Cookie and an Attack Wave, which is, I believe, what I saw on that Trevenant right there, you need to get that early. You will prioritize that. It is like gaining multiple levels for these Pokemon, so they look to do it early. That's the reason Bora had so much trouble fighting 2 early on.
Yeah, nice rotation here by Oblivion as the Metang, going to be able to put some pressure with the player advantage that they've given themselves in the bottom path. Quickly pegged up is Duskrunner and similarly put down by the Mewtwo. K-opener, Redlock.
Yeah, Redlock picking up the KO, and we even have the Absol making their way to the bottom path right here, rotating down to see what they can make happen in this fight. Oblivion getting a lot of that experience right there. Mewtwo Y, however, is online, and they are just ripping through Kiss Kiss.
Doing a great job just holding down that A button once they've hit Mega Mewtwo Y, shelling in some damage and really sending all of Kiss Kiss reeling. Now, the two players on Kiss Kiss are right down in path. Miraidon and Absol, the Machisler, are going to see if they can lead the charge here. And Redlock, how they're going to adjust.
Yeah, as we head to the top path right here, JL hanging out all by their lonesome, trying to get some of this experience, but we see that as a level 6 Espeon. So while Kiss Kiss put a lot of resources into that bottom path, this gave Redlock the opportunity to level up like crazy in our top path.
Yeah, and I believe I did quickly see stored power there out of Mithra, so going to be able to keep themselves at a decent space and shell in some damage. So Rinchu going to have to step up and really provide that spacing, and Aegislash just waving that sword in front of the faces of Kiss Kiss to distract them from the ranged Pokemon in the back line.
We do have a Curse Trevenant right here. Really nice with this double stacking build. Lots of damage on Curse, the extra HP there, able to give you, a lot of breathing room on Curse because you will do some damage to yourself. You can play 2 different builds with this. We could be looking at a Pain Split build. You also could be playing Horn Leech, which paired with Curse gives you multiple opportunities to sort of sled your enemies exactly where you want them.
A classic 5v5 over the basement birds here. Aegislash goes in. I believe the Comfy has been picked up. Wide guard is there. Boosted auto to engage. Bora Reach is low. Bora Reach is gone. Dawn's Edge steps up. They're buckled as well. We're going to press forward here as the Machisler also catches a receipt. Holy, nice little scrap at the 720 birds.
Yeah, really fun fight for both of these squads right here. Redlock in a slightly better position here, but they don't have incredible secure. Neither does Kiss Kiss in this bottom path. Registeel already almost gone right here. The final hit heading over to, yes, it is Redlock.
Mithra going to take it moving forward. Comfy jumps on the Espeon. Not the usual carrier of the Comfy collar, but it's looking pretty decent so far as they've been able to absolutely go crazy in the top path.
Yeah, they've been doing so well. And, you know, an overleveled Espeon is amazing because it gets its Unite move earlier than most. Really nice play there by our Sword. Able to counter that sucker punch from Absol with the wide guard. However, being taken down by multiple members of Kiss Kiss.
Yeah, quickly, just quickly smashed is that Sword. Oh, gonna come in as the Mewtwo Y, but not much they can do in the face of that many players in Kiss Kiss. They are already burning through this Regieleki, and it looks like Redlock is just content farming the yellow pips on the map.
Yeah, I mean, there's so much experience up. Redlock can, you know, shovel it to a few of their members right there, farm it on up, get some levels, and as they head towards this possible defense, they'll have multiple Unite moves. Mithra in a lot of trouble right here, taken down early.
Yeah, Dawn's Edge not jumping onto the Espeon there, which means they are easily taken care of. Regieleki hits, Mewtwo Unite strikes, doesn't find too many targets. The points are going to go in. That goal zone is gone very easily. Machisler popping the Unite move straight into the Hydro Typhoon, but it was a bit too early, which means it didn't actually catch the Machisler at all. Now they're putting in tons of damage. Psychic Solaire going to try and stop Oblivion, but they've pulled out the TI-82, and they said, I'm still doing math, much like Spraggles, the math guy, as we easily identified earlier today.
That's right. 204 is considerably larger than 76. Stay
math
tuned
guy
for
strikes
more.
again.
That's right. The content math cowboy strikes once more. Yes, the branding is confusing, but the math is simple, baby.
It's simple indeed. Nice little horn leash to try and get risk towards the rest of the team. Oblivion bought some time to step in. Surf separation out of Rinchu is what we're looking for on the side of Redlock, and they actually are able to get their team out of dodge.
Yeah, and we did get to see what kind of Trevenant we're going to have here. I didn't notice it earlier. It is Curse Horn Leech, so you get multiple opportunities to move your opponents around. Regirock getting extremely low, secured by the Absol. The Side Beam not able to do it. Here comes the Unite move as Absol is moving in, trying to chase some KOs. The Wide Guard not able to stop them right there. And Oblivion just tearing through them, spinning to win. And another goal zone is going down.
Man, Redlock has to wonder what just happened there. They settled everything out. They even popped that Miraidon Unite on the side of Kiss Kiss to really try and shut Redlock down, and they're incredibly successful. Oblivion is timing their follow-up engagements really well. Almost everything they hit is at 1/3 HP, and that makes it pretty darn easy for a level 13 Metagross.
Yeah, I mean, this is just so incredibly powerful, and you can see the staying power of it also, right? Lining up those perfect gyro balls to get the maximum amount of shield in these fights. So next time it comes in, it's at full HP once again to engage.
Oblivion rotating down, Regieleki taken. It is moving towards the home goal zone. Normally, the Regieleki at around the 2-minute mark is the one traveling that far, but Kiss Kiss has done a lot of goal zone related work. Horn Leech on the Mega Mewtwo Y makes them easy pickings for Kiss Kiss. Tongue out Kiss right there. Disgusting, Spraggles.
I guess so. I guess it is. As we're fighting in the bottom path right here. This goal zone. I mean, I guess. I don't even. That's one of those ones where it's like, look, I'm trying to yes and here. I guess you're right. Yeah, disgusting. In the bottom path, 306 to 99. 30 seconds until we have this bottom Reggie. Multiple members of Kiss Kiss peeling back from this fight. Duskrunner in a lot of trouble right here. Getting slashed by that Aegis Slash is big time boosted there. Obviously, Aegis Slash able to do some max HP damage with those boosteds. It's why it's so good into those tanky Pokemon, able to rip through them. And now members of Redlock are just looking for their levels. They need some experience here, possibly getting a little extra score, as Kiss Kiss is going to get this bottom Reggie for free and have whatever bonus that is for the next fight. Regirock, which could be so unbelievably great for Trevenant and Oblivion's Metagross right here.
Yeah, it's going to make them have the confidence they need to step up, because they don't need to take Ray. They just need to keep Redlock from snagging it out from under him. Where is this Comfy going to go? Maybe nowhere, as it has to jump on Rinchu real quick, surfing just to get out. And now, positional advantage to Kiss Kiss.
Yeah, Kiss Kiss is in a great position right here, looking for a way to start this fight. Obviously, Machisel could start it with a nice Absolute Unite move. It also can keep themselves safe with that, as we have all of Redlock heading to the top path right here.
Dusk Runner goes in, gets sussed out very quickly. Straight to the back line is Oblivion, caught in the Psychic Solaire, but Mithra goes down. Meanwhile, Eldegoss sorting out the Mega Mewtwo Y as we are spinning back towards the rest of Riss, the Aegislash, carrying the Comfey. And I'll tell you what, it's a weird looking situation when you don't have a neck to wear a collar like that, but the Aegislash is doing the best they can with the fashion they were given, slashing through another target, trying to make it back to the rest of the squad. Meanwhile, this Eldegoss is picking off players. That's their second KO in this Rayquaza-based exchange. And we rage on. Trevenite is popped. Riss is still getting out of there, trying to find their way out. Machisler follows up. Slow Smoke finally put down. And we've got the engagements. How is this Aegislash still standing? Mega Mewtwo Unite is used, but this might be the beginning of the end for Redlock.
Yeah, Redlock in trouble right there. They bought so much time with that Comfey Aegislash, but it wasn't just one Pokemon they were chasing, right? That's 2 down on the side of Redlock. A beautiful position for Kiss Kiss right now, and they're way up. 354, 131. Redlock needs to make the play, so they have to wait for Aegislash, and they have to wait for Comfey to come back. They've got one more opportunity for this fight. The Comfey hops on the Mewtwo Y, gives them a little healing. We have Oblivion moving forward, now level 15 with Metagross, and here it comes once again, caught by the Trevenant.
Hornleech is there, all has to retreat, and Oblivion's on the chase. Meanwhile, the Cotton Cloud Crash finally comes out. JL sandbagging their Unite move. Rayquaza's low, Machisel steps in. They're looking for Rinchu. Nice surf back the other way for the spacing. We got the Winegard. We got the Slow Smoke. We've got Rayquaza low. We got the back cap scoring. Kiss Kiss takes it off the back of the Absol. Unite doesn't even matter as all had to go for the back cap, and that's an FF, and that is bad sportsmanship. Redlock just absolutely stepping into their name.
Oh, there you go. That is the end of that match. Redlock not able to get the win right there. Kiss Kiss, beautiful plays throughout the match. I mean, they did an amazing job of holding them at that Rayquaza fight, even taking moments where they decided not to chase to pick up a KO, right back in towards the Rayquaza pit. And with time so low on the clock, even had Redlock got it, I don't know that they could scramble, get the scores, and actually get ahead on the scoreboard. There just was very little time and many members of Kiss Kiss there to fight them.
Yeah, they might have had an opportunity. We noticed that they sent Awe to score and not join back into the fight. And we kind of see that sometimes where you send players to go score. We're going to try and secure it on the fly. So we do close that gap between securing Rayquaza and the time we need to score. Such was not true. Machisler had their Unite move back, popped that thing, put everybody in a blender, and took Rayquaza.
Really nice stuff from Kiss Kiss. I felt like they were in control pretty much all of that match. There were some moments for Redlock, right? But I feel like Kiss Kiss, they felt like, well, I mean, just honestly, they felt like the more dominant team. It felt like they were working better as a unit. They felt heads and tails better than Redlock in game 1, that's for sure. Redlock's going to need to change big time for game 2.
Yeah, they definitely are. I loved the sword, though. I mean,
Same.
Riss played one heck of a game. They were getting chased by 3 players of Kiss Kiss for about 40 seconds. I'd have to double check, but it was a long time. And that was really the only thing that gave Redlock the opportunity to step back into this game. So tip of the cap to Riss on that sword.
Yeah, that was really great. And we just saw a really nice moment from them at the start of the match, right? That was like kind of their big pop at the start of the match. But this fight, just beautiful here from Kiss Kiss as they break this tier 2 goal zone before the 5-minute mark. Nice Unite move from Absol. They just start cleaning this up here. Regirock going down here to the Absol. It felt like it could be the Espeon there, but no, Absol does take it. And from this point on, it does feel like after that tier 2 went down, Kiss Kiss was in full control for the rest of the 5 minutes, 30 seconds after it goes down.
Yeah, certainly on the scoreboard, I think levels weren't as bad as maybe they felt in some of these engagement, which was a bit disjointed from Redlock. But, you know, again, I'm really impressed, not just YT, but Redlock here, finding their way back into these games, giving themselves a real opportunity, because Kiss Kiss was all over the start of this fight.
Yeah, and there we go, just ripping through them right here. Here's the chase, right? Here's the moment where they bought an insane amount of time. The only problem with them buying this much time is, 1, of course, they didn't get out, but 2, you are using 2 Pokemon for it. So while it is amazing to waste enough time to get your allies to come back right here, there's unfortunately you're losing 2. So now you've got to wait for both of these Pokemon to come back. You can't engage 3v5. I love the effort, not able to do too much there. And then also, of course, the immediate surrender. You got to save those 15 seconds, of course.
Yeah, why not when you're in that moment? One thing I do want to point out, Awe did pop their Mewtwo Unite. Maybe trying to save Risk, but was just a bit too late, which means that was a resource just gone, which might have it would have been a terrific tool to take that Rayquaza at the end, because everybody on Kiss Kiss was now just bunched up in the middle. They were trying to get that spacing. So, maybe some better comms, a little bit more awareness. But Redlock was not far away, and we've got ourselves another pretty even fight despite these score lines. I mean, we're seeing the scoreboard, and it feels like at the end of each one of these game spriggles, we'd be like, that feels a little bit closer than maybe what we're seeing.
Yes, absolutely. I mean, these are some great games. I do think that Mewtwo Unite, I'm sure we won't have enough time to look back at it right now. There was a moment when Aegis/Comfey, they made it onto that jump pad. If they could have stalled their opponents for a second, they were like, if that Mewtwo Unite could have stunned them long enough to jump pad over the wall, I bet they would have made the great escape. Unfortunately, I think it was just a little mistimed.
But I mean, that's a lot of stuff.
Pokemon Unite, baby.
That's Pokemon. That's a lot of stuff that needed to happen at the end to bring them back into a game that they'd kind of been getting smashed out of. So resilience is key. Every team needs to find that within themselves. But man, I'm pretty sure they would have much rather had just an easier time going into Ray than having to pull off all these theatrics and these lunatic-based escapes to try and give themselves a chance here. Kiss Kiss, on the other hand, looking really strong. We didn't see a lot of JL on the map, like in these fights, but almost always seemed to be in the periphery. Nobody was really going down. We'd randomly see them crop up with a KO. In that Ray fight, they found 2 of them. So JL, I like to see them back into the mix. One of the more fun support players in NA to watch, and that game was no exception.
Yeah, I loved what Kiss Kiss was bringing to that game. We did see some really cool stuff from Redlock too. I mean, Aegis/Comfey, you saw how unbelievably powerful that was. Even more members of the enemy team are trying to gang up on you. It's really hard to take that down. You're able to play around them with your wide guard, your boosted, the healing from Comfey. There was some great stuff there, but I felt like Kiss Kiss was just firing on all cylinders there. I wonder what that means for the Juicers, right? Because the Juicers dispatched them 2-0. So OJ must be looking pretty good today, too.
Yeah, I think Kiss Kiss seems to be selecting, Metagross. We don't see that too often. I'm not saying it's a rare sight, but it's certainly something that, like, Oblivion has been favoring more than most other players in NA right now. And maybe Orange Juicers, just as a team, is more prepared to deal with not the S tier, A tier picks, but maybe those, like, high B tier type of selections like Metagross. So, like, they were less surprised, whereas it felt like every engagement Oblivion got to have in that first game resulted in multiple KOs, or at least a successful team fight for the squad.
Yeah, I think Oblivion was just so difficult for them to deal with, right? It's kind of a different vibe, but a very similar situation of an Aegislash, right? Aegislash has this amazing ability to sort of dive into a fight and then decide whether or not you're going to be tanky or you're going to start ripping through your opponents. Whereas Metagross is more like, I'm coming in, I'm doing some damage, you can't get me, I'm coming out, I'm coming back in, I'm doing some damage. But both of them, tanky, big shields, and able to disrupt your opponents and do a lot of damage. So I feel like we had kind of 2 different versions of that sort of skirmishing all-rounder.
Yeah, one thing I'd like to see that we saw in some ACL games that I wouldn't mind seeing in the West is using a different supporter as a tank, not just like Psyduck or like a Mr. Mime, but how about a Wigglytuff? If you're going to pick up Comfey anyways to ride a character, have like another great kind of bulky supporter that can help with your engagements. I wouldn't mind seeing that. However, we got to get through the first stage of this draft, which leads into some strong picks, and that's led by Miraidon on the side of Kiss Kiss.
Yeah, Miraidon, interesting strategy from them. They're playing this EXP share attacker, so they're not worrying about the damage output being the top end, right? You're still getting a ton of it with the charge beam and the choice specs. Of course, you're also getting some great secures early, but I think the big thing here is powering up your lane ally and at the same time using that curse damage to stop the HP recovery of your opponents. This is something you and I were talking about off broadcast just a little bit before the show, about how it does feel like the recovery numbers that we are seeing in Unite lately are so much lower than they've been previous seasons. Curse items, a big reason for that, but also just a different way people are playing supports.
Exactly. They're more of like a utility player than a dedicated healer, you know. Exceptions might be a Clefable, right, where that Moonlight is just so impressive and impactful because it's its go-to thing. And as I say that, Clefable being hovered right here to maybe put some gravity down, help facilitate this Absol that Mythra has locked in for their first pick.
Interesting. So Charizard's here. I'm so on board. I love Char. It got nerfed. It didn't deserve it, everybody, but here we are. Charizard's still a force. It also has a Curse Bangle on, which I think is an amazing item for Char. You look to the other side, Kiss Kiss doesn't have a ton of stuff that is too worried about dashing in. Now, of course, they have the Sacred Sword from Aegislash, which could be stopped by Gravity Clefable, and they have, you know, probably the Dragon Rush by Machisel here. But once Gravity is down, Aegislash can still use its boosted attacks that are kind of that huge dash and slash and slice, slice, slice. You're not stopping it with Gravity. So I wonder if we're going to see a Follow Me Clefable just because there isn't enough to shut down on the side of Kiss Kiss. Either way, you don't see a ton of Clefable. It works great with a tree, and I think it'll work pretty well with Charizard also.
Yeah, I mean, or it can be a thing because Clefable should hit its, you know, level 6 after some of these players on Kiss Kiss. Maybe you can make a decision then. Oh, Electro Drift Miraidon is in the mix. A Surf Blastoise is in the mix. Then Gravity stocks kind of go up because then you get to catch the Dragon Rush, but you're using it for these other things that Kiss Kiss is trying to do. And Follow Me is never a bad option, you know, to just draw the attention away on those key engagements that Garchomp or Sword are looking for. So I like that call out, Spraggles. You know, you think Gravity, who can it catch? But really it might be who can it stop them from catching with Follow Me.
Yeah, and the other nice thing about Follow Me is if you're throwing Follow Me into an Aegislash, you can kind of draw out some of its boosteds in an annoying way, right? So it doesn't want to waste these boosteds. It's charged up, but the Follow Me is forcing it to attack there for a moment. So we'll see what they end up playing in this match. One thing is for sure, you don't see much Char, you don't see much Clefable, so no question, I'm rooting for it here in Game 2.
Yeah, and maybe that's a part of the thing that we've seen. And something that maybe not will catch the Juicers off balance, but it might catch Kiss Kiss off balance.
And here we go. Game number 2. Kiss Kiss. Your purple team, Red Lock. Your orange team, Kiss Kiss, up 1 game. This is to decide who's moving forward in our tournament. The loser is done for the day. They're done for February.
Wristband there with this Clefairy early on. So the 2 Pokemon we want to see, the interesting picks that Redlock have pulled out, working in lane together, but they're kind of up against it between this Gossifleur and this future Garchomp, the Gibble, getting into the mix.
Yeah, I mean, Garchomp really strong even early, right? Just able to rip through some of this stuff. Not terrible secure either. So I think we've seen a lot of Garchomp play, not only because of how well it can actually perform against some of its opponents early, but of course what happens when it has its move combination online.
K-opener to Redlock as Mythra rotates down quickly in the bottom path. Not much that the Phantom could do about that engagement right there. Mythra going to make it out and maybe, just maybe, hang around to see how good they can be in the face of these other 2 players.
Oblivion looking to move in for this fight. There comes the big Sacred Sword trying to pick up some of that experience. They do hit the level 6, so it looks like they got a decent amount of that up here in the top path. No, the poor little Charmander not able to evolve. Clefable also in some trouble right here, having to eat some berries, while a big 27 points put into the top path.
Getting framed out is the Absol's engagement, but they find the follow-up there. Machisler goes down back-to-back. Clefable getting credit for the second one, but it's Absol, Mythra, that did all the heavy lifting.
And here we go. More points raining in from this Trevenant here in the bottom path. Mewtwo pulling back, and you can see that is the water spout for our Wartortle, so we are going to be seeing a rapid spin Blastoise.
Well, I mean, maybe that's another thing for this gravity selection we might see later on. Use as much information as you can to put your team in the best position. Machisler goes straight in with the Dragon Rush. We're going to see if they can pivot back as the tree was summarily split. Summarily? I can't say words, whatever. You go ahead.
Mute his mic. All right, you guys know how to do it. Here we are, 19 points in the bottom path here left in this goal zone. Bora pulling back, able to hit the first set of that charge beam. We'll see. Yes, they did hit the second, so they have that empowered charge beam online. Blastoise in a lot of trouble being taken down by the pursuit. Oblivion pushing back with the wide guard here. A dangerous place for Kiss Kiss to be, and they do retreat.
Yeah, I think that's clever. You know, just let it shake out. You already gave up 1 KO on to the Absol. Just back up, all stepping up with this Mewtwo Y. Throwing in a blast into the middle, going to start A-pressing. They finally hit their Mega Form. Eldegoss is the one who gets chopped down. Charizard moves back forward, and they are trying to flex themselves as a powerful opponent here to Kiss Kiss.
You know, we were just talking about, not seeing those crazy healing numbers that we have in a long time, but this is the true healing support here with the Moonlight Clefable, and we're going to see how well they are able to combo with that. Trevenant in some trouble as the Regieleki heads down towards this tier 2. It doesn't look like Redlock is going to try to push it.
No, and that's fine. They have other experience up on the map. They have other things and other places they can be. And the tree already bought enough time so they could easily take this objective and go focus on other things. Risk gonna go, and that Sacred Sword comes through and again gets framed out by the score here. Wide guard is there. Mithra with the backside support. We are just spinning to win in the face of Mithra, enough to send them reeling.
I'm wondering who the spin to win is for, really. I don't think it plays particularly well into the composition of Redlock. I mean, it's still a great move, and especially once you hit your level 13, your defenses are insane, but it feels like a lot of players on Redlock could actually maneuver away from that pretty decently. Perhaps they're thinking they're going to be bunched up with this Clefable, and I want to try to hit as many of them as possible.
Interesting move by Machisel, Dragon rushing away from the heal that was trying to put on them by JL. Nice little charge beam coming in from Bora Reach, long range. We've got a little poach here, an engagement on Machisler as they Dragon Rush in, can't hit the broadside of the barn, and they eat a Charizard Unite. Seismic toss to the sky and put back down to earth. Burn them while they're at it. Mewtwo Y Unite is pop. Let's see if they can leverage that. Machisel tries to go in with their Unite move. Excuse me, Mithra goes in, my apologies, with the Absol Unite and finds a couple targets for themselves.
Really nice stuff right here from Redlock, picking up that double KO. Here's Duskrunner trying to stop the Absol. Beautiful pursuit right there. That was amazing. They landed the reset on the spinning turtle. Let's go.
That was sick. I mean, you can see why Absol has just been seeing more and more play these days. That pursuit, half of the Blastoise HP gone.
Yeah, really beautiful. I mean, it's a great speedster, incredible burst, really strong with a level lead, as all speedsters are, and it's easy to get it. It's easy to farm with it. Nice engage here from Oblivion. And there was just what I talked about earlier. That was Gravity not really stopping Aegislash at all.
Yeah, maybe looking for some protection against some other things going in Kiss Kiss, or it just becomes a comfort thing, Spraggles, right? Maybe the rest of the team knows how to operate around Gravity, forcing Kiss Kiss to also know how to operate around Gravity, because Clefable, as you mentioned, not picked a lot lately.
No, not picked a ton. And look, Gravity's good. Regardless of how many dashes you're stopping, it's still a good move. It gives Clefable the option to hurt their opponents. It shuts down certain moves that are kind of surprising. Nice catch there by the Trevenant. Eldegoss in the air to try to stop that. Here comes the Unite from the Garchomp, ripping through them, trying to chase down Clefable, but they're not able to take them down. That's the healing difference right there as Charizard takes to the skies, cooking Oblivion.
Yeah, I mean, that was well found by the players of Redlock here. They poached, great poach by Rinchu on that Horn Leech on Machisel to force them into a bad spot and kind of keep having to push deeper and deeper, trying to find at least 1 KO, and all of Redlock is found standing after that engagement. Well done.
Nice stuff here, 30 points, and if you go down, the only thing you're giving up is a level 10 Clefable. Really beautiful stuff. Redlock looking great here in game number 2. I think looking better than they did in game 1, and their composition seems to be playing extremely well into Kiss Kiss.
No, it's terrific. I mean, this Charizard Unite, we talk about isolating Unite moves and how important they can be. Charizard's is no exception. Going straight through with the Sacred Sword, Rinchu leashes them along, tries to reposition with the Wood Hammer, is a bit successful. 4v2 in the top path. They're putting a lot of pressure on with this Charge Beam right now. Moonlight is there, Dragon Rush to pull them off pad, and the follow-up is true. JL getting the KO with the Eldegoss, A pressing them down. Look at the spacing, though, from this Mega Mewtwo Y. Excuse me, it wasn't Mega yet, but the Mewtwo Y just able to A-press and stall that out a little bit longer. Redlock now only in the lead by 1, but I think it could have been a lot worse.
That's right. Take a look at this right here. Kiss Kiss 230, Redlock 231. Redlock has the power of Team YT with it on that scoreboard. As we take a look at Regirock here, already being ripped in half. The rapid spin, and it looks like no one from Redlock is going to be able to do anything about it. Regirock secured by Kiss Kiss. That's going to be great for that Blastoise. It's almost level 13, which is a massive break point for rapid spin.
Yeah, it's going to need that too. 15 seconds here as we are just scrambling to make sure we have our Unite moves before this final engagement. Redlock trying to keep their tournament alive here.
Yeah, and here we have the Garchomp hiding in the top path. Bora just pushing them out. Teams are about to find out how close this match is, but they really would have no idea that it's this close. Rayquaza hits the board, not able to grab anyone there with that Wood Hammer. Garchomp grabs with the Dragon Claw, but they are peeling back. They might be able to heal it right here. Bora pushing them out, and it looks like we are playing this fight safe so far, Dupesnacks. No one committing to it, although Blastoise is in the central area there of Redlock. Takes a huge amount of damage. Tree back in!
Oh, nice poach! I can't believe they took that player, forcing out the Unite moves here to make sure that they lock down that Garchomp. Machisler is caught. Charizard's trying to burn it down from the skies, burninating the countryside like Trogdor. We're moving forward. The Mewtwo Y Unite has been popped, and it's still just a Garchomp down. Finally, Charizard eats it back the other way. We're scrapping, and we're spinning on top of this Mewtwo, but it gets sorted out quickly. Oblivion's deep in the sauce here, and it turns out that it's not enough sauce to make this thing taste good. Kiss Kiss forcing to reel a little bit. 2 players down on each side. They are separated by 1 point. Take a deep breath. We're going again.
Oh, man. Both teams resetting. Blastoise back in 5. Mewtwo Y back in 10. We've got the sword coming back, but it looks like Kiss Kiss wants to force the action right here. They are starting to hit Rayquaza. They don't know that they're behind by 1 point only, as Ray is already chipped to about half. Multiple members of Redlock don't really think this is the fight exactly, as they're letting this happen right here. Dragon Claw pushes out the Trevenant. Here comes the Garchomp Unite!
Full rip, and what was Redlock doing? They were just watching it happen in front of them. Didn't engage, didn't do anything. They're gonna lose this game. Kiss Kiss scrambling to score, but it's not that tough of a scramble. We've got 90-something points, 96 points on the backside, but it's not gonna be enough, as Kiss Kiss is putting in way more than that, and far easier too.
What? What were they all doing? Checking to see if their surrender button was up? What are they doing?
Ooh, holy smokes, brother! I have no clue what that was.
I mean, I know they must have been looking for their Unite moves, but all right. All right. There we go. Game 3, and Redlock, unfortunately, just not able to make it back to the Ray Pit in time. You had, members of Kiss Kiss, I don't think they were really planning on taking it, but with absolutely no pushback from Redlock, they just said, you know what, forget it. Let's just win the game, I guess.
Yeah, they kept hitting it. It got to 40%. You actually saw Machisel, they had to be on comms. They said, oh, they're not going to do anything. You saw Machisel Dragon Rush into the Rayquaza. Everyone popped their Unite moves that had them remaining, and I think Dusk Runner ended up sealing the Rayquaza with no there wasn't even an A-press from the side of Redlock on it. What were they doing? They heard me say, take a deep breath, we're doing it again, and Redlock goes, no. We're not doing it again. We're not doing that again. No shot.
We don't listen to you. You don't tell us what to do. Yeah, I think what I have to assume is they didn't actually expect, with the game being so close, they didn't actually expect Kiss Kiss to go for it right there, and they needed to charge their Unite moves. They were just trying to see if they could get that absolute Unite online, because it could be a big difference maker. But it does feel like showing really no presence except a support and defender around Rayquaza. At some point, Kiss Kiss goes, look, let's say we're 75% here. Let's say we're even 60% right here. We're up in this series. If we make the play right now, we can shut the door on this right here. And they had no idea that they were behind by 1 point.
Yeah, it was And of course, you actually gain percentage points on the rip when you're the only team that thinks it's happening, right? So
Yes.
like they threw all their moves on it, and even if Redlock theoretically had a chance because they were in the area, they weren't making that call, and it was evident. So a bit of a wet fart of a finish to this game between Kiss Kiss and Redlock, and Kiss Kiss is probably wondering, can't believe we got away with that.
Yeah, I mean, I think you're exactly right, by the way. I think the team that makes the decision has a much higher likelihood of it working out for them. You know, fortune favors the bold, as Matt Damon says when he's trying to sell you some crypto. So I do think that these teams, that's the first thing I thought of when I thought of that quote. I do think that these teams, when you make the decision to secure, right, you're the one in the power position. You have your moves ready to go. You know who's ripping, and you know who has either, you know, your Wicked Blow online or your Overheat ready to go. So I think they're in a great spot to take it, and they're already up in the series. I love that play from Kiss Kiss, and it doesn't feel like Redlock did much to stop it.
No, which is a shame because this first fight that they took looked really good. They were on top of it. They were in a good spot here. And this is where I so ignorantly said, take a deep breath. We're going to have to do it all over again. Because look, two players settled out on each side. They both went each way. There, here you see Machisel go in, pop their Unite move, go straight towards the Rayquaza. And alrighty, we'll just take that then.
Yeah, well, they just had really nice rip, right? They was already low. They had the Water Spout Rapid Spin Blastoise. They had incredible Secure if Aegislash is there. Those boosted Secure really, really well. And after that Dragon combo pushes them back, I think they all had a moment of going, I don't know where the Absol is. I don't know where the Charizard is, but we don't see them. Let's just do this right now.
Yeah, I misspoke a little bit. I said the Dragon Rush in. It was actually the Dragon Rush to check the bush, and once they found not a soul, they're like, oh, there's no one here then.
Yeah.
Unite moved back into the middle, and everybody threw all their stuff at it. Spraggles, you and I are going to take a pause for the cause. We're going to take a break. We just watched Kiss Kiss, Redlock. Kiss Kiss moves on, but coming up next, of course, is Dracoot and Zoinks. Don't go anywhere. We love you, and I love you more than Spraggles, despite him saying the opposite. Peace.
It's true. It's true. I'd lie, but it's true.
Welcome back, everybody, to the Pokemon UNITE Championship Series. We are here in the February Cup for North America. My name is Zoinks, and joining us over here in North America will be Draku. We got to talk to you a little bit in the pre-show when we were setting up the tournament, but Draku, great to have you over here. My first question to you is going to be, what's the big difference between EU and NA now that you've had the up-close and personal experience for a North America tournament?
Yeah, I think the first major thing for me is that it is a much better time zone for me to cast. Okay. Obviously, I'm here in California, so that's one of the best things about that one. But I think in terms of the player and the team quality, I think Nouns is the proverbial team to be looking out for on the side of EU. But Nouns unfortunately did lose out on runner-up today's event to Gen 5, so really awesome to see them. But I think for North America, it has been quite contentious. A lot of high-quality games and a lot of teams really going for those top prizes. And we've already seen three teams winning that top prize. Maybe we might see 4 today.
Yeah, if we want a brand new champion, we only have 2 teams left in the running. There is still remaining in our tournament that could potentially become a new champion of North America. Those teams are Kiss Kiss, who was just able to dispatch Redlock, and another one is a team we're going to be watching here in a moment. It'll be Nemesis versus Team YouTube. Now, a few new roster looks for both of these squads. Nemesis is going to be playing with Vin Diesel and Rex in this month's tournament, which was different than the previous one. Team YouTube adding Celestial into the mix. And Draku, here we go, starting off draft for game number 1 between Nemesis and YouTube. Winner goes home.
Nemesis on our purple side.
The winner stays in. The winner stays in. Loser goes home.
Winner is going home. Loser is going to be moving on, and the losers, yeah, exactly. But a couple of new roster changes for both of these teams. I would say a little more significant for Nemesis, picking up Rex in that supporter role once again. Rex has not been playing for the last couple of monthlies, and I think this is a very key component for Nemesis's success in the past. That's a really hard one to say, but a shot caller is really what they've been missing. I'm glad to see them back in. But Vin Diesel, more recently on Hotspot last month, making top 8 then, joining as the central area carry for Nemesis. They've been participating in a lot of grassroots events, and they've been looking awesome in this new role.
Yeah, big switch up for the team at Nemesis. And hey, Rex, welcome back. Slowbro, Umbreon, and Blissey all banned. So many iconic picks for this player already taken out of the running. We're going to have to go a little bit deeper in the well. Now, speaking of the well, though, Team YouTube going to some familiar picks in their first couple of options. Akilo locking up that Hoopa, especially when Blissey and Psyduck are both banned by Team YouTube. So clearly a strategy to get that support Pokemon in the hands of Akilo, but the rest of the draft rounding itself out very nicely. So said Sam, gonna debut in this tournament, or at least on the top 8, on the Inteleon now.
Take a look at this. Metallic was hovering over that Serena earlier on in the draft. It's most likely going to be Serena and this Buzzwole in that top path. Serena, kind of struggles in this early game as a Bounce Weight and a Steenie, and we all know Buzzwole, really strong early game presence with all those muscles, especially with that Fell Stinger, just really good last hitting, and Serena needs quite a bit of experience to get to level 6, particularly to get those stage 3 evolution. But, I mean, what do you think about these team cons? Any advantages you see so far?
Well, I really do like the Zarina. Yes, it does take a decent amount of experience to get to that level 6, but when you're playing in that top path, oftentimes you can kind of leave them on an island, play for that first bottom objective, allow Metallic to farm to their heart's content. I wouldn't be too worried about that. I do think Pikadiff on this Mamoswine is going to have to be one of the biggest responses into this composition. Both Aegislash and Zarina are susceptible to the Ice Fang, but it's always a mental game when those Pokemon have that kind of duel. A little bit of unstoppable triggers on these all-rounders can make the Ice Fang kind of useless for the Mamoswine. It's all going to come down to timing. So that duel is going to be very interesting to watch. But the firepower in the backline for Team YouTube is going to be the big question mark for me. It feels like these two teams are playing kind of poke compositions for the first time, which we have not seen be very popular for a long time. We've seen a lot more dive, a lot more brawl, where Nemesis is kind of blending those lines with a Miraidon in the backline and double all-rounder for the fighting force. Team YouTube really leaning into that dynamite backline of Inteleon and Gardevoir. So much special attack damage, so much burst damage. It's going to be the question, can Nemesis find a way past that devastating front line and get around Akilo's shenanigans to really close the door on some of these knockouts?
Yeah, I think for Nemesis and Team YT, this is definitely going to be a cat and more like mouse's game, right? Yeah, that double attacker backline that we were talking about. I don't think I've seen Celestial play an Inteleon before. We know Celestial to be a very proficient Zoroark player.
Yeah.
Lucario in the top path in years past. We'll see how they do in the bottom path. But game number 1 of this losers quarterfinal set. Again, loser of this one is going to be going home, Zoinks.
Yeah. I love that call out, Drake, here about Celestial having to role swap a little bit here to the attacker role. I mean, everyone does consider Celestial one of the best mechanical players that we have in North America on Pokemon like Zoroark or Urshifu, but AIM is a totally different brain when it comes to pressing your buttons at the right time. But I'm sure a lot of that skill will transfer. Celestial already having a decent early game. X-Speed will be popped by Rex, who is boasting that red buff a little bit more aggressive, but a Kilo on the chase, forcing them all the way to the bottom path. Rex, welcome back to the league, my friend.
I mean, predatory support Pokemon has definitely been in the favor of Pokemon Unite recently, but in the top path, so sad Sam, clearing that central area, easily hitting that level 5. Metallic actually leading in experience relative to the Buzzwole. Actually, Buzzwole almost at level 5. Gotta be very careful. They do have superpower available to them. Really nice full heal to cleanse that superpower. Really good engagement there for Nemesis.
Yeah, Metallic definitely have to play a little bit more safe. Aspel taking quite a bit of poke damage, but that Squirtle, even in their base form, very solid defense stats. So they're going to be able to walk back to their goal zone. Fui keeps trying to grab these superpowers, but just barely. The timing missing out every single moment. But the aggressive pressure from Team YouTube is still there. Fui and Aquilo knocking on the door of this tier number 1 goal zone, and it's everything Nemesis can do to just batten down the hatches.
Cenia's going to head to the central area, see if they can try to get that level 6 evolution. It's going to be a real struggle, yeah, to get any sort of experience in this top path. That Buzzwole, again, superpower, and even Fellstinger in the early game, just so good at last hitting wild Pokemon and capturing that for yourself. Squirrel's going to be heading back to the Pokemon Center, and same thing, KO streak of 2, Celestial now hitting their stage 3 evolution, Inteleon on the board.
The name Relics or Yeet fan going all the way in to try to get some early game stacks. It feels like the playstyle is still going to replicate itself no matter what the Pokemon choice is on this Electro Drift from Maridon. Still trying to get some early game pressure for the scoring. Punished by Team YouTube as Celestial's able to pick up a KO. But Relics on the response there. That will be the Hoopa KO'd Aquilo, having to take the long way back to this main objective, but with only 30 seconds remaining until our first real team fights start popping off, they will be back just in time.
Oh, big damage coming in from Team YT. Snipe shot landing on the Squirrel, followed up by an Ice Fang from that Piloswine. It's going to be heading back over to the left side of the field, and a big fight breaking out here in the top path. Buzzwole heading back to the right side of the field. Nemesis making a huge exodus to this tier 1 goals on the top path. Team YT, though, is going to take this first tower.
They were able to force that 3v1 initially. Aquilo goes towards the bottom path. They are able to Hoopa travel up to the top side, but it takes them a little bit longer. Gardevoir Unite move does catch one, so the team fight starts swinging in the favor of Team YouTube as it is an abandon of the top path and all hands on deck towards this Regieleki. Relics trying to dodge their way back towards that goal zone, but Electro Drift is only going to get you so far. Cut off by Team YouTube as they take away the retreat option, and they will be taking out this Regieleki.
Yeah, Team YT has quite a bit of momentum going into the halfway point of the game. Regieleki going to bounce on over to that tier 1 goal zone. With that Hoopa hyperspace portal, the highway is going to bring everyone down to the bottom path. A coup de grace, as graceful as you can do it. Vin Diesel now on this tier 1 goal zone, but it looks like they might be disengaging.
All right, so Nemesis able to take that secondary objective. A good swing for them. You lose a team fight on the top side. It's not guaranteed you can make that rotation to take yet another one. So they will take that, but this mid fight will be going in the favor of Team YouTube immediately, with Fui and Aquilo picking up KOs, and Fui still trying to throw down in the middle of this fight. However, it's Metallic to finally cut down on that support. Aquilo is going to be gone. Fui will put out some more damage, but that Regirock buff will be helping the side of Nemesis. Defense boost, making sure that no one is able to get fully KO'd, even by a level 9 Buzzwole.
Yeah, as we head to the halfway point of the game, let's take a look at the field state, Zoinks. 99 to 169, a small lead by Team YT, but with that last fight, I feel like Nemesis finally found their first breath of fresh air, getting a team fight win in that central area. Now we have level 10s on our all-rounders, exactly where they want to be, almost at level parity with Team YT.
Oof, full heal to block the Ice Fang, but that is a cooldown that's going to be gone. Any fight against a Mamoswine and a Buzzwole, not having that full heal cooldown is going to be terrifying. Great small score by Rex. attacks that will shut down the Hoopa availability a little bit. Cotton Cloud Crash going to be used mostly for the damage onto this Buzzwole, as Fui is going to be taking a ton of it. A big burst from Metallic will finally take that KO, as Vin trying to chase down Aquila, but that Phantom Force means that they'll have the escape path ready. Pikatif falls, Fui falls, Nemesis with a small skirmish win, but YouTube not losing too much in the grand scheme of things.
Yeah, Nemesis right now, they have a very, very bulky composition, especially when they get their Stage 3 evolutions. Metallic is looking unstoppable once they've hit Serena at level 6, and now getting their first plus abilities. The shielding for Serena has been boosted, buffed over the most recent balance patches. It's going to make this Pokemon a lot more difficult to KO. Pikatif is going to hold on or maybe push on forward to get some vision on this Tier 2 goal zone. Regieleki going to bounce over to the Tier 2 goal zone. Nemesis has some really interesting decisions to make here. They might push onto the Tier 2 goal zone or maybe pivot down to the bottom path.
Yeah, complete pivot of priorities for this second set of objectives. Team YouTube favoring that basement Registeel, as Nemesis wants to push this score lead a little bit as they are trailing. No Hoopa Unite needed to rally back to defend that Regieleki. I think that's an important point, as Hoopa will still have that available to bring the entire squad. Vin Diesel making it out just on a hair of HP, but maybe not for long, as Fui is trying to chase them down. Wide guard for the stun and the shield. Gets into shield form, but it is not enough, as Gardevoir will take that KO. Nowhere that Fui can run, or so nowhere that Vin can run that Fui won't find you.
Yeah, Nemesis a little bit of hesitancy to move down to that Tier 1 goal zone. It's a little bit difficult to make some decisions on whether to push that Regieleki forward, because that Hoopa on the field is going to go into that Hoopa unbalanced state. Can very easily send some members from that Tier 2 where the Regieleki was going onto to the Tier 1 in that bottom path. Last time, Junk Time to use these Unite move, KO streak of 2 for Yeet Fan, make that a KO streak of 3, and now Nemesis really finding that once again, that breath underneath their wings. They're able to find another team fight win, an ace for our purple side team.
Big swing by Team YouTube, using that 330-minute Unite move, because you know you'll be able to recharge it in time to try to break that first tier goal zone and get a really big score lead. But Metallic able to hold down the defense just long enough that everybody from Nemesis could rally back and join that defensive effort. They defend that goal zone. They make this scoreline within 9 points now, as they were able to return the favor and score in that bottom tier 1 goal zone. And now Hoopa has no tier 1s to operate with. Nemesis really taking the W in every instance of that last fight at 330.
Yeah, a couple of things to think about, though. You know, you wanted to break these goal zones or fragment that Hoopa hyperspace highway as quickly as possible. A little bit late to break that tier 1 goal zone on the bottom path. Both tier 1 goal zones in the top and bottom path were broken rather shyly. I think both of them cumulatively maybe a 10-point overcap between the two. And it looks like both teams are going to separate, diverge at the center. And with Nemesis prioritizing this Regieleki, and oh boy, take a look at this, Zoinks. A Registeel, one of the most polarizing objectives in the game, is going to give them that boost in damage for the next 90 seconds.
Yeah, luck has smiled along Team YouTube, but Azabel is actually able to find Pikatif. That surf kidnapping effort as they try to take the Mamoswine all the way to the opposite side, but will not be enough, and Rex takes 2 snipe shots.
Wow.
Body blocking for your defender. Maybe not your best decision, but they will go down immediately. Metallic is in the fray, but that is a lot of enemy targets to work with, as Buzzwole is going to slam down to take that first KO of the fight, or at least the first major one. Miraidon does have a couple of targets lined up as Hoopa's taking some heat, but they return the favor and knock out the Miraidon. Vin Diesel able to take out one, and Azabel and the Aegislash still ready to fight.
Yeah, 11-point lead by Nemesis, but they've lost a lot of members, a lot of Pokemon in the central area, and this might lead the way for Team YT to take this off of the field. Really good rip and really good secure from Celestial. Starts to work on this Rayquaza in the top path. Here comes the Fairy Singularity, and Celestial able to capture the Rayquaza. The shield's in tow. They're going to start to head over to the left side of the field.
Amazing use of that Gardevoir Unite move. Yeah, it's just going to do damage and lock down any melee target around that Ray Pit, but it also prevented Azabel from being able to body block that snipe shot. You saw that Blastoise constantly trying to move in front of the Inteleon, or at least separate the path between them and the Rayquaza, but Gardevoir just makes that an impossible task with that huge black hole created around the Rayquaza, and Team YouTube able to take away that objective and skyrocket their scoreline, 569 to 180. This game is all but over, with Team YouTube taking a 1-game advantage.
Kind of a very surprising win in the central air for Team YT. We were talking about that Reggie Steele again gives them that global EXP, but Reggie Steele is just so strong because it gives you that boost in damage for the next 90 seconds, or at least the duration of your life. And I feel like Nemesis quite literally just didn't play together. They have one more push to the right side of the field, but this is definitely the point of no return. I'll take a look at this. They're going to bring everyone over to the left side of the field. They don't even need to defend this tier 1 goals or a tier 2 goal zone. All they need to do is wait out this timer. Team YT, 1 game away from moving forward.
Wow, okay, great start to this battle for them. Yeah, there was a few instances of that final fight that went a little haywire for Nemesis. I think Team YouTube will really take a great advantage. Like you mentioned, that Registeel buff helping out in spades. I mean, 2 snipe shots, and I think 1 auto attack able to take out that Eldegoss immediately at the start of the fight really swung things in their favor. Metallic has to make a pretty desperate play because the situation they're in, and their wires get crossed, and Team YouTube the ones to come out ahead.
Celestial actually having an MVP performance, is your KO leader of the game, also your MVP leader of the game at 8 KOs. We'll see those damage numbers in just a second here, but take a look at this, Sorenx. I mean, 2 attackers on the side of Team YT. This is a category that we don't see all too often, and I mean, Nemesis, they have quite a bit of dive. They have Aegislash, they have Serena, Metallic, one of the best players to make this Pokemon look so well. Relics also is on that Electro Drift, so another form of dive, and just really struggling to find the knockouts on these attackers in the backline. 77,000 damage is your damage leader of the game. That is Celestial on that Inteleon. What do you think? Was it more of a draft problem, or was it more of a strategy problem for Nemesis?
I think drafts. Like we're talking about, I don't think we could talk about Aegislash and Zarina as truly dive Pokemon. At least not with the opposition that they're running into. With that Buzzwole and a Mamoswine, like they are not going to be achieving the same thing that maybe a Leafeon or even an Absol or Talonflame would actually be able to pull off. I think the Miraidon was the one source of actual danger towards the Gardevoir and the Inteleon, and we saw that happen a few times, but even then, Aquilo willing to use the Hoopa Unite move to solo shut down this Electro Drift Miraidon. It felt like YouTube knew exactly what Nemesis was trying to accomplish, and they had a few counters lined up throughout their draft to really shut them down. So when it comes to the draft, I really favor Team YouTube early. From a few other points, like the damage core, also Astable on this Blastoise made a few great plays, but the early game is going to suffer when you are playing a Blastoise tank game. It takes a while to get online, at least to the level you really need it, so I think we saw that punished quite a bit by Team YouTube in this game number 1.
Yeah, not only just the Blastoise, I mean, if you look at the core of Nemesis, their early game is quite poor, right? They have Serena, who doesn't, like we were talking about, doesn't really get online until level 4, and then level 6 when they hit that stage 3 evolution. Aegislash does some pretty decent last hitting with a Shadow Sneak, I believe is the ability that they have early game, but relative to a Buzzwole, relative to an Inteleon, and a Mamoswine, these are all Pokemon with really, really strong early games, and sometimes the early game, the first 3 minutes of the game can really dictate the tempo of the rest of the 7 minutes.
Yeah, when you're picking this Eldegoss and even favoring them to get the red buff early on in that moment, or you're really hoping that maybe you can win that Zarina versus Buzzwole matchup in the early game, and it just did not result that way, right? We saw the Eldegoss go down a couple times, or get close to, and this is that final fight moment we're seeing yet again, just above our screen. We saw the Miraidon get shut down via that Hoopa, and Aegislash is working on the bottom path, but as soon as they join, every single member of Team YouTube is trying to shut down that sword and focus on that Rayquaza. You can see Nemesis had that one hyper carry of the Aegislash remaining in that team fight, and Team YouTube sees that and immediately has great target priority to shut it down. Really liked how Team YouTube played that whole match, honestly.
Now we're on the, again, losers quarter final. We're losers side of the bracket, so Nemesis on their elimination game, possibly their elimination game right here. Team YT obviously wants to win this game to move on forward to the semifinal round. I mean, Nemesis, they have quite a number of Pokemon they have in their arsenal, obviously getting to this point, just the level of Pokemon that they can play. I think maybe Metallic on this arena was just not the best pick. Again, like I was saying, one of the best players to make this Pokemon look so strong. I know Metallic to be a very proficient Leafeon player. I think they were towards the end of their draft. Maybe Leafeon would have been a better pick here to be that formal dive that you were talking about. But as we head into game number 2 here, both defenders, I think this is the exact same bands that we've seen in game number 1. Relics back on that Miraidon once again.
Yeah, bands are identical. It looks like the picks would have been identical so far, but it will be a rotate from the Mamoswine or the Buzzwole in that last pick position to the Mamoswine instead. So, Team YouTube actually going after the support core a little quicker, maybe with that double defender ban leaning into that. I like it a lot. Rex will return to the Eldegoss. Azumarill looking like they're going to favor that Blastoise yet again. So, believing in this pick still, despite, my criticisms, I suppose, but they are still going to lock it in no matter what. Team YouTube going to go with a almost identical draft as well.
I think it was Dupe Snacks that said it in our back room, but the more interesting parts of these drafts are going to be towards the end of the draft process. That's where we've seen some of the more interesting picks. And Metallic is going to be pulling out another all-rounder in that top path, also having kind of a struggling early game. Magikarp is notorious to kind of flop around the top path, and, well, they're going to be going up against a Buzzwole. I think, relative to a Bounsweet and a Steenie, Flail on Magikarp surprisingly does pretty decent last hitting.
Yeah, it can. In a good position, right? Lightning can strike and the fish can truly cause some damage. But yeah, if you could last hit secure, get to that Gyarados evolution as quickly as possible. The whole thing is you need to hit that benchmark and hit that breakpoint, but you need to do it before Buzzwole really gets running and online at the exact same time. With a player like Fui, that becomes a even more difficult prospect. So I think Metallic on this Pokemon, We've seen the damage it can do. We've seen the power level that Metallic can achieve with this Gyarados selection, but it is a very, very difficult opposition on the other side with that Buzzwole, especially if we're thinking early game. Another big swap up, though, is going to be Team YouTube kind of going away from that double poke composition and instead leaning a little more into the brawl. They are going to go with the Urshifu, likely going to be a single strike Urshifu with the item build that we've seen so far, and I think that's a really good idea. If you want a great level 5 out of the central area immediately, Wicked Blow Urshifu is just the thing for you, especially if you want to shut down a Magikarp quickly and make sure that it gets no experience in that first engage.
Yeah, I love Team YT's composition here. It just looks so much better front to back. It scales really well. It has really good early game tempo. It scales into the late game with some of those stage 2 and stage 3 evolutions. Yeah, they have Rip and Flip, one of the compositions that is very prolific right now in Pokemon Unite. Nemesis, I think, maybe just a little on their heels at the moment, more reactionary to Team YT's draft at the moment right now. But Nemesis really got to pull it together here because this is, again, their elimination game.
Yeah, all right, so we're going to be running it back. So last time we saw Relics actually adopt the Electro Drift on their Miraidon. Their item build, I don't think would necessarily make you think that. Exactly, a lot of just raw special attack damage items that we saw before. I kind of thought we were going to be looking at a beam game, but instead we saw the Drift game. I wonder if that'll swap around now that there is not the double attacker on the other side and is only one to focus on. We'll have to see. Early game battle, a lot of damage being thrown out, and it actually is going to be immediately changing over to the top as Pikachuff on the run, but 2 auto attacks in. Asdable's going to pick up that KO. Unfortunate, probably would have liked the Miraidon to pick it up, but either way, EXP share going to cover our bases.
Now, Rex with that red buff, got to be very careful if you're Team YT moving forward to get some stacks. But I feel like the damage has already been done. Doublé heading up to the top path once again as well. In this bottom path, though, I think a win going over to Sam at the moment. They're currently at level 4, but this Hoopa Hyperspace Hole, take a look at this Exodus Zoinks. 4 members heading up to the top path, maybe even 5 if they're going to take that Hoopa Hyperspace Highway left down in the bottom path. But here we go. First engagement on the field here. Fui is able to hit level 5. Is going to hone in on Vin Diesel, and it might be the first K opener of the game.
Yeah, rare miss for Vin Diesel on that Sacred Sword. Goes to the other side of the wall for essentially no value as he didn't grab a single target. Celestial goes in extremely deep, but having no cooldowns means they are able to get shut down, but that's all right. The path was open. So Urshifu, a great Pokemon to achieve just that, open up a ton of space with these really dangerous engages, and then allows YouTube to get a ton of scoring in. We were hoping that maybe this Buzzwole wouldn't get as charged early or often, but it seems that Fui has other plans in mind.
Yeah, Fui is in the gym right now, getting those curls in for that attack weight stack. I think at this point in the game, they are fully stacked up. So this is kind of like Deja Vu. Metallic struggling to get that second tier evolution. That effort gauge just really slow to pick on up here. And the only thing that's getting picked up right now is Metallic getting picked up by this Ice Fang Pikachuff, finding that knockout there. And Team YT starting to snowball into the mid-game.
Yeah, that effort gauge is essentially full from what I think I've seen. Yeah, there it is. Finally, we get the Gyarados evolution. So walking out of spawn, the Magikarp will transform into the gigantic of Gyaradoses. As now we have a push towards the top side. A lot of damage for our poor little War Turtle, but not in time, as that Hyperspace Hole will bring everybody back to full HP and immediately back into the fray.
Pretty good high-value KO in the top path. They're going to allow the opportunity for Metallic to get some stacks of their own. 4 members, there are 5 members in this bottom path for either team, and these Swablues are going to evaporate off of the field. Pikachu making some room for the team, and right now we got a little bit of time before we make their way down to the bottom path. Gyarados is going to hang out that top path, maybe take that Regieleki on its own, and first objectives on the field, and the scoreline is about at parity.
Yeah, Team YouTube with a really early fight. They're going to grab Astable immediately with that Ice Fang with the Snipe Shot. That is going to be a foregone conclusion. Relics is going to just try to fight the backline. If they could take a Buzzwole KO in this situation, I think they're totally fine with it. Yeah, they go down, but Fui goes down as well. Regieleki secured by Nemesis in the top path, soloed by Metallic. But now the question will be, can they defend this goal zone, as Vin, the first one up to do so?
The siege is continuing forward. Unite move on. The Aegislash is going to get that KO there. 20 points in from the Hoopa. Snipe Shot is going to land on the Eldegoss. KO streak of 2 for So Sad Sam. Asnable here in time, but here comes Metallic. Can they make some room for the team? They do have Unite move available to them, and with that, maybe fighting too far over to the left side of the field. 3 KOs going over to Nemesis now. The siege is back onto the right side of the field.
Yeah, the fighting type Pokemon have returned. Urshifu and Buzzwole working together like the dynamic duo they are, trying to defend the goal zone, and successful as they fend off Nemesis, who understands they got the value of that last push that they can. There are other objectives to be working on, namely these spawn of birds in the middle. Metallic and Vin going to work together to take the majority of those. Celestial has to eject button to dodge some damage, but that means they won't land in that hyperspace hole. But with that Gyarados Unite move, I don't think that would have even saved them either. Snipe Shot going to land into Gyarados. That means they have to retreat.
High-intensity Pokemon Unite in game number 2. You've been brawling for, I feel like, the last 2 minutes since that objective has spawned. Nemesis going into the central area and now back down to this bottom path, trying to play some mind games where they decide to be on the map. Hoopa coming down through that Hoopa portal. Celestial is going to start moving on forward right next to Aquilo, their newest teammate. It's going to start pushing onto this tier 1 goal zone, but do they have enough firepower? So Sad Sam, do they have the vision? Here comes the Snipe Shot landing on Asnable, and it looks like a lot of members of Nemesis is going to be going down.
Asnable does get Unite move, though, mid-fight, so achieves that level 9, and Hydro Typhoon buys just enough time for Relics to put together a 3-piece with the backline. I was thinking maybe we're looking at a beam game. I'm certainly happy we're not, as this Electro Drift is looking spectacular from Relics. They are carving through so many of these enemy Pokemon in tandem with that HP shred of Aegislash. The damage is truly devastating, and Nemesis are going to shatter this tier 1.
Finally, the goal zone comes down, but the fight continues to break out here, and I think this might be the first time we disengage, but no, take a look at this. A Registeel has formed in the bottom side of the map. So many Unite moves have been expended. This is going to be a clean fight between the two teams. Asnable on the Blastoise is going to be the next to fall in that bottom path. There is a really good foremost secure on the side of Team YT. Here comes the Snipe Shot and the Body Block from Pikachu. Can he find this Snipe Shot in here? Coup de Grace, another tool of choice, but wait a minute. Registeel going over to Team YT, the Buzzwole, the Pokemon to capture the Registeel.
Yeah, I think I saw just a slim bit of that HP bar still up after the Aegislash Unite move. Buzzwole gonna clean up that battlefield, as that is yet another damage buff in the favor of Team YouTube. 2 of those so far in this game. I think that makes 3 on the match now for them. A lot of favor towards that bottom objective for this Team YouTube squad. And with the Regieleki still available on the map, the question begs, do either of these teams want to force a fight around it?
Yeah, I think they've been fighting for the last 5 minutes or so, and the fighting continues to break out on this bottom path. Finally, a win going over to Team YT as they're able to break this goal with a pretty decent overcap as well. Junk Time Unite moves, and before that final stretch begins, is here in this bottom path once again. Super Swole Slam trying to go plus ultra the enemy team, but this Gyarados finally finding its fins, finding its wings in the bottom path. A KO streak of 2 from Metallic.
Wow. Okay, so Metallic getting involved in the fights does not want Relics to take all of the, all of the fame and fortune of this last battle. And Team YouTube gonna get the immediate run back. A little bit greedy of a push by Nemesis to try to pick up that experience of those Altaria Swablues, punished by YouTube almost immediately. Now, when the team fight with a couple of knockouts, that means 2 Pokemon will not have that Registeel buff any longer. It's the Buzzwole and the Mamoswine, but Hoopa, Urshifu, and Inteleon will all still have it for the majority of the remainder of this match. Watch out for the heavy damage numbers that those Pokemon are going to be able to do.
18-point game. Finally, a moment to breathe for both the teams and the casters. 20 seconds before the final stretch begins. Unite moves kind of lacking on the side of Nemesis. Hopefully, they should be able to get that in the next 15 seconds. Actually, there's only one Unite move, just 2 Unite moves, a couple of yellow dots ticking above these icons on either side of the field. But very close game in Pokemon Unite terms, not only in score, Zoinks, but also in levels.
Oh, these snipe shots are really doing a huge amount of poke damage. It's everything that Rex can do with these pollen puffs to try to bring these HP bars back to some level of normalcy, even with the Cotton Guard as well. And you see Vin trying to play around that bottom side, but they're going to have to form back up. Big engage by Celestial. They immediately find Azumarill, and before they can Hydro Typhoon, they are taken down.
Oh, the fight continues to break out here in the central area. Kalen streaking 2 for So Sad Sam. Once again, trying to find the vision. Once again, Metallic in the choke point with that Dragon Current is going to find a KO, and a couple of members of Team YT, Urshifu and So Sad Sam still in that Pokemon Center. Metallic is going to escape with bounce through that wall, but this might give the path forward for Team YT to take this off of the field. It's very risky considering this Inteleon is still available. Actually, no, Inteleon is still back in the Pokemon Center, so this might be a clean fight once again. A refight for the last minute.
Nemesis have a huge bonus of having both the Eldegoss and the Blastoise Unite move still ready to go, and there's the Hydro Typhoon. 3 targets, and it's immediately a KO onto the Hoopa. Fui also cannot last long against all those boosted auto attacks of the Aegislash Rayquaza at under half HP now. You gotta watch out for Sam, though, with those auto attacks, but it's not enough. It will be the Aegislash felling the Rayquaza. Sword beats Dragon.
KO streaking 2 for Aznable. KO streaking 2 for the Eldegoss as well. Always want to talk about those aggressive supporters that we've been talking about all day on broadcast. And Rex, of course, no stranger to that aggressive type supporter playstyle. And Nemesis is going to find game number 2 striking back, keeping their tournament life alive.
Wow, how incredible is Metallic able to walk out of that 1v3 and buy so much time for the entire squad, able to kind of distract the Pika-Dip Mamoswine away from the center of that fight, recall, come back with a full breath of HP, and then play with the side of the support and defenders. Incredible stuff from Nemesis to turn a really rough situation into an advantageous one. 1-1 in our losers' quarters.
Incredible composure by Nemesis, really kind of falling short in that early game, but, taking the objective forward and maybe taking some risks that they needed to take because they lost in that early game. And Zoinks, I don't think I took a breath that entire, 8 minutes of the game. It was complete action all the way through. High intensity Pokemon Unite is exactly what we love to see and what we love to cast. But So Sad Sam, 12 knockouts, is your knockout leader of the game. Relics on the side, or Yeet Fan on the side of Nemesis, 10 KOs for themselves. But a couple of players to talk about here. Again, Metallic really struggling in that early game against that Buzzwole, to be expected, but able to find the assist lead. 17 assists for Metallic. Take a look at that. 101,000 damage from the 2 carries on the side of Nemesis.
Wow, I mean, that's a match with a lot of team fighting in it, right? We've seen 102,000 to 101,000 amount of damage. Now, the healing numbers for Rex about 50k. Of course, the Hoopa healing numbers are always tough to manage with the whole recall mechanic and things like that, but a whole lot of damage thrown either way and a whole lot of KOs to go along with it. I mean, yeah, Metallic, a rising star in that game number 2, but Sam, despite the loss, also looking like a terrifying player to see in the lobby. This Inteleon from them, as they have quite a few incredible attacker picks in their tool belt. This Inteleon looking wonderful. So many knockouts and 71,000 damage in total. I mean, that is a player you were trying to shut down. I think Relics found a way to do so in our game number 2, but it did take them until the midway point of the match before the Miraidon was starting to finally take the tempo away from this Inteleon. Even early game, going in the favor of that Sobble and Drizzile.
Yeah, I'm excited to see these highlights and how we got to a Game 3 scenario here. But as we saw in this early game, again, Team YT expected to have really good early game presence with that Buzzwole in the top path. But I think it was at this point in the game where it started to peel on over to the side of Nemesis. Lots of damage coming in the way of Metallic. But, this was a high velocity game, just fighting, battling this entire time. Really nice Hydro Typhoon kicks up 5 members here. Unfortunately, not able to get a couple of knockouts because no one was on the battlefield at that time, but my gosh, Soyance, I'm excited to see what happens for Game 3.
Likewise. I mean, wow, what a great match. I mean, hey, Draco, welcome to North America, all right? We got an awesome one, and wow, look at that slow-mo. I mean, shout out to our replay ops for putting together some really cool packages for us, but that final moment around the Registeel, just a tiny chance for either team to pick it up, and Team YouTube walking away from that fight. But this was we were seeing one of the 100,000 fights that we saw in this game this game number 2, basically on repeat. But these snipe shots from Sam were just the ever-present threat. You can see how even while they're on the run, they are still a threat. But Metallic with a huge Unite move, I don't think we even really got to see that in the heat of the moment in that last fight, one of the biggest moments of that final game.
Yeah, just like a lot of these Unite moves, I can see it there again. The eject tech from some of these water type Pokemon are just so cool to see. Hydro Typhoon with the eject button. We've seen that time and time again. Same thing with Metallic, the Dragon Current with the eject button. Just so cool to see the amount of displacement you can provide for your team. But here we go, right into game number 3. Not a breath of fresh air in that last game, and we're right back into it, Zoinks.
Okay, but for the first time, our draft is changing in a few ways. Team YouTube actually electing to take the first pick position in our draft, and the bans are going to be changing. So Miraidon going to be added to the list of banned Pokemon. Umbreon there as well. That will be a Blissey ban, and Urshifu is going to be banned for Nemesis. So a few interesting first pick Pokemon that are available here. Psyduck was going to be the top of my list, and it seems that it is on YouTube's list as well.
Nemesis now on our orange side team, just to orient our viewers back home, as Nimble hovering over that Blastoise once again did really well. And wow, Mewtwo Y coming out to play here. Mewtwo Y does so well when it's enhanced by another, maybe like Helping Hand Blissey. Of course, Blissey is banned on the side of Nemesis. Could we potentially see like maybe a Mew, for example, with coaching, can help with those auto attacks? But of course, Mewtwo Y just so consistent in its Unite move and its amount of damage it outputs in that mid to short range.
Yeah, it is a pivot in strategy though for Nemesis. Right now, all of a sudden, this Inteleon is a little bit safer in that backline now that there is not a Electro Drift Miraidon to really make some damage happen in that backline. Instead, it's going to be a very front to back oriented composition. But with Gyarados and Mewtwo Y, I don't think you're worried about the amount of damage you can do. It's just, can you get it done to the right targets? Celestial, though, going to swap up their picks as well. Absol enters the game.
Yeah, I'm a little bit concerned for the Mewtwo Y first pick. You don't see a lot of attackers really doing so well as a first pick option. I think, Miraidon is one of those Pokemon, one of those attackers that really flexes well in that first pick option. But there are so many attackers, most attackers in the metagame right now are what I like to call reactionary picks, right? You normally pick them towards the ends of draft. Think about like Decidueye or Cinderace, for example, or, Greninja. You don't normally see these attackers, but they do a lot better because the enemy team has very little time to react to. And a Pokemon like Mewtwo Y doesn't have a whole lot of range, so a Pokemon like Inteleon does really well into it. Speedsters generally just do really well into it, so yeah. I'm a little bit curious to see Mewtwo Y early on in draft, but we'll see.
Draku, I want your opinion on this Pikatif Slowbro. Going away from the Mamoswine in this draft phase allows, I feel like, Vin and Metallic to play their all-rounders a little bit more fast and loose. Instead, we're going to be going with a Cursed Incense Slowbro as well. So I'm imagining we are going to be looking at the Scald, but we could be playing with Surf. Either one will apply the healing stoppage in a lot of different situations. So your opinions on this Slowbro ad?
Yeah, I think it's going to be going Scald. There's a couple of secondary properties for Scald, so very much like in Canon series, it does cause a burn, not 30%, but it always causes a burn, and burn in Pokemon Unite typically reduces the amount of physical attack damage outputting by the enemy team. You got a couple of threats on that side of the field that you want to, of course, reduce that attack damage. I think the Metallic on the Gyarados is a prime example. And so you have the displacement from Buzzwole, you have the displacement from Psyduck already, so you don't really need that value of crowd control from that Slowbro. I think the debuffs that you apply to the enemy team is probably going to be more important. also with that Unite move, always so devastating.
Yeah, that Unite move, very difficult to deal with. We'll see what the mind games between Vin Diesel and Pika end up being for those individual shutdown Unite moves that just tend to cancel each other between the Mimikyu and the Slowbro. But for now, we are in the early game, and Mewtwo Wise got that X attack as Relics is trying to rip down some of these wild Pokemon and does kite that wild Pokemon all the way into the tall grass and actually prevents So Said Sam from taking that knockout. They have a measly 2 points of Aeos energy in pocket, which means the last hits have not been going in favor of Sam.
Yeah, they've also been using that eject button. I think that was Asnable using that eject button to get away from Team YT. A lot of experience going over in the way of Nemesis at the moment here, moving on forward. Nice score by the Mimikyu, making some room for the team. An early game win for Nemesis.
Okay, wow, Nemesis understanding that they have the aggressive pace and they're going to actually try to utilize it for another advantage and hopefully get Metallic a little bit more of the effort gauge. But unfortunately, Absol's right there. But unfortunately for Celestial, they are caught in some danger. Asmo will go down, but Relic's going to pick up the KO, but they are on the opposite side, I think, of where they would like to be on the other end of things, but they are going to stop the opposing players from getting back to the goal zone easily, as now it is a Kilo, and So Said Sam just trying to run to a safe place as Big Bro Mewtwo Y is devastating in the bottom path.
Yeah, Relics actually had the perfect Mega Evolution time. You can still build up the Mega Gauge while before you're level 5, you get that Mega Evolution once you hit level 5, but as soon as Relics ticked into level 5 is when those 850 Swablu and Natalia spawned on the field. I don't think they even knew that there was a Mega Evolved Mewtwo in that tall grass, but be careful of the tall grass. You never know what legendary Pokemon you might find.
Oof. Well, Absol certainly knew who they were going to find there for a moment. And so said Sam and Celestial combined for a big KO, and then Fui actually tries to take the fight onto the other side. But it's Vin Diesel and Metallic trying to hold it down, but Pika showcases why the Surf Bro is still an incredible option in draft. We were talking so much about how we thought Scald would be a viable option. The crowd control from Surf in that small corridor, absolutely terrifying, certainly for Nemesis, as they all go down in that last fight. But Relics, another Bastion defender here on this Mewtwo wide, shutting down yet another push onto a goal zone.
Well, Zoinks, just like in Game 2, the fighting, it might be starting a little bit earlier relative to then. Vin Diesel finding the Shadow Sneak on the Absol. Going to get that KO there, going to move on forward onto a Kilo, and now Nemesis starting the siege on the Tier 1 goal zone. Fui doing their best to hold on as best as they can. They have both of their abilities, but we might see the first goal zone being taken down.
Okay, wow. Nemesis getting a ton of scores as Asnable is actually solo defending the bottom goal zone as well. We are at 107-0 shutout territory here as we're only 3 minutes into our match, but Nemesis with a great lead. They're going to break that goal zone to allow Regieleki to be a more threatening presence on the battlefield as it is taken, and Reg Ice has only started being hit by Team U2.
Yeah, Team YouTube has definitely cut their losses in that top path.
Yes.
Let's head down to this bottom path. Maybe get this Reggie Ice before we defend this Tier 2 goal zone, but this might dictate the rest of the game. Tempo in the favor of Nemesis. One of my best friends loves to say tempo, 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 and Regieleki definitely allows you to do so. But with that Mewtwo Y going down here, that might extinguish the forward movement of Nemesis. They have to be very careful, and you can see on the minimap, they're going to go ahead and disengage, take their losses, move over to the right side of the field.
And that is the devastating combo that Absol can provide, specifically when you were going with that Psycho Cut moveset. Psycho Cut lands, hits that debuff where you're doing increased damage to the target. You just utilized your Unite move immediately after as well. That Mewtwo Y evaporated on the first 2 hits of the Absol Unite. And, well, I think Celestial has kind of found a idea that they're going to want to employ quite a bit in this match, as they're going to jump onto the Eldegoss next as that battle rages on the top side. It will be an immediate KO. They're going to push forward, but the bottom path, we also got some staturing here, as that snipe shot will land into Vin Diesel, doing 2,000 plus damage. And Teleon snipe shot still hits like a truck.
As we head to the halfway point of the game, Zoinks, let's take a look at our board state so far. 142 to a donut, as Relic loves to say. 0 points scored on the side of Team YT, and it gives us some information. Obviously, no points scored on the side of Team YT, but this Buzzwole is most likely lacking on those attack weight stacks. It's one of those Pokemon that really relishes in having that boost in damage, really high burst damage from Smackdown Superpower, and you're able to get it, but they need to hit the gym a little bit more, and maybe the gym is closed on Sundays.
Uh-oh. Oh, no. Well, hopefully they can find themselves a cube. The Snipe Shot going to just miss that Mewtwo Y. One thing we haven't talked about too much is Aquilo on this Psyduck. Notably is going with the Disable build of Psyduck. One of the only players in North America we've seen so far employing that specific moveset. No, most of the time we have seen the Psychic, but the Sai Unite move going to work the same. However, we've got the Mewtwo Y plus the Blastoise Unite moves to clear up a little bit of space, and it's Nemesis, the ones that come out on top of that exchange.
Really nice Dragon Current finds its way onto the Inteleon, sends them back over to the left side of the field. Relics into that Mega Mewtwo Y form. They're going to take this objective and now maybe move on forward. Mimikyu is going to head up to the top path, but Nemesis once again going to try the defense of Team YT, maybe just trying to posture Team YT to move to this bottom path, but they are going to disengage, take that wild Pokemon off of the field. There are a couple of Unite moves on either side, Buzzwole having one, Mimikyu having one as well. They take that Regieleki off of the field very, very quickly. I think as we head to the halfway point of the end game here, we can start to talk about end game scenarios. A couple of bounded type Unite moves for either team. They have that Slowbro, lots of targets on the side of Nemesis. Really interesting interaction that we could see. You know, Mimikyu has their bounded type Unite move. Maybe Slowbro stops the Mimikyu's bounded type Unite move.
Yep.
I think we were talking about it a little bit earlier, but Celestial, of course, would love for that Mimikyu Unite move to go on anyone else but themselves.
Yeah, it's a bit of a rock, paper, scissors exchange sometimes with these individual shutdown Unites, but I think what is getting really scary about this battle, oh, and wow, that is a Unite move force set only at the 320 points, so they're probably going to be able to get that back, but since they just cleared their central area, it is not going to be an easy task for Absol to farm back that Unite. But what I did want to talk about in this final moment of this fight is, yeah, Nemesis is a very, very solid front-to-back team fight composition. They will be able to take a fair fight a large majority of the time. The danger with Team U2's composition, with the Absol, the power level it has, the Snipe Shot availability to secure, and Psyduck and Buzzwole's incredible displacement, a Rayquaza Rip Flip is not out of the question, and that is something that a front-to-back composition would absolutely hate to see. So Nemesis is not only going to have to really take a solid, intelligent fight, they're going to have to take an early fight to make sure that the presence of Team YouTube is nowhere close to the Rayquaza. They don't want to open this thing up to that whole can of worms.
Yeah, there's a Southern Reggie spawning on that side of the map. Pikachu trying to find some vision for the team. If this is a Reggie steal, this Roulette Reggie might be the flag that starts this final stretch fight early. I think that was a Reggie Rock that we heard with the notification down there. You can see with that notification in the center of your screen, defenses are going to be boosted for Team YT.
Yeah, but they exchanged position for that objective. I was just talking about how I would have liked them to play a little bit more early aggressive to prevent Team YouTube from having an angle in towards this Rayquaza. Now Team YouTube basically have the front doorstep wide open. Shadow Sneak is going to go wide from Vince, so they won't grab the Absol immediately quite yet.
Yeah, Metallic really kind of struggling on levels at this moment. Only level 12, kind of far away from level 13, getting that secondary plus ability. Taking a look at Celestial, they are at level 14. Even though they are lacking in scoreline, no, they are definitely ahead in levels at this point of the game. They need to find some scores. Really nice Snipe Shot finds their way onto Metallic. Really good for Rex there to help their enemy team as these Snipe Shots can come flying in.
Good patient play by Nemesis so far. They do not need to move towards this objective. That would not really help them in this situation, as they are ahead by so much. Now that gap is closed, as Buzzwole is able to take a free score of that top side of 100 points. That is not enough to get them the lead, but that is the go button for Nemesis. Blastoise Unite move shut down by the Slowbro, but they immediately use it. So the Soul Beam used before the Hydro Typhoon. Azumel takes advantage of that fact, and now the Team YouTube members are falling. 3 down so far. There goes 4, and the 5th and final member is So Sad Sam. Invisible, but on the run. Relics on the hunt for this Inteleon.
Yeah, I don't think So Sad Sam's going to be able to get away from this one. A really interesting interaction is that you can't target the Inteleon when they are invisible, and with that, Team YT, unfortunately, is going to be eliminated from the North American Finals here as Nemesis moves on forward in today's event.
Team YouTube with 2 extremely close sets in our top 8 position. First against Luminosity Gaming, the second against Nemesis. Tough bracket deal to take down down 2 former North America champions. But if you want to become the next one, you gotta play the very best. Team YouTube not able to do it in the February Cup, but I think signs of life for this squad for sure. If you're a Team YouTube fan, a final top 6 position in the monthly is still a very good end result for this squad, and I think really good signs of things to come.
Yeah, I agree as well. As we head into the post game summary here, a couple of things I wanted to shout out with that final end game team fight. The Unite moves for Nemesis were devastating. Those 2 Kanto water type Pokemon, Blastoise and Metallic on the Gyarados. We were talking about them in game number 2. Hydro Typhoon, Dragon Current, so devastating, right? Especially compounded with relics on that Unite move, that Infinite Cyburn to bring down the airstrike from the sky. Just everything coming out from Nemesis, the output and damage was just so much in that end game team fight.
Yeah, it was a composition they built to do just that. It is an incredible team fighting composition in a lot of varieties, and I mean, how about entering into the final stretch with a 0 on the opposing scoreline? It really allows you to play extremely safe and extremely defensive and just protect the one thing that could make the game go out of control in that Rayquaza. They do a great job of it. Fui gets a little, they have to make the decision. They have the space to go and score and get 100 points in, which I don't think is necessarily the wrong call, but that does allow a little bit of information to leak onto the Nemesis side, and they take full advantage of it, to push into the backline and the front line simultaneously, and then allows them to use those team fight Unite moves to devastating effect. Great execution by Nemesis, and they're moving forward in our bracket to compete against Kiss Kiss.
Yeah, 3 games of Buzzwole from Fui. I think this is not unfamiliar for Fui, one of the best Buzzwole players in the world, definitely in North America. But I mean, they had such a stellar performance in game number 1 and game number 2, and it was actually a really good adaptation for Nemesis to maybe even prioritize more in that top path to make sure their Gyarados gets online with not that bad of a time they did in game number 2, but you can see here Fui only 19,000 damage. That was the Pokemon, or at least the player that I think Nemesis was really trying to target in game number 3.
100%. Yeah, Fui was not able to operate to the same level they were in games 1 and 2 at all. You could see the target priority in both the game and the stat line, like you're calling out Draco at the end. We just really not given it an avenue to come back in that fight whatsoever. The Absol Unite move was certainly good for a KO in any of these moments, right? But in the end game, it just did not hold a candle to what Gyarados or Blastoise were able to accomplish. This is one of those big final moments. You see Asbo working their way to the backline. This huge surf is just devastating, and before they even press the button for Hydro Typhoon, the slow beam comes out from Pikachu. So a little trigger happy in that final moment. They use it a little early, and that allows Blastoise to immediately respond with the Hydro Typhoon after the slow beam goes away.
If I can ask our statistician for the number of circular Unite moves there were in just this singular set, I think that number would be quite high. Hydro Typhoon, Dragon Current, Infinite Cyber, even the Eldegoss Unite move. I think just definitely some circular Unite moves there as well. I think the team composition, the power that this team had with these team fighting is the reason why Nemesis is moving forward.
100%. I am so excited to see some more games from them, as they're going to be going on to play against Kiss Kiss. But the match we are going to be watching next is going to be Luminosity versus Orange Juicers on the winner's side. Let's see who goes to the grand final first. We'll see that right after this break.
And welcome back, trainers, to the UNITE Championship Series February Cup for the North American region. If you're just joining us, Drakusan, Zoinks, we are bringing you the broadcast of the now top 4 of the February Cup. And man, we just saw an incredible game from Team YT. Nemesis, both of these teams looking so good. Nemesis winning out in a 2-1 fashion in a high-velocity game. Zoinks, I mean, any final thoughts on that game? That was an incredible set.
Oh, yeah, breathtaking to watch, and I think that Nemesis is moving forward in our bracket for a reason. This team looks extremely good, even with these recent roster changes. I think they're looking awesome. So let's take a look at our bracket, see where we are at so far in the tournament. We are at our final 4. Luminosity versus Orange Juicers about to show down in the winner's final side, and Kiss Kiss and Nemesis just going to wait for the conclusion of this match before they can begin theirs. And I want to ask you, Drago, I think, personally, this is the pretty clear top 4 of North America. I think these 4 rosters are the strongest right now. I would love to see a matchup between Kiss Kiss and Team YouTube to try to kind of determine that final slot, maybe. But in my opinion, right now, this feels like the big 4 of NA. Kiss Kiss, the only squad of this roster, of this bunch of rosters, that has not won a monthly championship yet, though.
Yeah, I think these are also the most consistent rosters. Then going from top to bottom, LG, Orange Juicers has stayed consistent for all 3 UCS events. I think they will all be going to EUIC in a couple of weeks. Nemesis is the team that had maybe a couple of question marks over the first 3 events, and maybe finally finding some concrete team comp with the 5 members that they have so far. Rex obviously joining the team once again, and then Kiss Kiss a little bit more destabilized as we go further down, but I agree as well. This is definitely the top 3, top 4, and maybe even top 5 if we add Team YT, especially after the performance they saw in the last 3 or 2 sets that we've seen. But LG, Orange Juicers, a tale as old as time itself in the winners finals. I mean, this can go either way, but LG looked incredible in that first set we saw on broadcast today.
Yeah, they did. They looked truly incredible. Now, to Orange Juice's credit, we didn't get to see them compete, and they were able to dispatch Kiss Kiss 2-0. So Kiss Kiss, a squad that I think we all think is very strong. I've already called them into top 4 positions. So Orange Juicers able to take that in 2 is interesting. Now, I'm very happy that we're going to get our first chance to take a look at this team playing on this Sunday, because this is going to be a great matchup between the two. You said it, a tale as old as time. We said big 4, big 3. I feel like we can very confidently call these 2 teams as the big 2 as well, playing in NA. And what I find most exciting about this matchup and this rivalry is really where the individual matchups lie between these 2 squads. For example, Trainer versus Kratos is one of my favorite central area matchups in the entirety of the region. One, because they're 2 incredibly skilled players, but they also feel like they fill very different roles for the team, and their Pokemon pool, I feel like they couldn't be more different. The options that Trainer brings to the table and Kratos bring to the table are so vastly separated that these drafts between these 2 teams always just baffle me.
Yeah, I had a little bit of time to watch the Orange Juicers during their qualification matches yesterday during the qualifiers, and Kratos on Aegislash was looking incredible. Cool. If you were watching the broadcast that we were hosting on my channel yesterday, they had a pretty outstanding performance on Aegislash and qualified for the top 8 in a quite astounding way, I would say. It was a steal from Aegislash. We love to see steals in the Rayquaza. It was something like a 2v3 or a 2v4 with Kratos kind of being the final hero going up against, I think it was Team YT or Kiss Kiss, I can't recall who it was, but nonetheless, they find themselves now in the winners finals. LG on our purple side, Orange Juicers on our orange side. Take a look at that.
Hey, wow. All right. Hey, a team name made to troll you and I specifically, but hey, they are leaning into it. Bans will be solidified as a Slowbro ban. Surprising to see that. I guess Zugrug must be playing a whole lot of the bro again these days, along with the Umbreon, Mimikyu ban, and Miraidon ban. So for once, Trainer not double banned in a phase of the UNITE Championship Series. I feel like it's the first time in forever.
Well, so here's the thing. We've seen Luminosity pulling out that Zoroark Comfy in game number 1 against Team YT, and they kind of steamrolled Team YT, and that's exactly what Slowbro does. It sometimes is the hero against some very, lack of a better word, toxic compositions with a Comfey plus a Pocket, right? And so when you're taking away the number 1 Pokemon, bounded Unite move, to lock down a Pokemon like that, I feel like that's the composition that you're bringing here. But it gets really interesting towards the ends of Luminosity's draft because Overlord has so much room to pick whatever he wants.
Okay, wow, a very interesting draft so far, but I will say there is one Pokemon on the Luminosity Gaming side that I am most terrified of, and it is an orange background, and it is pink. The Blissey is locked in for Slashcam. I have a wanted poster in my room of that Pokemon right now, of how menacing it has been in the global metagame. Over in the East, it has competed in tournaments where it is one of the highest picked Pokemon, and has a 100% win rate. That's right, you heard that right. This Pokemon is so strong, so I'm shocked to see it fall, especially this late in draft, but see it nonetheless. Curious, though, gonna pick up that Absol, taking away one of Kratos' iconic options, but the Aegislash is still there. Sword comp? Hello?
Not a singular attacker on the side of Luminosity Gaming. Of course, we did see Otter in game or in the first set of the day going up against Team YT, getting a KO streak of 3, kind of the MVP moment for this player who was an attacker for, I think it was TTV a long time ago. Now role swapping over to Luminosity. I think they were an attacker for Luminosity for a little bit of time when Curious wasn't on the team, but not a singular attacker. And I feel like this is kind of a composition that Luminosity has been leaning to. High mobility, very low on the healer. We may even see a helping hand safeguard Blissey possibly here, but like we were talking about, Blissey is just so incredible right now. Very fast Unite move charge, I think without farming. 89 seconds, I believe is the exact number there, but expect to see quite a number of explosive blissful assistance from this player.
Wanted, pick or ban. So I suppose Slash is leaning into the effect. It is going to be picking up the Blissey. I definitely would have leaned harder in. The camera is cutting off its list of crimes, but it is tons of Unite moves, egg-based vandalism, as well as theft of Rayquazas. So a lot of things to, ban on site this Pokemon, but it will be making it into the game. Let's see how strong it truly is. You mentioned it might be going to that helping hand style build. I tend to think it might go eggs in this variety, but really you can't go wrong. You get the Unite move either way when you're picking that Pokemon. So it'll be a very interesting matchup. A lot of metagame heavyweights going into this matchup. So let's kick things off with our winners finals. Luminosity Gaming, your purple team. Orange Juicers, you guessed it, your orange team.
Overlord heading to the top path with that safety helmet. Torchic and about to hit that level 5 evolution. I know you love all the much. Looks like the Hoopa heading into the central area is going to be contesting this Kubfu for some of that central area farm. It's a tale as old as time itself as well. Kubfu being invaded.
Yeah, poor Kubfu on the run. Curious, though, also not alone in their battlefield, as we have Orange Juicers playing a very aggressive front line with the Zugrog Flareon's core. This Mew Phantom definitely can make some big swings in terms of damage. The invade still ongoing for this Hoopa, but OG on the run back trying to defend against 3 players as their Hoopa is absent in the enemy central.
Yeah, 2 all-rounders in the top path, and I'd be very careful of the Typhlosion that might be cosplaying as a Zacian at this point in the game. Don't think there's a Typhlosion just yet in Pokemon Unite, but lots of players heading up to the top path. There's a clear 3-player swing for both teams and objectives on the field.
All right, Overlord is at level 5, so that Blaze Kick will easily take a lot of those wild Pokemon away, so much so that OG and Kratos actually take that one very patiently and just the sort of, we'll take what we can get scenario in that first fight around that level 5. Otter clearing out this tall grass, just seeing where, in fact, Orange Juicers are standing to defend. Do a bit of a 2-on-2 posturing on the top side, and we'll be in an engagement. It's actually Kratos starting off a bigger fight on the bottom side as Blissey goes down.
Yeah, Curious got to be very careful. Grabs that citrus berry, so going to be increasing those citrus berry eaten stats for our statistician in the back. Overlord's going to clear that central area. They do have a blue buff. You can see that blue ring underneath this Combustion as they head down to the bottom path, but Flareon's going to be honing in the Predatory. 151. Can they get vision here on Overlord? Got to be very careful. Wow, Overlord ejects through the wall with that Blaze Kick. They are going to be heading back to the Pokemon Center. Not sure if that's exactly what they wanted there, but I think they did get the KO KO on the Mew.
If it's what they wanted, LG needs to sit around and have a long talk about priorities in some of these team fights, because I don't know what that decision was. Maybe they just wanted to get back with full HP out of the Pokemon Center as quickly as they can, because they will have to return to the central area. It's Combuskin chasing that Blaziken evolution, gets that level 7, unlocks the evolution, but obviously they are looking for that level 8. That stance change on Blaziken truly makes it its peak level of all-rounder threat, and they're almost there.
Yeah, almost there indeed. Also the fastest Unite move charge in the game, mind you. Of course, it's not a formal Unite move with that stance change, but no Unite moves, at least formal Unite moves on the field just yet. Mew at level 7 is the closest to get there at level 8, and still a 3v3 and a 2v2 in the top path for either team. That Hoopa can change that very quickly. As we head into these objectives, though, Otter has to be very careful. Take a look at this. Are they able to make it back home? They're going to make it back home the long way, but nonetheless, they are staying alive.
Wow, Roland actually goes back to that goal zone, a little bit of a risk into that Urshifu, but they will walk away for the majority of that moment. Red Steel down to half HP. There's a Psycho Cut. Absol gonna absolutely get the first in, but what do you know? The first crime on camera. Caught you red-handed slash can with that Blissey Egg Bomb Steel. That's a Red Steel going over to Luminosity Gaming.
Clearly, supports are getting all the secures today. We saw that earlier on broadcast with Ender. I think it was in this bottom path, or it might be in the central area as well. But here we go. Luminosity moving on forward to begin the scoring on this Tier 1 goals on 40 points in from the Blaziken. Here comes the rest of the team, but I think the damage has definitely been done. They're going to respond with some scoring in the top. Thank you so much for that play-by-play picture on the top right corner of your screen. Regieleki crashing into that Tier 1 goal zone, and just like that Team YT and Nemesis game, the fists are flying.
Yeah, I mean, the fight's seemingly endless in this battlefield, but what really makes them go on to a terrifying level is the amount of displacement that this Psyduck can provide with the Psychic. This is kind of why we were talking about the previous YouTube game that I was shocked to see the Disable Psyduck instead, but Otter bringing in the more crowd control focus option of that Psychic really just yoinks these targets wherever you want them, as Zorgrug just gets constantly repositioned. The eggs from Slash Can doing the same. Luminosity Gaming really playing a, let's call it like it is, an annoying composition to play into.
Definitely a headache for Orange Juicers, not so much a headache for Luminosity.
That's better. Let's do that.
Yeah, let's go with that one. But they have continuously let their presence known here in the bottom path. Really nice Horde Leash combination there by Zargrug is going to pull a couple of members away from that tall grass. I might make this an for Luminosity if they are not careful. The defense is looking really strong from Typhlosion. OG was taken. I think that's still, Zargrug still on the field. Another Pokemon just really difficult. A boosted auto. I was about to call it a musted auto. Able to get that KO there.
Musted Auto taking its first KO of the game so far, at least the ones that we've seen at the moment now. And there's a second. Okay, Flareons with back-to-back Musted Auto attacks.
Yes, I don't want to take credit for that one. That's a term coined by Steel Agent Kyle, a broadcaster in the last UCS event. But here we go, Orange Juicers. They do have a buff in tow. That Regirock is going to be very, very helpful, especially for this Trevenant and this Aegis. That's pretty high defenses on these two Pokemon. Oh my goodness. Be careful of that tall grass. You might not know what bears are hiding in it. A Wicked Blow lands onto Typhlosion, and the Siege is back on. Rolling it, was using their Unite move for defense, and they're going to bring everyone down to this bottom path, and just like that, Luminosity is going to disengage.
Yeah, just like that. When you thought the fighting had a brief reprieve, right back to it. Luminosity Gaming senses a rare moment of weakness for Orange Juicers and attempts to push onto this Tier 1 goal zone, but that seems to be the determining factor between these two teams. They might take weird KOs in these skirmishes in the midpoint of the map, in the middle of these paths, but no matter what, these goal zones are standing strong. These teams have a priority to defend their side of the map. They want to make sure that the scoring pressure does not get out of hand, and the objectives are just seemingly secondary to both these squads. OG making their way to the backline. It's an Absol Unite move to ensure the Regieleki victory, as Trainer will take the last hit onto that Pokemon, and for the first time, it feels like a Tier 1 goal zone will finally fall.
Yeah, 7 minutes later, and a goal zone. A tower has finally fallen in favor of Luminosity Gaming. It's going to unlock those Indeedis behind them, but they're probably only going to get one spawn of Indeedis as how close it is towards the final stretch at this moment here. Otter is on a pixel at this moment here. He's going to be slashed away by the Aegis Slash, but once again, Luminosity kind of pushing on forward. They do lose 2 members. They break that tier 1 goal zone, but they have to be very careful of losing members of their team, giving experience in the form of knockouts.
It is the one tough part of playing this healing-based Blissey is they don't have a great option to cleanse a lot of the crowd control that Zugrug is able to provide so far. So these team fight opportunities are going to be working out in favor of them, but as soon as Zugrug gets in the mix, which is normally in a defensive position, that is where things start to get tricky. This Trevenant being the last line of defense for Orange Juicers, as it always seems to be, has been a great choice from them, and it's what's holding them into this match. Albeit, they are falling behind, 150 to 104. Luminosity holding the lead in their hands. It is a slight one, though, and with these two teams postured for a great final fight, anything could be. It could be anybody's game at this point.
It is a 1-score game. Double time begins in about 5 seconds. Our rendezvous at 2. The winner's final set, Luminosity ahead by just a slight margin at this point. Pokemon to watch here is that Urshifu, kind of struggling on levels at this moment. They just ticked in to level 13 passively, but that Unite move still so devastating to lock down a singular character.
Yeah, levels, a few standouts though. We got a level 14 Mew and a level 14 Blaze. As the fight kicks off, Kratos caught out, is able to wide guard to buy a little bit of time with that portal. Too little, too late. Nowhere to run for the Aegis Slash, and that is the central area carry already eliminated in that fight. Overlord repositions their overheat with the eject button, and that is good enough to take down OG. That's 2 member of Orange Juicers and 2 damage carries to boot. Zugrug trying to hold down the defense. Mystical Mirage from the Mew is going to give them a little bit of space, but it is not enough. Blindness or not, Overlord will take down that main objective, the Rayquaza, going in favor of Luminosity Gaming.
Yeah, lots of question marks for Orange Juicers. They're losing both of their carries, kind of isolated in the top and bottom path. The score coming in from Otter on that tier 2 goal zone is going to propel this lead even further. Slash on this tier 2 is going to set up for a massive overcap. It's about a 300-point game, specifically 326 to be exact. We can do a little bit of math here, but you know, if you're the Orange Juicers here, you do not have your Trevenant, so it's not the easiest to push on forward. I think this might be an easy game to call for Luminosity Gaming, especially with Overlord making some time for the team.
Yeah, Overlord is going to need to be quickly knocked out, and they do, and oh no, a couple of players not making it back in that portal is a concerning moment. Wide guard from Kratos, though, is actually going to bait out Trainer. Trainer goes down too, so Blaziken and Urshifu both gone, but the back caps might be the final devastation, the removal of hope for Orange Juicers, as Psyduck will deposit almost 100 points, 94 going in. I just don't think there's enough time or points available in this match to turn things around. Luminosity Gaming going to hold on to their lead.
Luminosity taking the first strike into Orange Juicers. You know, I think it was definitely more of the micro positioning from Kratos and also Typhlosion. OG was taken out, kind of isolated on their own in their respective L bushes in the top right corner of your screen, and also Typhlosion just, I don't know, just the positioning for Orange Juicers just wasn't the best for me. Luminosity just collapsed on those 2 respective Pokemon, and this left Orange Juicers reeling at the side.
Yeah, at that point, you are trying to just make a moment out of a match that is already gone and left your hands. Flareon's doing their best impression to do so, though, with 9 KOs on that Mew, but it does get overshadowed by a player like Overlord on this Blaziken with 11 KOs. Absolutely devastating. The trend for Curios to play melee Pokemon in the bottom path continues again, by the way, with an Absol and a very respectable 78,000 points of damage in that game.
118,000 damage is a pretty incredible margin to hit there. Yeah, Flareon's another notable player on the side of Orange Juicers. Is your damage leader of that team, one of the best players to make Mew look as strong as it is, right? Probably the best Mew player in North America at this moment. I think as an attack damage carrier, I know Otter is also a Mew player in his own right, but more flexing towards a supportive type Mew, but a very close game. I don't think the first goal zone was taken until maybe that 3 3-minute mark.
Yes,
But like I was
close.
saying, it was micro mistakes turn into the macro advantage for Luminosity.
100%. Final number that I need to point out. Take a look at SlashCan's supportive numbers. I know we were talking about before the broadcast about how the overall healing numbers are trending down, and I think that is still the case, but leave it to SlashCan to be the exception to the rule. 95,000 damage taken and 97,000 recovery points in this matchup. I mean, an absolute healing monster. There's a reason this Pokemon's on the whiteboard, Draco. And surprisingly, I actually don't think that is one of the reasons. There is a lot of others that it has ended up there. But either way, amazing performance by Slash on the Blissey.
Yeah, you very rarely look past that damage number, but those support numbers were quite impressive. We'll see those final tallies probably at the end of this set here. But Blissey is just another one of the supportive characters that has, I think, cemented themselves as one of the best Pokemon ever in Pokemon Unite. I think Hoopa is in contention as well as quite literally changing the metagame and removing a metagame. And you don't no longer see 1-1-3 anymore just because Hoopa exists on the field. But Blissey, that Unite move, Blissful Assistance, best Unite move of the game, and it has been for quite some time.
And, I mean, can you pick a better pilot out of all the available North America players on this Pokemon? I mean, SlashCan, with the amount of achievements they have in their pocket, as well as hours and incredible game footage that we have from their Blissey play so far. Just ridiculous. You saw this moment, Kratos trying to kind of save it with the wide guard placement, but even wide guard in a whole pocket full of boosted defensive autos will not save them in that moment. Flareon does everything they can to try to secure this Electro Ball a little late. Mystical Mirage from the Mew trying to give them a bit of vision coverage, but nothing enough as Luminosity Gaming shut that down. What a play!
Yeah, wanted definitely. I think it definitely needs. What is the wanted prize for
the
for banning
bounty?
out of Blissey for catching? Yeah, the bounty. There you go. That's
You win the tournament. You win the game. If you ban the Blissey, you win the game. That's what you win.
That is correct. $3,500, just to remind our viewers, is the prize pool for today. Not only that, you get the lion's share prize of that, but also get some championship points as well. That'll lead you very handily for qualifying for the North American International Championships in a couple of months now. So I'm excited to see that.
Yeah, we're getting to I was saying before, we're getting to the point of the midway season. We're kind of eclipsing the midway point of the season, I guess. We're certainly in the phase of the UNITE Championship Series where the rubber meets the road. The rosters that we are seeing playing together are likely going to be very, very close to what the rosters competing in the regional finals will be. Just certainly how the championship points will work out and how these squads want to face their opponents. But we have draft ready for game number 2. Luminosity Gaming with a 1-point lead will be going over to the orange side as Orange Juicers have selected first pick position.
I will hope you put the energy into the world, but I do hope these teams do stick together, especially after EUIC. I think it was around that time last year, right after EUIC, where we saw the big, what we call the roster mania. But going into game number 2, winners final. Again, we are still on the winner side of the bracket, so loser of this set will go down to the loser side. Winner of this, one step closer, guaranteeing themselves at least second placement in today's event.
All right, and there it is, a Blissey ban locked in for the Orange Juicers. So responding what Luminosity Gaming was doing, I actually was kind of thinking we might see a first pick Umbreon from Orange Juicers to kind of give that option to Zugrug, but instead we are going to pick up the most devastating attacker Pokemon in the game with that Miraidon, but that does mean that Luminosity Gaming gets some absolute powerhouses on their side. Urshifu, Umbreon, the first picks for LG.
Yeah, respectively, some of the best Pokemon in the game are represented not only in bans, but also in these first pick options. Zuckerberg's going to be pulling out one of their aces here. They're, the Trevenant. We haven't seen any Snorlax today out of Orange Juicers. Actually kind of disappointed to see no Snorlax, but maybe we'll see a Snorlax from Luminosity, possibly?
Okay, Flaillax, Central Area Invade, who knows?
Yeah,
Maybe
totally.
Overlord wants to throw some hands. I'm not too sure, but it is, well, they keep hovering these double defender options, but in the end, with a Overlord Zoroark as a potential, that means that Otter's Comfey will be locked in as well. Overlord going to have a little bit of a boosted helper alongside them at any given moment, like we like to call in the back pocket, or just that hyper carry.
Roland hovering over this Sableye.
Okay.
It's going to be very fun to see this. I think Roland is definitely one of the premier Sableye players in North America. Rex is another one of those. We hardly ever see JL playing Sableye, but I think those three are definitely the core Sableye players in North America right now. Last final pick, gutter pick option for Luminosity Gaming. Once again, not a singular attacker on the side of Luminosity Gaming. The only range damage is maybe auto attacks from Comfy.
Yeah. Yeah, it's a magical leaf potentially if Otter wants to go with that particular moveset. But yeah, instead going all melee. We actually had the chance, I believe, in the last monthly cup to talk to Curios about why they were going so heavy into the melee bottom path. A lot of times it's just a lot easier to hit your level 5 when playing into that lane in particular. It allows you to just be a little bit more threatening at that first level 5. And of course, there's just a lot of really strong all-rounders in the metagame. You can't really go wrong with locking in a few of these Pokemon. But that all being said, I do think you called it out. The exciting pick into this draft has gotta be this Roland Sableye being locked in. We have seen this Pokemon put up MVP performances when being piloted by Roland. You mentioned a couple of other very prolific Sableye players within the region in Rex and JL, but in my opinion, that's the past. Right at this moment, Roland is far and away the best Sableye player within the region, and I think making a strong case for globally as well. There's some competition there, some very notable Sableye players, particularly in the East, but still, Roland has made this pick look fantastic, and when you're going all in on a lot of these burst damage team fights, kind of going away from the healing and instead wanting to wipe away the enemy Pokemon before you really can take any damage, Sableye, a great option.
Game number 2, winners final set, Orange Juicers, once again on our purple side. Unfortunately, they don't have the buff of having the Orange Juicers on the orange side team, but nonetheless, Luminosity on our orange side team.
Hey, OJ
one thing
chose
we haven't
that,
talked
okay?
about.
They chose to go on the purple side.
They don't have the name buff, clearly, here. We have Slash Cannon we were talking about on that Umbreon. I'm interested to see which ability set they go. They have the clear healing support from this Comfey that engage from Foul Play and all the physical damage dealing Pokemon on Orange Juicers. Foul Play might be the tool of choice here for that Pokemon.
Ooh, yeah, that would be really exciting to see. Okay, I know we just talked about so much about Sableye. I gotta bring one more point up because it happened in last month's tournament. It was one of the most exciting call-outs. The Sableye fear mechanics are so fun when you consider what Absol likes to do. When you do that amplified damage when hitting an enemy Pokemon from behind, Sableye fearing an enemy target away just enables a lot of really cool moments like that. But Orange Juicers not even leading their more late to mid-game combos at the moment. Instead, they're just making it happen right now in the early game. OJ shutting down all these attacks and getting some KOs back and forth.
Of course, the Pokemon to watch, and in every game to watch, is going to be Overlord on that Zoroark. Struggling to take to level 5 in this early game. Trainer is going to be the pocket of choice for this Comfey. We're talking about that pocket mechanic earlier, but I mean, taking a look at Luminosity's composition, there's quite a number of Pokemon this Comfey would love to latch onto.
Yeah, there's really no wrong option for Otter to take. Right now, they are going to get on to Overlord. Slash may be a little upset about that, as they are just a hair away from getting knocked out themselves, but Overlord demands the Comfey, and Overlord will receive. So they're going to return to their side of the map, but they will not be alone as Zugrog and Roland in threatening positions to steal that Woodhammer. Just going to be a little bit late for stealing away that blue buff. Overlord going to take that one for themselves.
It's a pretty heavy hammer going up against a speedster that can take it off the field very, very quickly. 8-minute Swablu Altari on the field. Roland just hanging out in the tall grass, or actually no, making their own tall grass as they are invisible right before scoring on that tier 1 goal zone. But Overlord doing what Overlord does best, getting a KO streak of 2, almost a KO streak of 3 as Zugrug is trying to get, wow, take a look at that. Aggressive play by Zugrug, eject button, Woodhammer getting the KO.
Yeah, incredible stuff from our Revenant player in Zugrog. Overlord, though, is, despite taking a little longer to get to that level 5, still finding a lot of success, but now they are in a 2v3 scenario. Otter actually dispatches to land a heavy Grass Knot, but it is not enough, as we do have Kratos and Flareons working together for that KO, and ooh, I like that, an aggressive Electro Drift to go to the opposite side of the goal zone to land a free score of 9 points.
Overlord, level 7 at this point. Trainer also at level 7. Currently, Orange Juicers have a small lead in level with 2 level 8s. Actually, 1 level 8, 1 level 9 now. First Unite move on the field is going to be that Midnight Slash. Now waiting in the wings of this Registeel.
Ooh, that wish timing could not have been better for Slash. That Electro Drift just waiting for that full charge. Hits just a moment away, but they're going to get the chance to score as that Registeel is in the hands of Luminosity Gaming. Urshifu picking it up, but I think the ton of KOs raining in means that OJ is not too upset about that. Kratos absolutely popping off on this Absol pick.
Yeah, always a 2-for-1 combo whenever you KO the host of a Comfey and the Comfey themselves. But in the top path, I think, again, objective secure is going to be in favor of the Urshifu anytime it is on the field. It's going to take another objective off of the map, and look at that. Kratos is going to be the target of that Ebon Fist Unite move from Trainer. Flareon's trying to find some room for the team. Unfortunately, that Bright Future Meteor Storm is not going to spell a bright future for them.
Yeah, Luminosity Gaming pivots backwards, going to defend their goal zone and shut down whoever's in the backline. The only player who did not was Curios, but Roland does shut them down. Lands a huge Sableye Unite move. Might not send anyone back to base, but at least gave them a little bit of room to work with. Despite all of that, though, Regieleki is still above 50% HP and pushing towards this goal zone. Finally, OG able to put together a knockout and defeat this Regieleki as well.
133 to 29. Overlord scoring in the bottom path. Comfey also scored with 9 points as well. Orange Juicers is going to see that vision on the field, scored that Sableye in the bottom path, and start to push forward on this tier 1 goals. And they would really appreciate a break on this tier 1 goals and to give them even more positional advantage for the top and now bottom side of the field. OG was taken using those combos to combo this Urshifu back into their Pokeball, and a really good team fight win for the Orange Juicers.
Oh, just a little bit shy on the quick scoring of those 2 3-point dunks, but that's all right. The most important factor is that 40 points went in for the Orange Juicers, who have raised this score lead up to 231 to 67. But in the meantime, Luminosity Gaming trying to find value outside of the scoreline in favor of stealing away a blue buff. Overlord thinking that a 2-on-1 is the opportunity they want to take, and they will take it. Overlord, Otter, take down Flareons.
Yeah, especially with these tier 1 goal zones down, it allows the Sableye to make some very valuable back-tapping scores on those tier 2s, but Luminosity is going to try to get some points in on their own. Flowery Fields Forever might be the grave for a couple of members of the Orange Juicers. Absol is going to be KO'd. Buzzwole is also going to be knocked out as well. Lots of members of the Orange Juicers are fainting here. Roland is their final line of defense. Do they have a Chaos Glower? They don't, and unfortunately, the only one left standing is the tree.
Whew. Luminosity Gaming coming back into the scoring game in a major way after that team fight. Felt like a very segmented fight for Orange Juicers, kind of a one-on-one where Luminosity Gaming was fighting together a little bit better as a unit. When you have that Registeel buff, though, it allows you to be a lot more aggressive as a tandem. You can just sort of run at the enemy, and they are forced to make the defensive decision. So great call by Luminosity Gaming, utilizing the advantage they had within that moment. Orange Juicers trying to get an objective onto their side of the battlefield as finally they don't have to contend with the Urshifu, and they will do it. Regieleki going towards tier 2.
Lots of vision in favor of Luminosity at this point. They have vision of Zugrug moving forward to get vision for themselves. Fog of War, always so important in Pokemon Unite and in this style of game. Typhlosion OG maybe looking to push this on forward, but they have to be very careful, especially past that 5-minute mark. That jump pad is available for the team. Trainer is going to engage on the enemy team, use their Unite move to maybe KO just the Sableye. Well, I think that's definitely something that Orange Juicers would love to take. A Sableye for Urshifu. It's what you want to see.
Yeah, I don't know if I still love the trade. I mean, Luminosity Gaming absolutely carving up the backline in the meantime. Overlord finds a way through. Slashcat keeping Trainer up for just enough, demanding a lot of resources from the Buzzwole with those wish healings, and now Absol gets caught out. So Kratos walks into, unfortunately, the wrong corridor, met by a lot of opposition from this Luminosity Gaming squad. And Overlord getting more and more powerful with every single one of these knockouts. Already at level 13, almost at 14. There it is, one away from our maximum level, and still 40 seconds remain in our match, or before the final stretch.
Orange Juicers is going to see this Registeel in the bottom path. Zugrug trying to make some room for this enhanced variation of the Electro Drift, but Zugrug able to take the Registeel off of the field. Urshifu going down, heading back to the Pokemon Center, and Flareon's able to stay alive with 1 HP, going to the bottom path, taking the long way home, but nonetheless, not the fast way home. Overlord starting to work on Typhlosion, but this is definitely in favor of Orange Juicers. That Registeel is going to be so helpful, impactful in this final team fight.
That's the full heal pop for the Zoroark already, though, so they see as soon as they dive in, they will not be able to get away. That Witch Healing will buy him a little bit of time. Trevenant Unite move does land that debuff onto a couple of targets, but is it enough to withstand all the damage incoming? Zugrog as the Trevenant stands strong, and it's Umbreon, Comfey, and the Zoroark still remaining in this fight versus the Miraidon Sableye Trevenant. 1 damage, 2 supports for both sides of these teams, and they are going to quickly dash away. Zoroark on a mission to score on this Tier 1.
Very scary here for Overlord if they lose this player here. Really nice Confuse Ray in, or Fear into the Confuse Ray right here. Zugrug is going to go into a 1v1, a 2v1 against the Comfey, but here comes Flareon. Can they get the knockout here? Really nice Unite move. I think it was from the Comfey, able to keep Overlord alive, and Flareon's going to have to watch their team as Luminosity is continuing the onslaught here in the central area. 2 members down, and Luminosity starting to work on the Rayquaza.
Oh, Overlord calls that Electro Drift in perfectly, using the Zoroark Unite move essentially as a trap. As soon as the Miraidon shows up, it is just dangerous. Sableye and Absol with a chance to take away the Rayquaza, while Luminosity Gaming doing what they've done all game long and make sure those objectives are locked up no matter what. Reigning in the Hundo Burgers now as Luminosity Gaming are trying to play for this back-to-back tournament win, while they are going to be the first team to step into our grand finals.
Luminosity is looking incredible. They have not lost. They've only lost a single game these last 2 days, dropping 1 game to Team YT, kind of in a head-scratching moment, but nonetheless being so dominant in their set against them. They're dominant in their set against the Orange Juicers, and now they're going to have to watch from the grand finals, you know, who's going to be the team to combat Luminosity Gaming if there is going to be one.
Ooh, yeah, I mean, whoever has to is going to be definitely scratching their heads with what direction to go in terms of game plan, draft, or even when it comes down to the micro, because Luminosity Gaming has been excellent at every factor of the game, despite maybe that 1 game that we did see go the other way. Luminosity Gaming dispatching Orange Juicers in, you know, a bit of a shakeup from our last month's tournament as well. Orange Juicers were able to take the advantage in the winners finals. Luminosity Gaming not letting that happen 2 tournaments in a row.
639 to 271 is your final total in this winners finals set. And once again, it is all the show of Overlord and the show of Trainer. But this draft on the side of Luminosity Gaming, this is what I'm calling the Luminosity Special.
Yeah.
So much attack damage in that front line, not even pulling to any sort of attack damage or range damage on their team, just relying on the technical prowess of their players to really excel in the game.
It's so impressive to see game after game. Slashcan with another historic damage taken stat line of 96,000 damage received, 67,000 damage healed as well. Otter with very respectable numbers of 45,000. Honestly, you want to see that number even a little bit lower, meaning that Overlord took less damage throughout that fight, but either way, very impressive stuff from Luminosity Gaming, taking down a team like Orange Juicers, which, like, let's call it, these 2 teams are bitter rivals in North America. I don't think there is another team that either of these teams see on the other side where they say, I want to beat them more than them. Like, these 2, as soon as they see Orange Juicers, like, we're doing everything we can to win, and the vice versa is also true with Orange Juicers.
Bitter rivals, healthy competition, 2 phrases that are on the same coin, quite literally. But if there is a story that has been told so many times, it was the reason why LG was the WCS champion in year 2 Pokemon Unite. It is this composition of Overlord plus a Comfey. Yeah. This is a pairing that we have seen so many times, and it's scary to think about that this Comfey not only has Overlord to jump onto, we also have this Urshifu. We also have Kyrios on that Aegis Slash. Even Slash in a last-ditch effort can be a Comfey target. And the thing about Comfey is it does so well when it has so many hosts to latch onto, and they now have 4 on their team.
Yeah, and I think Spraggle said it in an earlier matchup while they were talking about it on commentary. It is a deceptively difficult Pokemon to play at a high level. Not exactly the healing aspect of it, which is a more straightforward healing pattern for a support, but there are a lot of technical things you have to think of, and I think what Otter really showcased of skill testing Comfey play in this game was their slow smoke usage. It wasn't the classic, as soon as a target gets within range of the Zoroark, we're utilizing the slow smoke. They were popping off of the Zoroark before they used it to make sure that the slow smoke was in the most advantageous spot. We saw it in a earlier replay package near the start of the game, but basically setting up the slow smoke so positionally it hit multiple targets instead of just defending the Zoroark. I think Otter just making some really cool calls. There's not too many decision-making things you can do in these early game moments, but even still, really showcasing what a great player can do on this Pokemon.
Yeah, of course we've been gassing up Luminosity this entire set, but a couple of shoutouts on the side of Orange Juicers. We were talking about Roland on the Sableye, just applying pressure all throughout the map. I feel like Orange Juicers is one of those teams that knows exactly how to play around a Sableye, and I feel like they, set up that end game scenario as best as they could. You can see the scoreline here in favor of the Orange Juicers. Sableye able to score on those tier 2 goal zones quite frequently. I think it was just a huge momentum shift around the 3-minute mark that just allowed Luminosity just take hold of the game for the final 3.
Yeah. It was so awesome to witness. I mean, what a great squad. And like we've mentioned, in a rivalry match, you just play a little bit harder, a little bit stronger, and I think that's what gave Luminosity the edge in this fight particular. I think their drafts were really excellent. I think their in-game mechanics were always sick, and yeah, it's always easy to talk about how good Overlord looks, specifically when they're getting a whole lot of support resources from the team as well. But Draco, we talked a little bit about it offhand throughout this matchup. What do you think about that bottom path melee Pokemon style that Kyrios is bringing to the field?
It's really interesting. I would say that. I mean, I feel like a lot of bottom path Pokemon typically don't stack in that bottom path, and Aegislash I think is one of those all-rounders that definitely relishes in having more experience rather than getting those attack weight stacks. We have a couple of other attackers that are kind of like that, or all-rounders are like that. Garchomp, for example, doesn't require any stacks in that top path, so I really like to see it. I think it's more so maybe not leaning into attackers in that bottom path, but more specifically into the greater composition of we're going to focus on dive, and that is what we're going to do for the entire game.
Yeah, it looks excellent too. A fully coordinated team, all with the same goal, is really, really incredible. And I think Luminosity Gaming executing perfectly. Now, you mentioned we do got to give some flowers to Orange Juicers, a great squad, like we mentioned, able to dispatch Kiss Kiss 2-0, but let's talk about their path forward a little bit in bracket from this point on. Is going to be challenging. They are going to go down to our losers finals, of course, so they have to play the winner of Kiss Kiss versus Nemesis. So potentially the run back, or potentially a fight against one of the toughest teams in the region in NEM. I mean, a very, very, very difficult lineup either way. And just so you all know, we do have an interview coming up very soon. We'll get to that in just a moment. But Draku, I mean, this has been an awesome matchup between these two. Do you expect that this grand finals will be a repeat? Do you think we'll see Orange Juicers versus Luminosity Gaming in grands?
I think so. I think right now, Kiss Kiss and Nemesis, this is going to be a really good set. Just to remind us, Kiss Kiss was the team that dropped Nemesis down to the loser side. Nemesis did win the December Cup, but that was a very different team. Again, we're talking about consistency in North America. Well, Orange Juicers and Luminosity, they have been the epitome of consistency. But we do have an interview ready to go here. I do think we have Overlord on the mic, so let's go ahead and pull in Overlord. Overlord, congratulations on making it to yet another grand finals. Let's talk about how you're feeling. How are you feeling after that set against Orange Juicers? 2-0, pretty dominant fashion. How are you feeling?
Yeah, I mean, we're definitely feeling great. I feel like we had a bit of a slow start today, I guess, against YT. We did end up pulling out on top against YT, but yeah, they were definitely, those games were a lot closer than we were hoping for. But going into OJ, we respect OJ a lot as a team, and we made sure that we prepped, and honestly, we got all the drafts that we kind of wanted to happen. a lot of us are on our comfort picks, or kind of like our iconic picks, Slash on Blissey or B on Zorak, I guess as well. But yeah, I mean, we're pretty happy with the results.
Okay, let's talk about that Zorak pick a little bit, because historically, and playing specific players in this lobby, right? There's some West Coast, East Coast conversations that happen in these tournaments. You've tended to go away from Zorak in some of these picks, so why this sudden renewal of confidence in this Zoro pick?
I mean, recently with I guess how the meta has kind of been like changing and evolving, I've just kind of, I was looking at like some picks in the meta, scrolling through the characters and like, man, I haven't played Zorak in a minute. I started playing Zorak again, and it just felt, it just felt like I was reuniting with an old friend after such a long time.
That's awesome. I love that so much. Okay, well, hey, everybody at home is also pumped that you're returning to an old favorite.
Oh yeah.
And last question for me before we move on forward with the broadcast here, but Luminosity has really been prioritizing a composition lacking an attacker. Is that something that your team is prioritizing, or what are some of your thoughts about that? You put Curios on the Aegis Slash and bottom paths. I want to hash some of that out. What do you think?
Yeah, I mean, I think there's actually there's a lot of like good, really, really strong attacker Pokemon in the meta, but I think the problem with them is they can sometimes be easily countered if they're picked high up in the draft. So we don't really like to force Curious, who's like probably the most flexible, attacker player. We don't like to force him, on one of those range picks when, we could maybe hide his pick till later, and then he sees something like Aegis Slash that just looks really good in the enemy team comp, and we give him the go ahead to pick it.
That's great. If its flexibility is his strength, I think he's showcasing that extremely well in today's tournament. We've seen things like Inteleon and Mewtwo and now Aegis Slash all crush it. It's very exciting. I can't wait to watch your team play a little bit more in Grand Finals. So good luck, Overlord, in the later matches of this tournament, and I hope you're able to prepare well in these next few moments. But it'll be goodbye for now, and we'll be jumping into some exciting Pokemon Unite very soon. We're going to be taking a look at our losers semifinals next, with Kiss going up against Nemesis. It's going to be an absolutely incredible game. We got Sprinkles and Dupes next to bring that to you. So you'll see all that and more Unite Championship Series right after this.
Hello, everybody, and welcome back to the Pokemon UNITE Championship Series. Here we are for the North America region. These are the February finals, and we are getting very close to our grand finals here. Doob Snacks. I am Jake, your resident content cowboy. Yee to the ha. I'm joined by the one and only Doob Snacks for a very exciting matchup in our losers semifinals.
I'm just kidding. I'm just kidding.
It's not
No
gonna
technology,
work.
brother.
It's not gonna work at all.
Production strictly said Spraggles don't troll us this time, so I was like, well, maybe I'll troll you this go around. We've got Kiss Kiss versus Nemesis. Nemesis was actually sent to the losers half of the bracket by Kiss Kiss yesterday when we were trying to square up our top 8. So we got a little revenge round between these two teams. Nemesis, I'll tell you what, they really picked up in momentum in the last set we watched going into this one. So hopefully they're keep you building off of that because they looked rough in some of the first stages of the games we watched and finished strong.
Yeah, you know, I talked about this at the top of the broadcast, and it's my opinion has not changed. We saw Nemesis early in that matchup between YT looking pretty rocky, and then it does feel like they started to build, they started to get there. What Nemesis is going to show up into Kiss Kiss? Kiss Kiss, by the way, it looked phenomenal early on stream. I know we didn't get to see their game against the Juicers. They lost 2-0 there, but their games against Redlock were pretty phenomenal.
They were, and I would love to talk about that, but I just got whiplash from this Armarouge that got picked up here by Kiss Kiss. Bit of an interesting one. Unsurprising. Blissey and Umbreon are both in the mix, and Blissey and Umbreon are chosen first. Asimil, going back to that, Blastoise had a great game on it, and the Sword is having just a terrific tournament.
Yeah, I mean, we were talking about this a little earlier, too. Some really nice buffs for Aegislash, kind of bringing it more into the meta. I feel like you can see how powerful it is right now, and it's one of those nice all-rounders that even if it gets caught a little bit, it's almost intentional. It has a great opportunity to soak up a ton of damage with Wide Guard and then move right back in and dish some damage back out. Also playing inside of its shield form, giving it a huge amount of special defense and defense. As we see the rest of these picks here, the Chiseler has grabbed the Zarina, so it's over to Nemesis. We saw them on Gary earlier, Metallic, and I thought they looked amazing on Gyarados, but they are locking in that Blaziken.
Blaziken also incredibly strong. Overlord playing it a lot today.
Yes!
Oblivion bringing
Yes!
the Tinkaton. Bringing the Tinkaton. We finally get to cast the Tinkaton game. And rounding out Kiss Kiss, of course, is Ho-Oh. So Kiss Kiss with a more unconventional style draft than what we've seen so far. And I can't wait to watch it go.
This ain't your granddad's Pokemon Unite, okay? This has Tinkaton, Armarouge, Ho-Oh. This is the new school. These are the new kids on the block, and we're going to see what they can do against this old, boring composition. Blissey from basically when the game came out. Get out of there, man. We need the new stuff, and that's what Kiss Kiss is bringing. I never see Tink in competitive play, and there's one big reason, Doob Snacks, and I'm sure you know it. In solo queue or, duos, trios, a lot of players will sort of let you farm your hammer stacks, right? Which is your passive that gives you this incredible amount of attack. But a lot of these pro players, I would say all of these pro players, are wise to that game. They will not let you try to farm all of that extra attack. So we'll see if Tink can scale up to where it needs to, because if it can, it feels like a bit of a raid boss. And if it can't, what are those things before raid bosses that you just KO easily so you move on? It's one of those.
Yeah, one of those. One of the sub-bosses, easy bosses, doesn't matter. JL, though, is who I've got my focus on because of the Umbreon. Are they going to go mean look and really paint that target on the ground for that nasty Tinkaton hammer to swing and bop on top of the head for the meanest game of whack-a-mole we've ever seen? That's the question I think we're about to find out.
And we also want to know, what kind of Armarouge are we seeing? I think I'm going to see a Flamethrower Ho-Oh here. That's what I would guess. But, of course, Fire Spin is definitely an option. With the Curse Bangle, though, Flamethrower feels pretty amazing. We're hopping into our game. This is Nemesis, your purple team. Kiss Kiss, your orange team in our losers semi-finals.
Duskrunner running straight forward, already trying to get the stacks. I believe that's Rinky Dink, the first form of Tinkaton. Oblivion getting that stack and going to scramble back to their side of the map.
Yeah, gonna see what they can do. Oblivion moving up there. So Oblivion it looks like they are gonna be going down here. No, maybe not. Maybe they actually made it out. But notably, they're trying to hit with that boosted. They're trying to hit with their moves. Again, they are looking to not only farm stacks with their stacking items, they're trying to get these hammer stacks with its passive so that it can get power as the game goes on, get larger moves. They're just a huge benefit if they can convince their opponents to fight them early.
Yeah, quick rotation by Armarouge Bora Reach to get into the mix and really help insulate the Rinkadink there so it can keep growing and evolve eventually. However, Nemesis running roughshod through the top path, taking control.
Yeah, things look good for Nemesis. That Blaziken's going to come online very soon. We have the Ho-Oh moving forward right here, crashing onto the goal zone, looking to score, and a lot of points are raining in. Oblivion moving forward again, just trying to see what they can get with those hammer stacks, also trying to hit their opponents with Thief, possibly get some HP back their way, and there is the flamethrower.
Yeah, Rinky Dink evolving into Badonkadonk there, level 5. Going to have to get Tinkaton soon. I do like the Thief build of Tinkaton, getting that HP back, giving you a lot of sustain. If you're going to be frontlining for this squad with a Ho-Oh in your back pocket, keep pushing forward, I say.
It goes Rinkadink, Badonkadonk, Tinkaton, correct?
That's my understanding.
Okay, I'm just making sure for the people at home, and I am getting word from the officials over at Pokemon. That is correct. That was the last thing they needed to fire you.
Perfect. Can't wait to get that email a little bit later today. But for now, I'm still on the mic. The mic is hot, and the action continues in the February Cup Finals, or whatever we're calling this thing.
And here we are. They're pushing forward against this Ho-Oh right here. Oblivion now has evolved into Tinkaton, where I don't know how many hammer stacks they do have, but they now have one of their most powerful moves available. I don't think they're going to be running Smackdown. I think, yeah, there it is. That big old hammer knocking up multiple members of the enemy team right into a Thief, right into a boosted. There are 5 members of Nemesis, and honestly, it got pretty close.
Yeah, you would think if there was just another soul on Kiss Kiss there to support Tinkaton, they would have been able to get a couple knockouts. However, Duskrunner in the bottom path is seeing that there is indeed 5 players of Nemesis pushing down that T1 pad, and we'll see what they can do. Rotating, it's a 2v5. We'll see how much Kiss Kiss can do to protect this goal zone. Nemesis doesn't really care to push any further, though.
Wow, I mean, that was a massive armor cannon into Psyshock. I feel like you don't see much Armarouge at all anymore. And this has just been a really nice combo, especially if you can hit that armor cannon and then right into your Tinkaton moves. That could be a huge, huge windfall for Kiss Kiss.
Yeah, you saw Oblivion actually hiding out in the tall grass to tuck away this huge hammer swing that's trying to lay down. And they're going to push forward. Aegislash getting the Tinkaton sorted out, but the rest of Kiss Kiss has shown up to try and make this a scrap. JL playing the game up front here, going to get ripped through by the big sword. And now Nemesis feels like they can pivot down on top of this Registeel. How much of a fight Kiss Kiss wants to put up is remaining to be the question that's going to be answered here. As Machisler is fighting to the back line, but it's really Nemesis that's pressing forward.
Yeah, Nemesis doing a great job right here. They just ripped through that objective. One amazing thing about securing those bottom Reggies that I think a lot of people maybe don't consider is also the nice big surge of HP that it sends back with the team, right? You get some experience, you get a buff, you get a big, HP recovery, and it lets you push forward in a fight that maybe you were, a little bit of a stalemate on or behind on, and all of a sudden you're ahead.
Exactly right. Now a little back and forth there for those birds as Aznable puts pressure on the Tinkaton. Armarouge sorting out Mega Mewtwo wide downstairs. Bora Reach showing that this thing maybe should be a little bit higher priority amongst the community here. For pot shots in the middle, we do have a mean look Umbreon. Nice Unite move, catches 3. Duskrunner is there to put some flame down on Nemesis and really help the pressure that they're trying to amount. Wide guard is there. Bora Reach going to get sorted very, very easily, as Vin Diesel has been doing really well on the Aegislash.
This here. Look at Aegislash just rip through this Ho-Oh, rip through this Umbreon. They're very tanky Pokemon, but again, the max HP shred from that sword boosted is incredible. They're sending this Regieleki towards this tier 2, and it looks like they're just going to take this opportunity, head into the central area of Nemesis, go ahead and pick up some of these buffs while we have Nemesis scoring in the bottom path. Vin moving forward here onto JL, trying to see what they can make happen. The Bliss assistance makes that a guarantee.
Yeah, just the bowling ball ripping through those pins that we call Kiss Kiss. Quick KO of 2 with Vin Diesel leading the charge here. It's another 3v2 pushing forward, and Vin Diesel is not feeling phased at all. Hydro Typhoon does kick up Bora Reach for just a moment as they're trying to get Rex to get some points, and Dust Runner has to peel back. They do have their Unite move if this thing goes a little froggy, but it looks like froggy is what Nemesis is trying to get. They're trying to rain KOs on top of Kiss Kiss. They said, I'm not ready for first base. I ain't doing any of that with you today. We're keeping this 10 feet apart because we are putting you 6 feet under.
That's right. They are keeping them far away from this objective. Reggie Steele, big Armor's Unite move, not able to steal it right there, though. Aegis Slash is able to take it down. Zarina takes Metallic up into the air, picks up the KO, dancing a little too close to the Serena as the triple axle's picking up some of those KOs.
Mewtwo coming through, trying to lay in shots here, but I think Nemesis just needs to give this thing up. 32 over, scoreline goes to Kiss Kiss, and they've got to be feeling pretty darn good. Nemesis had a great initial engage, but Kiss Kiss recovered very well.
I feel like we've seen this Tinkaton stack pretty well. It's not only its passive, but it's stacking items. I think it's going to enter the late game pretty dang powerful, which is what they've been looking for. Just trying to farm some of it right here onto this Blastoise. Maybe a little too early with our moves there. Not able to use the Unstoppable with the Hydro Typhoon. JL's in some trouble because Aegis Slash like a hot knife through butter on these defenders.
I mean, it just looks so good, and it makes you wonder, you know, is this going to be the new prio pick? Do we have to start banning this thing? Machisler in the backside trying to do some work, couldn't quite find its footing quite literally, and Duskrunner peels back. I feel like Duskrunner's been sandbagging this Ho-Oh Unite, and now it doesn't really have a chance but to save it for the Rayquaza.
Yeah, and you know, that's obviously the most important time, right? If you can somehow get your opponents to waste their Unite moves and bring back a number of your allies with Unites, you've just created, you know, a really impressive Uno reverse card in that final fight. 24 seconds until Ray, and we have multiple members of Kiss Kiss hiding in the tall grass right here, looking for an ambush. We could have the Ho-Oh almost bait the side of Nemesis, as Nemesis does not know they're this close.
Ooh, the big hammer lays in on Asmo. Half their HP is gone. They're burned into cinders, and now Jail's moving forward, traps the Blaziken in a mean look, and they're moving forward, and G checked in, and Bliss Assistance is going to have to save Metallic as they're moving through. The Gigaton Hammer laying in tons of weight on top of the heads of Nemesis, but that's a great Mewtwo Y Unite putting damage in back the other way. Kiss Kiss is trying to come through. Vin Diesel trapped in the mean look. Hydro Typhoon to give them the coverage they need. Oblivion is trying to move forward, but they are finally sent packing. And now JL is scrambling, is trying to scramble away. Nemesis not willing to chase. And Kiss Kiss with a great engagement and a great surprising trap that they sprung, but it doesn't look like it's going to be enough.
Oh, beautiful stuff. But Chisel taking Mewtwo-Y up in the air. Now it looks like Nemesis is turning onto Rayquaza as Serena is trying to stop them and get some KOs. Here comes the overheat charged up. And of course, the secure for Nem.
2 down on the backside with Vin Diesel. Sacred sorting through them. Oblivion's going to have to try and protect this goal zone, but I don't think they have enough in the tank to keep 2 players from getting their points in here. Vin Diesel quickly distracts and goes on to get more points in. This scoreline is weighing into the favor of Nemesis.
That's right, 409 to 200. They are cleaning up Kiss Kiss right here. A little disinfectant for them. And now we see Kiss Kiss needs to make a decision. 50 seconds left. Not impossible, but multiple shields up for the side of Nemesis. Really felt like once that Aegis Slash came back, things were going extremely well for Name. And unfortunately for Ho-Oh, I think they only got one person brought back with their massive Unite move, and that's just not enough in some of these moments.
Yeah, I mean, they had that great surprise engage, but unfortunately what it did is it led Kiss Kiss to be completely separate, right? So not only do you have the right Eos energy to revive as many players as you can, you also need proximity as well. It's not like a global all over the map thing. As we're firing off some final Unite moves, Kiss Kiss trying to make this thing a competition, but really, we're just racking up stats.
Can I say, one of the Unite moves that felt like was an absolute pivotal moment was that beautiful Mewtwo Unite. That really shut down Nemesis, stopped them in their tracks, of course. It targets everyone on the map, and if it hits you, you get stunned for a moment and take some pretty solid damage. Felt like the Mewtwo-Y was a big difference maker in that final moment. Even though Kiss Kiss had an amazing start to that fight, Nemesis, they were the ones who finished it.
Yeah, I was actually mentioning as we were watching Nemesis play, it almost feels like Miraidon being banned has been to the aid or to the service of Nemesis, because Yeet Fan or Relics has looked a lot better on this Mewtwo Y than the Miraidon, and since the Miraidon's been gone, this is where they've deferred to, and it's just looking decent. Now Metallic, of course, tons of points, 9 and 8 on the Blaziken, but for me, it was all about the sword.
Yeah, that sword, yeah, look at that. 115,000 damage. And if you look over to the side of Kiss Kiss, you can tell where that's coming from. They are ripping through these tanky Pokemon, because JL took 100K, Duskrunner took 74,000, even Oblivion took 76,000. So these high HP targets are just delicious for Aegislash.
And Rex, 113,000 damage healing. We said, or I said, that it feels like we've been peeling away from the healing being such a go-to factor in these support games. Down is certainly not out, and what a game to bring that back, as Kiss Kiss did not have tons of way to remove characters off the map in a blink of an eye, right? It's just kind of damage over time. If you can avoid the Gigaton Hammer, the rest of it feels kind of easy to contend with, and that means the eggs can really take over, and the healing is solid.
Yeah, the healing was great, especially with that curse item on Ho-Oh. They were trying to shut that down, but obviously 113K, they were able to get their allies in some great positions. Some beautiful Bliss assistances. Also, as we take a look at some of the big moments from this last match, they're pushing on to this Tier 1 goal zone. I think we had a few moments where Armorers did not look too bad. However, if I were to look at this composition from Kiss Kiss, it's extremely exciting because we don't get to see a lot of things like this, but this almost feels like... it's almost like a trick play, right? It's something that maybe you bring out in game 2 after you took a game 1 win that your opponents aren't expecting. Instead, we sort of start our series with it here, and now you're behind.
Yeah, Kiss Kiss may opt to defer to something a little bit more traditional, but I mean, right there we saw the trap that they were looking to set, right? The mean look with the Gigaton Hammer ready to just bop them on the head, and after that, all it took, all of that hard work cleared with one Bliss assistance, and they ended up losing that team fight, and that kind of became the story of this one when it comes to the Tinkaton.
Yeah, absolutely. Tinkaton had its moments. I love this catch by them. I mean, they made a big play. They went for it. Asnable gets absolutely decimated right there. I wonder if the call after Asnable goes down, instead of chasing here once the Bliss assistance came down, I wonder if they just peel back, go for Ray with the player advantage, and see what they can make happen. Instead, they stay in this fight. There was a big Mewtwo Unite. They stay in this fight. Multiple members are able to then come back on the side of Nem. And then around this Rayquaza, there's really not much you can do at all. That's an overheat, you know, fully charged up, ready to take it down.
Yeah, and Metallic, you know, there's a reason they've put themselves in those positions. They've secured those objectives for that team time and time again. As we watch through that final fight, that poor Ho-Oh, I mean, good KO priority by Nemesis. Once they got their cage rattled a little bit and they settled in and figured out what was going on, they were quickly able to make sure that the Ho-Oh was the second Pokemon that was going to get eliminated, and forcing out that Ho-Oh Unite, because one player back is better than none, but unfortunately not really the impact you're looking for with a big tied kind of Uno Reverso card, as you had mentioned, right? You really want to have 2, 3 characters popping back up to get back in the mix, whereas saving one feels less than ideal. And when you're looking at Ho-Oh, you don't execute what it can do, and that was the only time you used the Unite move all game. You can't feel solid about that. So I expect Kiss Kiss to go back to the drawing board quite a bit. Like you said, who felt like a nice trick play, didn't quite materialize anything, but now your back's against the wall, and you need to start bringing in some real firepower.
I totally agree. And I think the thing you brought up with the Ho-Oh Unite is absolutely on point. You know, the problem with this Unite move is if you try to bring back 4 of your team members, first off, they'll probably have KO'd you by that time, right? But if you try to bring back 4, everyone's around just kind of waiting to KO something. If you try to bring back 1 early in a fight when people are still distracted, that seems to work pretty well. But by the time Ho-Oh used its Unite, there were multiple members of Nemesis ready to counter. So you get to see who's coming back and the lights coming down from the sky on the feather. They know exactly where they're going to be. And there's a moment where that player can't move as they're waiting to come back. You know that timing, and you just get ready to blow them up, which is exactly what happened as soon as Tink came back. If you're going to use a Ho-Oh Unite like that, you're kind of just it's almost like you're just using the Unite move to just buy a little time, and that's maybe not when it's most valuable. I think you need to use it aggressively when your opponents are still fighting and distracted by other things, or you better be getting multiple players, right? Otherwise, yeah, this is not great.
Yeah, it's got to be one of those things, in my opinion, where in your mind you say, this is to revive one character. What character on our team do we want that to go to? Anything more than that is a benefit, but its sole purpose is to make sure, whatever, in that case, Tinkaton stays in the mix. But Tinkaton isn't really the character that can do that, right? However, like maybe an Aegislash can. If you're saying, hey, we only use Unite move, this Ho-Oh Unite, the moment Aegislash goes down, well, then you've got yourself a solid game plan that the whole team can work around.
Yeah, absolutely. As we get ready for our game number 2, we're into our draft here. Blissey, Psyduck, Garchomp, and Hoopa being banned out. First pick over to Kiss Kiss, and they are taking the Miraidon.
Miraidon is incredibly strong, right? I mean, put it in there. It does. If you really are worried about Yeet's Miraidon, it does take it out of their hands, which you can consider kind of a win-win in that direction. But Umbreon is here. I'm really kind of surprised at the volume of Trevenant play we've seen.
Yeah, lots of Trev. And I've thought Trevenant's been really good for a while. I mean, it received no changes, right? I think it's a very strong Pokemon, and people were just kind of off it for a bit. But now I am surprised at how much we are seeing it. It feels like it kind of came out of nowhere almost.
Yeah, and it's, time and time again, we see crazy Trev games, and we're like, man, we always forget Trev is still around, right? However, I think this weekend has kind of felt like an exception. Now we're seeing it more, and it feels to be less impactful than we've seen it in tournaments past.
Agreed. Moving over to the side of Nemesis, we do see them grabbing that Mewtwo Y again. Very powerful. We see Metallic on Zarina, a Pokemon we know they are fantastic with, but I don't think we really saw an amazing showing from it earlier. So I want to see what Metallic's Zarina looks like here in game number 2. Obviously, they're feeling good, They won that first game, puts them in a great spot. Final pick over to Vin here. And it could be Zoroark. I haven't loved it. I don't really love it into this comp.
Zacian, right?
Oh, sorry, I said Zoroark. My mistake. Yes, Zacian. Okay. I apologize. Apologize to everyone at home. I called it Zoroark. Got Zoroark on the brain watching Overlord all day. Zacian. I have not been super impressed with it. I do think this Pokemon is very good. I just don't feel like we've seen big moments from it.
I agree. Vin is a player that has historically gone into the Zacian well, even when other players haven't. So I when I see these types of picks, I expect kind of a next gear to be hit, right? When we see some of these more standard picks, you kind of know what the floor is amongst these pro players. But when you look at a pick like Zacian that has maybe fallen off, but you only have 1 or 2 players still picking it up, I want to see the reason why. Unfortunately, that hasn't quite happened yet today. But, I'm looking forward to the Vin Diesel surprise because, as I mentioned at the start of the broadcast, it feels like the tail end of these drafts have become more and more important. So this Zacian, if you're foregoing more dedicated counter picks to nab this Zacian, you have to be able to put in work.
Yeah, I think you're right. I've noticed that a lot of drafts, it feels like, especially in NA, but this seems to be pretty common worldwide. I feel like we're hiding our sort of carry picks a lot of the time so that they can't be countered as easily, especially something like Zoroark Comfey that we've seen earlier. You have to hide this.
Absolutely true. Absolutely true. Let's get ourselves into this game. Say the thing, do the thing, get us rolling.
Kiss your purple team. Nemesis, your orange team. This is game number 2. We're in our losers semi-final. Nemesis wins this. They're going to move forward to face off against the Juicers in the losers finals with the opportunity to head back up to the grand finals and win another monthly cup. However, if Kiss moves on, they're going to need to run into the Juicers, a team that sent them down here to the losers bracket. Both of these teams playing pretty well here today with a slightly different comp here in game number 2.
Now, going into this game, Machisel playing into this top path, I kind of would have expected maybe a little bit more pressure placed on Metallic, and not that Metallic has been completely shut down, slowed down a little bit. I think there is a window where you can really stop Zarina in its tracks, especially with a Pokemon like Absol.
We're going to see what they want to do with this Blastoise in the bottom path, also on the side of Kiss Kiss. This is a strategy they've been implementing where they run EXP Share Miraidon to power up the defender that they play in the bottom path. I wonder what kind of Blastoise they are looking to play here. It is going to be a Sacred Sword Zacian. No surprises, 4 members of Nemesis push onto this goal zone. I don't know if those autos are going to do it, JL.
No, but they're going to press A as much as they can to try and make that happen. Steenie, Metallic, resetting, going to the bottom path here as the Mega Mewtwo Y is already coming down from the top path to the bottom. Meanwhile, of course, you have Aznable doing their JL impression, just sitting on pad looking at A-Press. Machisel stunned up a little bit. Rex can't quite close the door. Machisel goes back in, and Metallic might have a chance for a cheeky KO.
Yeah, they pick one up. That's a great KO on a level 6 Absol, stealing that blue buff right back. Vin catching JL right there with the Sacred Sword. Now they only need 5s to use their Intrepid Sword, but they don't even need it. The auto attack's able to take them down. Trevenant is online. Blastoise 1 level higher. Big thanks to the EXP share. And it is a rapid spin Blastoise. So we're trying to get some extra damage out of our defender here this game. I do feel like rapid spin is pretty solid, although a lot of the comps I see it in aren't my favorite ways to play it. I love chasing down some of the squishier attackers with rapid spin. You don't really have that on the side of Nemesis.
No, that's a great point. Sacred Sword from Oblivion can't find their target. Metallic who was hiding out. But here comes Asmo with a little support. Woodhammer is down. Charge Beam is just putting some pressure on Nemesis, forcing them to reel back to pad.
Yeah, and now we see few seconds here until the birds spawn in between these two paths here. Absol in a lot of trouble using Pursuit to try to move away from this situation. They got the reset on that Pokemon, so they have another dash as we have Bora healing back from this fight in the top path. Oblivion going in, trying to cut down the tree.
Oh man, but Aznable is dealt with. Oblivion sorted, but nice pivot by Zacian from the top to go pick up that key KO on Machisel. Now it's Rex that's going to have to sit here and try and defend that top goal zone because the rest of Nemesis is putting their focus on this Regice.
One thing that is amazing about this Zacian, I have to give it immense credit. The rip on this Pokemon is quite good, and so is it secure. So when it is alone near an objective, it can actually take it very fast, which makes it a really, formidable Pokemon to roam the map.
No, that's a great point. Aznable trying to play some defense still. That goal zone is left at 7. Still an opportunity for a big overdunk if they can get someone up there with the right amount of money in their pockets. However, rest of Kiss Kiss maybe just going to leave it standing for now, not overcommit to an opportunity.
Big time Unite move there from Rex. They're moving forward, trying to see if they can take down Oblivion. Oblivion Unite not able to get much done. JL being chased down by Metallic now in a lot of trouble. Mewtwo Y coming in. Here comes the Absol, but it is so close to a Unite and it simply doesn't have it. Blastoise sends him up into the sky, but Absol is still waiting for that 9, and there it is.
Now we're trying to put them in a blender is the Zacian. They're trying to Sacred Sword around and moderately successful here. A couple players down. Give him another one. Metallic chases down Miraidon. Now we're getting in points. Vin Diesel, the Zacian, running back to their side of the map to maybe pick up some coins to get back into the action. Oh, man. I'm looking at and I'm thinking about Oblivion's coup de grace, that big Aegis/Unite move that went through 4 players and somehow didn't hit a single one. I'm not too sure how you stitch it much better than that for an L, but they delivered certainly.
Yeah, there was a precision miss. I mean,
it was a wild.
It just perfectly missed everything, which is, that is a narrow move, right? You can pick up some big objective secures because often those objectives aren't dashing around making it hard to hit. But boy, it can be tough to hit your opponent sometimes. Nice big Sacred Sword. Miraidon is going to back out of it.
Nice in and out types of engagements by Nemesis. They're finally able to catch up. 2 relics on that Mewtwo Y and put them down. And the Charge Beam Miraidon. Bora Reach hitting some targets as well with that lightning from its gourd. Pushing forward, Vin Diesel goes for the backline engage and kind of gets put up and stalled out by the Machisler and ultimately gets KO'd. And they were able to save the Miraidon in that full exchange. Bora Reach putting their Unite move on pad. Hydro Typhoon Dust Runner as well. Aznable steps right in to get KO'd with the rest of the team and Nemesis. Metallic going to the basement objective so they won't get knocked out, not just yet.
Yeah, amazing stuff there from the Absol, but I've got to give it up to the Blastoise. I was wondering how beneficial this was going to be, but they were really chasing down and helping chase down some of those huge KOs with that Blastoise Rapid Spin Water Spout combo. Obviously, you've got the great damage from it and the increased move speed. So they were just able to track with Zacian the whole way and help shut them down. Nice plays there by Kiss Kiss.
Yeah, no, very well done. Azimuth trying to protect the central area of Nemesis, not let Kiss Kiss invade too deep or get too many good ideas here. Oh, nice engaged pursuit on Azimuth. They are dealt with very quickly. Sitting on pad, going for the 35-point overdunk. Metallic's going to try and stymie that. They ultimately going for the 16 over. Absolute Unite is popped, so is Metallic's Unite is popped. But Metallic goes down despite expending that resource. The rest of Nemesis has to take a look at this goal zone, take a look at these scores, take a look at these levels, and figure out how to keep pace.
I think that's an incredibly smart thing to point out, Dupe Snacks. Let's take a look at all of this for a second right here. Up by 20 points is Kiss Kiss. Level-wise, things are incredibly close if you look at these two teams, but we do have a slight advantage on the side of Kiss Kiss. Up on points, up on level, and it does feel like ever since that Absol came online, things are going much better for them. Full heal to pull away from this engagement, but they go right back in, possibly putting themselves in a situation to get KO'd, but now everyone is on a wild Absol chase. Every single member of Nemesis tried to do something about it except the tree.
On a razor-thin margin, Relics is able to survive, and I think if Machisel would have left with that KO, they would have felt pretty decent about that exchange. However, the rest of Nemesis stepping up, making sure that they don't give up too much equity on the experience front.
Now you have to wonder, for Kiss Kiss, what do they care most about here? They're positioned around this top goal zone for a few reasons. One, they don't want Nemesis to put a ton of points in here really quick. That would put them behind on the scoreboard. They also have an objective here. Nemesis seems to know this, and it looks like both teams are just going to pass each other like ships in the night. They know they're on opposite sides of the map. One taking the Regieleki, one taking the bottom Reggie, and we are going to move on and get ready for Rayquaza here in 15 seconds. Nem in the lead of this series, by the way, if you're just joining us. So if our orange team wins this, they'll move on in this tournament that much closer to securing a win here in February. But here comes the Umbreon Unite. This fight's popping up right now.
I mean, they're caught in a rough spot as Nemesis. They stepped up. They're able to flip the script very quickly. 2 players down instantly after an egregious engage by Kiss Kiss. I honestly thought Kiss Kiss caught all of Nemesis out where they were sandbagging, moving up from the basement Reggie, but they're going straight to the fight. Metallic locking down Bora Reach. Bora Reach is so low, puts some thunder on the players, puts a charge beam in the middle, and takes it out from under the nose of Nemesis. They just left the Miraidon hang out and do whatever they wanted to do, and it ends up being curtains for Nemesis.
Wow, Kiss Kiss, Dupe Snacks. Not only that, Kiss Kiss had an amazing play right there. I mean, it felt like they were behind it. I'm fully with you. When we pan up to that fight, my brain is going, oh, this is really bad for Nemesis. And then they turn the fight around. It's actually looking pretty incredible. In that moment, though, they decided to start putting some damage on Rayquaza, and we actually had some, maybe not solid secure, but some solid consistent damage from the side of Kiss Kiss that could look to steal it. It definitely wasn't cut and dry, but neither is the end of this match. 1 minute left, 301 to 161, and they're moving towards this goal zone, trying to catch Absol right here. Metallic has 50 points in their pocket.
Yeah, and now, well, Azimuth puts up, closes out that goal zone, so it shrinks the lead, but not enough. Going straight to the Absol Unite is the Machisler, trying to deal with Metallic, who's going to slide back towards and go on the chase here. Azimuth is going to have to focus on that. Vin Diesel's going to cut them off and put the damage in. Finally, Machisel is down. Blastoise peeling back to play some defense as Oblivion sits on pad as well. Metallic has full pockets. They need to make a move to score. They are down by 1 hundo burger plus, and it's a Fixins on the side. Nice put in by Mewtwo, pops the Unite move. Oblivion uses the Sacred Sword back in. Hydro Typhoon, coup de grace on the Mewtwo. Why? They are dealt with. Going forward, trying to get some points and start pressing that score button because you need it. No, 4 points is not gonna do it.
Not gonna do it. Kiss Kiss taking game number 2 here. I mean, what an incredible fight. It felt like Nem was, in control of that fight after a really interesting catch. We didn't actually get to see the moment where it all sort of popped off, but we saw the Unite moves being thrown. Clearly, the fight was on, but the secure not in the hands of Nemesis. Series is all tied up.
No, I thought when Metallic had Bora Reach, the Miraidon, in their Unite move, I thought for sure they would just take the extra moment to knock out the Miraidon. But maybe what Metallic was thinking is, I just bought the window that Vin Diesel needs with this Zacian to get the secure, and maybe the Zacian just kind of duffed it, right? We'd have to go back and take a look here. Hopefully we see it in our replays. But let's take a look at these numbers now.
Yeah, we're taking a look at these numbers here. And yeah, production, if you're hearing us, we'd love to watch that fight a little slower too, so we could possibly see how it all played out. You know, they could have had sort of the Sacred Sword combo not ready with their Unite move, or they just didn't get that last hit, because it was a tick of damage from Charge Beam that secured it. And that is obviously, again, consistent damage, but it is not a burst of damage, Dupe Snacks.
No, not at all. As we look here, you know, we're seeing more of those, and sorry for the squeaky chair. That is my chair. We figured that out. We look at these numbers, you know, a pretty fair parity amongst the damage we're dealing, the healing numbers between these two teams. So another opportunity we're just boiled down to maybe team composition and, of course, execution.
Yeah, I mean, look how incredibly close this game was right here. It was so close between these two teams. You definitely want one of them to possibly take Rayquaza if they have the opportunity, right? But it just didn't seem to present itself without a lot of interference. I do understand what Nem was up to. You know, there's not great secure on the side of Kiss Kiss in that moment, but they weren't able to get it done.
No, not this go around. I'm taking a look. Let's get ourselves to a new screen, or put us back up there here. I think we've dissected this one as much as we want to take a look. And finally, some replays here. Really, the focus is the early part of this game. How did we get to that final engagement and that final Rayquaza?
Yeah, I mean, it felt like both teams were actually playing pretty well here. Some nice moments for the Aegislash Oblivion from Kiss Kiss. Some really good moments from Metallic. Felt like they were making some big Zarina plays. This was a tough moment for the Chiseler, as Absol was not ready with its Unite move. Had it been, though, that would have been a very different fight. There we have Vin trying to catch this Miraidon. But Bora, you know, when you're playing Charge Beam, you've got that hindrance resistance. So you kind of just back out of moments like this.
Yeah, absolutely. We actually saw the Miraidon Unite. Here we're seeing it again. Crash on top of the pad and really facilitate Kiss Kiss getting more points in, breaking a goal zone, getting up on the scoreboard here to try to bring that to parity. Now, we're pushing to the bottom. Can't quite get the 40 in. Hey, we'll deal with a plus 16 here and give ourselves the small lead.
And there we go. We see Metallic being ripped apart right now. 181, 161. Here's the fight. So they're pushing forward here. Big Mewtwo Unite, and now we have the Absol Unite. Absol goes down in this moment with two members of Kiss Kiss down, the Absol and the Aegislash. They decide to turn on this fight. The Mewtwo is down, and here we go. We're slowing our fight down right now. Miraidon sent up into the air. Bora is almost down. They turn towards Rayquaza, but there's the double Sacred Sword. So it's pretty early. Zacian charging the Unite move right here, looking for the secure. The Charge Beam is on it. Here comes the Wood Hammer. And
they were way late.
Oh,
they were so late. They were so late.
It was very late. And obviously, we're watching this, you know, slowed down, right? So it's easy to be like, well, just throw it right then. But I mean, there's a lot of chaos happening in that moment. However, yes, no question that Zacian Unite was very late for the secure right there, because it was able to get taken by the Miraidon. Thank you for letting us see that slow down, because I'm curious. I always want to see in a moment like that when it sort of flips the direction you don't expect, what happened. One thing that we could kind of chalk that up to is no one chased down Miraidon, and that may have been the call. However, I do think it's reasonable to say you don't expect Miraidon is going to be the difference maker that secures the objective. So maybe the play is, who cares about this, you know, sort of consistent little buzz of damage? Let's just do what we do and secure Ray.
Well, they didn't do what they do, which has got to be a heartbreaker, right? Because if your thought process is, we're letting this Miraidon off the hook because we don't care, then all of your other stuff better be in line, whatever your secure tool is. And unfortunately, that Zacian Vin was just, I mean, I don't even want to say a hair late. I know we watched it slowed down, but that Unite move does way more damage. You don't need the target on a sliver. You know what I mean? Like, it looks like I'm just a little confused. Maybe it was a miscommunication.
I think we are watching it super slowed down, so I do think it was late. It probably seems later than it was, but for sure,
yeah, that's probably true.
For sure, it was late for the moment. More damage was being put on the objective, I think, than they anticipated. Unfortunately, you hope your Zacian is going to clutch that. That's kind of one, you know, that's one of its big skills, is a moment like that. But there you go. Moving on to our next match. Nemesis, first pick here. They're taking the Blissey over to Kiss Kiss. We have the Umbreon, and it looks like Miraidon as well.
Yeah, I will say, Vin Zacian did look the best of any Zacian we've seen so far. So
fully.
definitely tip of the cap on that. And it's unsurprising that Kiss Kiss banned it. So they don't think they're gonna get that opportunity twice against Vin Diesel Zacian. And I have a tendency to agree. Asmonville back on this Blastoise. Yeet on Mewtwo Y. Not a big shakeup for Nemesis so far.
No, I've really liked Yeet's Mewtwo Y. I think it's been very, very solid. If you're just joining us, you don't know who Yeet is. That's the player Relics on the side of Nemesis, also known as Yeet Fan. I think Yeet's Mewtwo Y has been really powerful in these matches. I like the Absol as well. A little under-leveled in some previous games, though.
Yeah, that's totally fair. However, we have seen great Metallic Gary play, and I selfishly would love to go back into the mix here because Gyarados is great, and I'm so excited to see Metallic play it.
And now we're seeing a Pokemon that at one time, Doob Snacks, had the priority of first ban basically on the second team every single game. That is Leafeon. And it's weird because Leafeon hasn't gotten, a series of massive nerfs or anything like that. It just feels like the meta has moved on from it. If I remember right, there was one kind of aerial ace nerf that was pretty small for it, maybe one other slight tap of the wrist, but that had Leafeon completely drop out of the meta. Now we're taking a look again at the Gyarados you talked about. Gary is great. It also had a small nerf and completely fell off. Sometimes I wonder, was it that the small nerf actually was a massive change because there were a few, big thresholds where it wouldn't have picked up a KO, or it would have picked up a KO before and now no longer will? Or do people really not like nerfed Pokemon? They like, and they like buff Pokemon. We're going to find out.
Well, it's easy to throw a Pokemon off to the side when it gets slight nerfs instead of spending necessarily the time to figure out how much it actually lost, when there are Pokemon that you need to figure out how much they actually gained, right? Maybe
True.
I don't have this many games on this Pokemon, so I'll take the one that just got buffed to try and get some experience there. Wrapping up the draft, however, was
Wrap it out,
Metagross.
dude. Go for it.
Wrap it up. All right, production, we're done. Pack it up. Was the Metagross, which Oblivion had a very good game on earlier, so we'll see how it can contend against Nemesis.
And here we go. Nemesis, your purple team. Kiss Kiss, your orange team. We are in a best of 3, meaning this game is the deciding factor. The winner of this will move on to the losers finals, which gives them an opportunity to head to the grand finals momentarily and possibly win this whole tournament. Nemesis sent down to the losers bracket by Kiss Kiss. Kiss Kiss earlier, like you said, Doob Snacks, was playing this Metagross in the central area, and it looked pretty phenomenal. We'll see how it looks against Nemesis here in game number 3.
Well, an Absol has an easy time putting pressure on Magikarp, I can tell you that. Bora Reach getting the hamburger helper mitts put across the back of their head, and they are knocked out finally. K-Opener going to Nemesis.
Now, interestingly enough, we see a different version of this Miraidon. We no longer have the EXP share on the Miraidon. We actually switched it over to the Umbreon here, which makes total sense. Umbreon needs very little experience to be one of the best Pokemon in the game. We're going to see if that's a nice difference maker for them as Oblivion is moving in. Huge Gyro Ball is going to push Rex back.
Yeah, I mean, Rex gonna go with the eggs again with this Blissey, trying to support this team through major heals, and we know they can put the numbers up if they're given the opportunity. Vin Diesel caught in a mean look, gonna take a quick little charge shot from the Miraidon here, while upstairs, poor JL can't evolve, and they're getting taken to task by a Magikarp. Big question mark.
The nice thing about, fighting this Magikarp is until it becomes Gyarados, you can kind of fight it there on pad, but that is not what you want to see. Scoring anything over 10 points gives it a ton of its effort gauge, and now Gary is online. It's level 6. It has evolved. Ooh, this is scary for Kiss Kiss.
Yeah, and able to get out, Metallic quickly realizes the pressure that Absol can put on it and jumps back to try and get to safety and make sure it can be an impact here at these 8-minute birds. We got a 3v2 squaring up.
Yeah, and here we go. Multiple members of Kiss Kiss coming down to this fight. Metallic jumping in with the bounce. Duskrunner in the middle of it. There's the big-time charge beam. Multiple members of both teams going down. 3 for Kiss Kiss, 2 for Nemesis.
Make it another one here as Machisel looks like they're going to make it out. I don't want to say unscathed. Of course, I say that quickly gobbled up by the Mewtwo here. And I thought for sure they had enough in the tank to make to that goal zone. JL flipping the script, getting a couple KOs for themselves as well. Spent long enough as a Gossifleur, says I'm an Eldegoss now.
This is a really nice catch there on Rex. That mean look sets up perfect opportunities, not only, of course, for Charge Beam, but to make sure that you really can't miss your Gyro Ball there with Metagross.
Yeah, that's critical. We're moving through. The birds are going to get melted down here very, very quickly as Bora Reach is going to put some charge beams on it. Only has to contend with a War Turtle, and that's got to be a good position. Azabo and Rex, the support tank core of this Nemesis team, is really just trying to hold fast while the rest of the squad is around the map.
Looks like Nemesis focusing on the top path here. Multiple members of Kiss Kiss here in the bottom path. If their opponents decide to try to fight them, they should be able to take them down. We have Rex moving in here, looking for a possible secure. Regirock getting extremely low, and it is going down to the Metagross.
Yeah, Oblivion taking it here. A KO on Relics. Oh, nice calculated compute and crash there, trying to go in. Can't quite sort out any targets, as now all of Kiss Kiss is surrounding this goal zone. Machisel's going to use that pressure to try and get the Mewtwo out of the picture, so the goal zone can also be taken out of the picture.
Yeah, beautiful stuff here. Leafeon uniting back the other way. Of course, when you're at the same level as a Leafeon, and that level's 8, they've got the Unite move, and you do not as the Absol. Big play from them to pick up that KO and push them off that goal zone. Regieleki, on the other hand, walking towards that tier 2 on the side of Kiss Kiss, thanks to that Gyarados, able to rip through objectives all by their lonesome.
Yeah, Oblivion took this Metagross into the center, so they are very quietly the biggest thing going here. Metallic putting tons of backline pressure, getting a KO on the Miraidon. Looks great for them. Dusk Runner pushed out to the outside with a nice surf by Azinable, who has been playing this tank Blastoise incredibly well today.
And now you can see in the top path, we have the counter scoring there from Kiss Kiss, really evening up this match. 183, 174, goal zones evened up, right? Both tier 1s, top and bottom, gone for our teams here. Nice start for Machisel. They were able to get the reset there, and they're going to decide if they want to move in.
That was an amazing pin. 2-step into the Bliss Assistance. There's another compute and crash. We've got the Coliseum put up. Can they turn it into a mausoleum? That's the look we're going for. Unfortunately, everybody falling within their own trap is Kiss Kiss.
Yeah, Kiss Kiss, really, they set up the walls, and that is where they stayed as we have the objective spawning in this bottom path in 20 seconds. Metagross Unite move, all it really did was set up a perfect area for Nemesis to play in. They said, that's our playpen? Well, we're going to break every single toy you brought.
We hate your toys, and we will not play with any of them.
We don't like your toys.
Metallic in the mean look, taking a charge beam, taking 2, bounces straight in, going underground, and they're going to go for a swim, see who they can pick up. They want to target Bora Reach, and the Hydro Typhoon targets them as well. Nice Vin Diesel Razor Leaf here. Pursuit does a ton of damage. They get dealt with. Rest of the team is pivoting back, hiding out as Metallic, ready to bounce on the next target. And now it's actually Relics, aka Yeet, that's moving far forward. They've hit Mega Mewtwo wide, and now we're all in the hunt for poor JL.
Yeah, JL just looking at this Regice go down. They're trying to possibly get a last hit there. Nothing they can really do.
Wait. Is that a Leaf Tornado, Eldegoss?
It is. I guess what they're looking for here. I mean, so the amazing thing about Leaf Tornado, there are actually 2 Pokemon on the enemy side that they kind of counter with it, right? So Leaf Tornado, once it hits its plus version, which Eldegoss recently got that buff, so it'll hit it at 12. Once it hits its plus version, it will make the auto attacks from something like the Gyarados and the Mewtwo miss momentarily.
Nice Bliss Assistance, Cotton Cloud Crash, everybody using their Unite moves right around the 4-minute mark. I think we just saw the Mewtwo Y Unite crash onto Earth. Those laser beams from that satellite that somebody put up there, raining some damage down in on this Kiss Kiss team. As now we're pressing forward. Nice little surf here, and Yeet, we know they want to pursue this, putting damage on the Machisler finally, despite hitting Mega Mewtwo form. Peel away.
Yeah, ending up peeling away, heading up towards this Regieleki right here. I do think it's going to be very important for the side of Kiss Kiss to actually get that level 12 if they want to play this move. Otherwise, I think Leaf Tornado, look, it has its merits. It does some damage. The move speed can be kind of nice. But if they don't hit that level 12, I think this was actually a mistake to choose this move. It just doesn't do enough otherwise, in my opinion. Late game, however, That's 12. They hit a massive Leaf Storm, and you could see multiple members of Nemesis missing their most powerful abilities, which for Gary and Mewtwo Y are going to be those auto attacks.
I'm trying to take a look at... Yeah, no, it's level 10. It's boosted up, Leaf Tornado.
Oh, is it 10 now?
It's 10, yeah, so here
I
we
don't
go.
know why I thought that was the 12 one. Well, my mistake. It's ready to go. Apologies.
I mean, whatever. What's that movie where you can't make any noise? You can't see, can't make any noise? How does that work?
Let's move on from whatever this is.
Yeah, perfect. Good call. Bouncing straight into the back line, looking for relics is Metallic, and they find their target. What a rebound by old Dupe Snacks.
Here we go. Registeel's getting ripped apart here by Nemesis. It is going to be going down. They're going to have the extra damage right there. Leaf Storm not able to steal it as they make their way towards the Rayquaza pit. Again, the tournament is on the line for both of these teams. We see Oblivion, the Metagross, getting some vision on Nemesis. Nemesis setting up really aggressively. These teams are less than 10 points away from each other. Kiss is behind. Neither team knows who is up right now, but they know it's extremely close as Oblivion is moving in.
Oh, going straight after Metallic here. Oblivion thought they sussed out their target. Blissus isn't on Metallic, picks them up for now. But Chisel is low, but we take to the skies, popping our Unite moves, Hydro Typhoon. And of course the computing crashes in there, but that Abacus isn't strong enough for the math that they're trying to do. Nemesis flips the script, puts 3 people down, and now Machizel is forced to reel. The rest of Nemesis sitting in the middle, they're chipping into Rayquaza, but there is enough time for them to come back. Resolve and Diesel reset, and we're gonna look how this squares itself up.
And you can see it for a second there. It looked like they hit with the Leaf Tornado on Gyarados, so Gyarados was not doing damage to Rayquaza for just a moment. Ray getting very low, secured there beautifully by Nemesis. Nemesis should be taking this game with only a minute left. Rayquaza shields on their Pokemon and full points in their pocket. They are looking to shut this thing down. 383, 174 for Nem.
And now those burgers are getting served up. They're hot and tasty, and this score lead is in the favor of Nemesis. So after a bit of a misstep there in game 2, they bounce back incredibly well, take an awesome Ray fight, and despite Kiss engaging and dictating the pace of that fight, they're the ones that find themselves ahead.
And I can see the Twitch chat, a lot of people are guessing, were you possibly talking about the movie A Quiet Place or perhaps Bird Box?
I don't know. If I knew, I probably would have said one of those two things. Good job, Dupe Snacks.
There's part of me that really hopes we were making a Bird Box reference right now. Get Sandy in here as they're trying to score in this bottom path, but they're not able to make it happen. Nemesis moving on in our tournament. They're going to be facing off against the Orange Juicers.
What a run by Nemesis, and Orange Juicers are a team that Nemesis has dispatched earlier this season to win themselves a monthly cup, and it looks like they are finding themselves true to form.
Yeah, very nice stuff. I think they played that fight extremely well. Unfortunately, the plan from Kiss to sort of dismantle some of the auto attackers did not end up working out. Metagross was not as impactful as they wanted it to be. Neither was the Absol here in this match. Leafeon, however, something that we don't see a lot, actually, performed really well. And I think there was a question is, did we stop playing with this toy because we just got a little too old and we were over it? Or was it actually bad? I don't know. It was looking pretty great here.
Well, Kiss was trying to bring new toys into the playpen, and Nemesis broke them all, so it's safe to say that they prefer the old toys. Shout out to Nemesis and this Leafeon.
Yeah, really great stuff right here. You can see how close that scoreline was. Nemesis actually was up, but it was very, very close. Only 9 points separating these two teams. They secure Rayquaza. They break a couple of goal zones, and now they're up 607 to 10. Again, they are moving on. Kiss had quite a run here, though.
They really did. They really did. I love seeing Machizel back, Boreach, having them find their footing here in the tournament scene, of course, as a support player myself, always terrific to see JL get themselves back in the mix. And what a show. They played really fun Pokemon Unite using a lot of unique strategies, and honestly, a shot in the arm for the rest of these teams that maybe their view is a little limited of what Pokemon can be played right now.
I agree. As we're taking a look at the 8 minutes fight right here, this was Metallic jumps in using bounce. The Leafeon moves in, trying to pick up some KOs. Really nice stuff there from the Miraidon, but it also going down as Mewtwo Y starts ripping through the team. Regirock getting very low right here, secured by Kiss Kiss.
Yeah, I mean, I just want to keep pointing out Asinable right there. Good separation to the Miraidon with a nice surf, able to get the space that this team's needs. And there's another one, right? Just so they can get their points in. Not much, but just tactful every single time. Surf back into Oblivion to pin them into the Emerald two-step, but, you know, looked like there was 3 feet because all 3 players getting bopped with it. Asinable's play very strong on this Defender Blastoise.
Yeah, I think Asinable had some amazing moments. Metallic coming in here. The power of that Gyarados Unite move, right? It just is incredible. The ability to not only tank a lot of damage, right? You negate everything that was going to hit you there for a moment. You make yourself untargetable. You are diving under the map looking to pick up a KO, and it's great into some of those attackers like Miraidon. It's fantastic into something like Absol if they've already used some of their mobility moves.
Absolutely. Big bounce in on that engage. And now it really felt like Kiss Kiss, this is kind of what they wanted. However, Miraidon getting hit by that early bounce forced them to retreat. Couldn't really put some of that heavy damage on some of these Nemesis players. And what resulted was utter catastrophe here for Kiss Kiss.
I want to point out a really nice moment there. So that Unite move from the Metagross was actually really nice to block out the Gyarados. So even though Gary was underwater, it was stopped by that wall there from the Metagross Unite move. You saw it kind of like hovering there trying to get in. However, as soon as he popped up, hits the eject button, moves the end of that Unite move, so the damage did end up hitting the Metagross. We've got some more incredible Pokemon Unite action coming up. Kiss Kiss Nemesis is what you just saw. You are going to be seeing the Orange Juicers versus Nemesis here in a sec in your losers finals. Do not go anywhere.
Don't go anywhere.
The proverbial number 1, number 2, and number 3 is what remains in the February Cup. And, Nemesis has definitely had some roster changes over the last couple of months, even the last 2 having very, very different rosters, but shows how consistent this team is in their core. Yeet Fan, Asnable, Metallic always looking really strong with whatever 2 players join them for their roster.
Yeah, that's true. Also, for those of you who didn't hear my intro, I promise it was incredible. I said some really insightful things with a really happy attitude, real up my Zoinks alley. So, just if anybody was curious what happened, that's what happened a moment ago. But you're right, Draku, the storylines going into this tournament, some roster changes, and basically what team can become a new champion. Because we have yet again another tournament set up here in North America where we will have a repeat champion, no matter what. Luminosity Gaming, Orange Juicers, and Nemesis, our 3 remaining teams, all have that accolade to brag about this year. We're just going to see who can start to add more chips to the coffers, as these teams are going to be fighting over a second tournament win in a row, potentially for LG. Otherwise, Orange Juicers and Nemesis want that chance to beat out the previous champ.
Yeah, I think Nemesis right now, they're looking pretty hot. Obviously, we had some of those replays, maybe calling out one of the plays that happened in the central area, but nonetheless, that is the past. And, well, if you look at the past, Nemesis is looking pretty good. They qualified through the loser side. They have lost a couple of games, but nonetheless have won the last 3 sets, whereas the Orange Juicers might be a little bit cold coming off of the 2-0 loss or 0-2 loss from Luminosity. Let's see if Orange Juicers can bounce back. I mean, that is a mighty hill to climb. Nemesis is pretty hot right now. Luminosity waiting in the wings.
It's a tough battle, right? Like walking away from a game lost to a must-win scenario immediately, whereas Nemesis gets to carry in a bit of momentum. The only exchange is that Orange Juicers had the potential to sit in a call and watch every single moment of that last matchup on the broadcast and analyze, okay, what is this team doing? What is making this squad click? The parts of the composition that are really good that you got to focus in on drafts, what you can leave by the wayside, and of course, our in-game macro. So let's get into the big brain stuff of it already, Draku, as we jump into draft game number 1 for our losers finals between Orange Juicers and Nemesis, and Belissi, the wanted Pokemon, is banned.
This is a qualification game to the grand finals to face Luminosity, currently the champion, having won the January Cup a couple of weeks ago. And this is also an elimination game for one of these 2 teams. Best of 3 moves one of these teams forwards. At the end of that, one of these teams is going to be going home. Pretty usual suspects here. Pretty interesting bans on the side of at least both of these teams. Garchomp, you don't see that all too often. That might be maybe a target ban for one of the members. I think it's OG. Definitely been really proficient with this Pokemon, and Mimikyu, definitely a really strong Pokemon just generally.
Yeah, it is most likely a targeted ban that direction, but also it could be that Metallic's specific pick they are thinking about in this draft has a rather weak matchup into the Garchomp. So potentially trying to pave the way for a future pick, or just isolating a pick that OG is incredibly strong at. And wow, okay, speaking of taking away some specific picks, well, I guess with the way the draft has formed out so far, maybe not, but either way, Zugrug taking a page out of Asnable's book and locking in the Blastoise in the second pick position. So a very, very bulky front line for this Orange Juicers team, but Nemesis right there in tandem with Umbreon Snorlax on the other side.
Yeah, the defenders and supporters are definitely taking pages out of the other team's defender supporters. Zugrug not necessarily taking away the Blastoise, since Asnable was first on the draft side for Nemesis, but Rex taking that potential Snorlax away from Zugrug, I would say the best Snorlax player in North America. And wow, we were talking about this in the green room. We don't see a whole lot of Dodrio, but I mean, they're going for potentially a high scoring composition for Orange Juicers. Flareon's pulling out a Sableye that's most likely going to be moving on to Roland, possibly. But I don't know. What do you think about this draft so far?
Yeah, wow. I mean, really, really interesting. I think mostly the fact that this Blastoise is in the mix. I don't think you can keep it as a supportive Blastoise for very long. We probably see that swap around, but it is Flareon's picking up the Psyduck, so potentially just going into a triple support staff kind of composition with a Sableye, Blastoise, and Psyduck all going to be playing out a ton of displacement. And don't get it twisted, the Blastoise and the Psyduck can put out a ton of damage, especially with those items being equipped. Draku, Muscle Band, and Rapid Fire Scarf going to the Zugrug. We're looking at a Spinstoise.
You think it is a Spinstoise though? I mean, you get more surfs every time you have a boosted auto with Blastoise, so we could see something like a Surf Stoise in the top path, just outputting lots of crowd control and hindrance. But this team is definitely not lacking in that. Vin Diesel is going to round out their 5-player roster with Aegislash, who has definitely been an MVP of the day, the Pokemon itself.
Yeah, it has been phenomenal in so many of our matches. It's been game defining in a couple of them, right? The big secure potential, as well as just able to initiate team fights with some ridiculous damage, and being able to do damage based on the maximum amount of HP total just really gets things started in a major way for some of these offensive all-rounder silo picks. But yeah, I don't know, this is going to be a very interesting game. The draft on Orange Juicer's side, definitely pretty wild. We got the Dodrio, which is going to be fun, but I mean, the fact that Zogrog still gets to play this tank Blastoise and Flareon's essentially playing attacker Psyduck with the EXP share, akin to playing something like an Espeon or a Mew with that EXP share, but this Psyduck definitely going to be doing as much damage as it possibly can in this matchup.
Yeah, the one thing I'm worried about for Orange Juicer's composition is they really do lean into scoring between the Sableye and the Dodrio, but their team fighting prowess is definitely lacking in my opinion. So I'm worried about these late game team fights where teams start to form together in these 5v5 engagements. It's really up to the Orange Juicers, specifically these two players, to extend their lead in the early game so that's not becoming an issue in the late game.
Yeah, not an easy task by any means, Drake. We'll have to see how this can roll out within these next 10 minutes. Metallic sub 50% on the effort gauge in the early game farming stage, so maybe not exactly where they'd want to be. It's going to be very reliant on this next Birds fight, and it seems like that's going to take place potentially on the bottom side, but Magikarp sees what's going down there on the bottom goal zone and actually pivots back up towards the top side of the map as Orange Juicers strike first in this Tier 1.
Vin Diesel's going to pop those twins. I don't know if that was the best idea. They're able to get to that level 5 evolution into the Doublade. Dodrio hanging out in the wings. We're going to rotate up to the top path and back down to the bottom path once again. 3 members for Nemesis, still looking pretty healthy. Vin Diesel is going to disengage, but Kratos on the prowl.
Yeah, I mean, a lot of low HP targets, but one of them is Rex on this Umbreon, who at least has at minimum 2 stacks already, is going with the attack weight and the Aeos Koki, so a very, very, very bulky Umbreon with Wish Healing to boot. So it's going to be a challenge to take down no matter what, but look at this. Orange Juicers not respecting boundaries at all and entering into the enemy central area to take a couple of wild Pokemon and some of the player Pokemon as Snorlax goes down.
You know, some would say that the first 2 minutes is called the laning phase, but that's kind of thrown out the window when you have a Sableye and a Dodrio running amok across the map. A lot of players from Nemesis rotating down to that bottom side of the map, and fortunately, this Magikarp, I think that's Metallic, once again on that Magikarp, struggling to find that effort gauge evolution into a Gyarados.
Speaking of rotations, not a single Nemesis player show up to the mid-birds at that 8-minute mark, so that all goes over to Orange Juicers and allows them to come down and defend this goal zone quite easily. That is a resting Snorlax from Asmongold that is not going to last forever. The Psyduck gets that takedown. Zugrug on this Blastoise is going to get in a couple of dunks.
The over-under for the Gyarados becoming a Gyarados is not looking very favorable for Metallic. Finally able to get to that Gyarados a couple of minutes in, but another player still struggling to find their final evolution is Vin Diesel on this Doublade. They do have access to their primary damaging ability, but to form into that shield form, it's not there just yet. Big team fight breaking out here in the bottom path. Snorlax is going to be the first to fall.
Oh, man, Flareon jumps in on that Psyduck, able to walk away from a lot of that battlefield, having access to that mysterious psychic power passive that it can utilize to amplify all of its moves and also push away enemy targets who gets you close to it. But the headache that follows, well, I don't envy the Psyduck.
First goal zone, first tower has fallen on the side of Nemesis as Orange Juicers breaks that wide open. A big exodus for the Orange Juicers to maybe contest this Regieleki in the top path. Gotta be very careful of this tall grass. There might be a shield honing in on you. Secure going over to Vin Diesel. Regieleki bouncing to the tier 1.
Okay, this is Nemesis' chance to really make something happen, at least catch up in a few of these levels. The Regieleki will at least be a bit of a time sink for Orange Juicers, allowing Nemesis a bit of a chance to clear that central area and a more easy pattern. Roland does take that red buff, I believe, but the Unite move just barely misses Metallic, so won't be sending Metallic back to base. Either way, the exchange still in favor of Roland, as that is a Sableye stealing the Escavalier from the side of Nemesis.
I love the movement that Roland is doing, just staying outside of the vision so that they don't proc. They're out of invisibility, but lots of Unite moves being used here in the central area. First to fall is Flareon's Dragon Current from Metallic. It's gonna get another KO going in the way of Nemesis. Zacian heading back to the Pokemon Center, followed by Roland once again. Looks like a big team fight just going in the way of Nemesis, and a lead starting to shift. Maybe momentum going into the right side team. Able to get a lot of KOs, but a KO streak of 2 for Sakura.
That's one of those team fights that's just evidence of how awkward some of these fights can be when you do not have healing options on either side of the roster. It felt like so many moments where Nemesis or Orange Juicers would normally feel comfortable in a re-engage or diving into the backline have to immediately evacuate due to really having no options to boost up their HP. Rex wasn't there on the Umbreon, or at least not in the exact position they needed to be for the healing, so otherwise a bit of a recall from both of these teams. Nice adaptation though, Snorlax from gonna block that goal zone. Do not want this Dodrio and Sableye getting away with more.
Yeah, Dodrio Sableye is going into a 3v2 situation here. Power Nap is going to be used to crowd control. Kratos is able to get away. They do lose the Sableye. But take a look at this macro knowledge on the side of Orange Juicers.
Yeah.
You know, the Sableye and the Dodrio putting a lot of pressure on that tier 2, kind of retreating back to the central area. While this is all happening, Blastoise is going to score in that top path. Nemesis needs to find some scores in these goal zones, but they are stopped by the Orange Juicers. Their defense looking on point, as well as their offense.
Yeah, Orange Juicers composition really excels when they can play at different parts of the map at the exact same time. A split push is absolutely in their bread and butter. So Orange Juicers getting a few dunks in on the top side, and you can never be too wary when your tier 2s, either Dodrio or Sableye, having the potential to score and really disrupt you from any angle of the map.
Take a look at the scoring potential once again by the Orange Juicers, scoring not only on that top tier 2 goal zone, but potentially on the bottom tier 2. Zacian, I'm not sure if they're able to get it here. We'll get the notification in just a second. Dodrio actually able to break that goal zone. Here comes a coup de grace, secured by Nemesis. They need to find a win here. This score, oh my goodness, a huge Chaos Glower finds 3 members, gonna send them back to the Pokemon Center.
Nasty work from Roland on this Sableye. Anybody who matches the gaze of that Sableye immediately gets sent back to base when that Unite move is used. Chaos Glower, truly the cherry on top of a annoying, frustrating Pokemon to compete against. That Unite move really poses some unique challenges, and Roland knows how to exploit it.
Fog of War is all too important in a MOBA type game that Pokemon Unite is. You can see the Sableye once again just wandering around the map in that invisibility, just getting vision on where the enemy team is. You can see the team start to migrate to the top path, again, all by way of the Sableye just telling where the enemy team is, and just like that, any momentum is stopped by the Sableye, not only by that Chaos Glower, but by simply navigating your team to the top path in the form of communication and knowledge.
Relic's in a difficult position, trying to make a few plays to maybe change this around, get some more experience on their side of the field. Only at level 12, would love to be 13 before this final fight, but that is not the only deficit they have to make up for. Down by a tremendous amount of points, with 31 points to a 334 scoreline that Orange Juicers currently holds.
There's one thing that Sableye provides to your team is knowledge, but also it probably boosts up your jump pad numbers as well. As you can see, a lot of members starting to navigate to this bottom path. There is going to be one more Southern Reggie spawn. Depending on what this is, this could be the start of the final stretch.
All right, Regice is going to be immediately ripped down by Nemesis. So yet another objective will go in their favor, but the first basement Reggie that they will be able to successfully secure, as Orange Juicers on a Ice and Regirock so far in the game, but the healing buff currently going to be in the hands of Nemesis, and watch that minimap, folks. Sableye with 40 points threatening the home goal zone right now.
Gotta be very careful though. They have very good rip potential on the side of Nemesis. They have good securing tools with coup de grace, maybe even the Gyarados Unite move as well. They're gonna score 80 points in the back door. Dodrio Kratos is gonna start to collapse on that tier 3 goal zone as well. Here comes the Unite move from Nemesis, able to secure. Actually, no, that was the Orange Juicers, able to pull that one away. Zacian, OG was able to take that one for the team.
All right, so Zacian Unite move taking out that Rayquaza. OG doing their their homework, understanding the position they need to be in, but Dodrio and Sableye applying pressure on the other side. With that large of a score lead, I don't think Orange Juicers were even counting on that Rayquaza. Didn't need it. The back caps would have kept them in the lead far enough if they wanted it, but now they just have a minute to hold on to this score lead as Nemesis is going to try to mount an offense, but with so few points and so little time, this is going to become extremely difficult.
Yeah, 1 minute remaining. They're going to try their offense one more time on this Tier 2 goal zone, but unfortunately, without their Miraidon, they're just lacking on consistent DPS, damage per second, just going into this Tier 2 goal zone. This healing from Tier 2 is also just very difficult to stop, and Roland coming in with a shield. Unfortunately, going to miss on that Chaos Glower, but nonetheless, they have one more valiant push. Kratos is going to continue to raise this lead even further, break that Tier 2 goal zone. Now it's a more than 600-point lead by the Orange Juicers.
Yeah, it is. We haven't talked about it since the draft screen, but you were absolutely correct, Draku. Not a Spinsoist, just a Surf Blastoise. Playing on that huge shield and disruption, but more auto attacks from Blastoise, never a bad thing, and Orange Juicers made it look great in this game number 1. Nemesis going to be scratching their heads about what to change going into game number 2. Definitely a shakeup in the compositions they've been running for this tournament due to Orange Juicers being pretty aggressive in draft, denying a lot of those options.
Yeah, a couple of head-scratching moments at the ends of that draft. You know, we kind of talked about in the green room about Dodrio not really having so much potential in team fights, but it is still a speedster. It is still extremely mobile and kind of similar to Sableye. Not only is Sableye getting vision for your team, but Dodrio is also doing very similar things as well. And when those two players are working in tandem, you are getting so much knowledge on the field state, just where the enemy team is, what they want to do, and it allows for the pod that is OG on the Zacian, the Blastoise, and the Psyduck kind of moving together to rotate where the enemy team is going based off of the knowledge you get from those two Pokemon.
Yeah, and I was actually really curious to see the numbers from this game because it is a remarkably low damage game from these two compositions. I mean, you're running two supports and a defender on one roster, as well as a all-rounder and speedster. All-rounder, normally going to be put up quite a few numbers, but either way, the way they played this playstyle in this matchup really allowed them to be a lot more macro-minded, a few skirmishes.
Yeah, one of my favorite things about watching the Orange Juicers play, and I've watched them a couple of times during their qualifications games yesterday, is that they play Pokemon Unite almost like a chess match. And I've been kind of ramping on this on and on and on and on, but Sableye just allows you to do that, allows you to pivot to certain areas of the map because you have that vision of the field. And we were talking about kind of what Luminosity did this earlier, but extending your lead so far by scoring on the enemy team's goal zones. Well, by the end of the game, it just allows your team to not have to worry about Rayquaza. We did hear the Unite move from the Aegislash, and I thought that Unite move was secured by Nemesis, but there are two swords on the field, and Zacian was the Pokemon that ended up getting that secure here. But Zoinks, do we have you back on the mic? I think we lost you there for a second.
Yeah, I'm here. Oh, they didn't even know. Now you told them. It's okay. I am back.
Yeah.
I am back and good to go. But yeah, some pretty crazy stuff. I like what you're talking about. The vision really felt like a big moment for Orange Juicers. But yeah, it seems like in this metagame, the aggressive teams that are able to really ramp up their score leads are always going to be the favored teams in some of these final fights. It feels like we've went through metagames where sometimes the more passive, cautious teams that are more defensive-minded can take some victories, but it feels like right now, in the state that Pokemon Unite is in, it is the aggressors that are given the benefit of the doubt for sure.
Yeah, a little bit celebratory, getting some scores on that tier 3. Thank you so much for the picture-in-picture, able to get that moment right there. You can see here, Nemesis getting vision of the two players scoring on their home goal zone. This is the green light to move that forward, and that is exactly how you secure with that Zacian Unite move. Perfectly timed in kind of a dire situation. I mean, even if they didn't get that secure there, they were at such a lead, they didn't even need the Rayquaza. That's exactly the game scenario that you want to be for the end game.
Yeah, some big stuff. I love these valiant final pushes, but we here in the booth can see that scoreline. We know that it is a foregone conclusion at this point, but not set for the entire matchup quite yet. It's just a 1-0 advantage for Orange Juicers right now. Obviously, a team that is hungry to get their chance at a rematch against Luminosity Gaming in the grand finals, but one more game separates them with a very dynamic Nemesis squad. We've seen them focus a lot on some specific draft strategies so far in this tournament. That was upset pretty heavily by OJ in this last game. Draco, with the switching of sides of these teams in this game, I think we might see Nemesis get a few more of these picks they've relied on so far today in the February Cup.
Yeah, this draft is going to be so important for Nemesis. It's really hard to think of a composition to counter Orange Juicers. And I think, going after that, playing after that game is going to be kind of difficult for them because, where do you go from that, right? I mean, it's a pretty unorthodox composition. Not all teams can pull off a score composition for your team. And Orange Juicers can very simply go back to another more conventional composition, going to some more obvious picks or more common picks that are in the metagame right now. So if you're Nemesis here, you definitely have to keep your composure because this draft is going to be so important for you not to lose.
Yeah, it's going to be really, really interesting how we operate with this. I mean, there are opportunities to steal away the Sableye or something like that, but that's a decision that needs to be made much later in draft to the point of where you are likely not going to be landing on something like that instead. So I think we are going to have to just... If I'm giving a recommendation, it's Nemesis. Go back to old favorites. You've made it very far in this tournament with a lot of really powerful picks. Orange Juicers are your most difficult opponent yet up until this point, but they definitely made it very hard to get your ideal composition. For example, Azabel off the Blastoise for what feels like the first time that we have seen on broadcast. Would love to see Azabel rotate back out of that, or maybe onto another defender that we saw them earlier on and pair that Miraidon with the Crustle. Yet again, allow Yidfan to go a little bit back into the beam well and play more of that poke damage from range and get a more consistent damage game going there with the Crustle, Walls, Melook from Umbreon, etc., etc.
I think one of the difficult things about going against a composition like Orange Juicer is that it's really hard to pivot towards certain areas of the map. I think maybe a Hoopa in a later part of the draft would have helped them a little bit, right? But it's hard when the enemy team is getting so much vision on you and you want to try to make plays on the other side of the field. You want to take those risks, but you simply are already at a disadvantage because the enemy team simply knows more about what you're doing by having more knowledge on the field. But this is an elimination game for Nemesis on our purple side. Orange Juicers winning this will secure them at least second place in the grand finals, going up against Luminosity. And look at this respect ban. Zoinks. Sableye, Nemesis, banning that one out. Don't want to see it at all.
Yeah, 3 to 4 Pokemon are ghost Pokemon that are banned away, and then, of course, that fourth inclusion of Blissey, which is the stuff of nightmares. So very on theme across the board with our bans, but I like this choice. Take that Psyduck. It has proven to be such a phenomenal option for so many teams. You can play it in a couple of different roles, as we have definitely seen from Flareon's playing out in that last game, but Orange Juicer is going to grab, the Miraidon and the Umbreon. So now we're going to have Relics for Yifan going into a new option. It will be that Mewtwo Y. So we've seen that a lot so far in February Cup. If Miraidon, or sometimes Inteleon, but if Miraidon is not available, Mewtwo Y seems to be the immediate option.
An incredibly strong draft for both of these teams. I think, respectively, each of these Pokemon in their own right, for at least a period of time, were the best in their class. We all remember the Mewtwo Y days. I think Miraidon right now cemented itself as the best attacker. Currently, Hoopa has changed the metagame from what it was before, but the EX Pokemon, what used to be called the EX Pokemon, are coming out to play, where all we're missing is the Ho-Oh, which we'll most likely not see.
No, I doubt we will. I doubt we will include that one. But
we saw it once today.
Okay, so we're going to be locking in the Leafeon on the side of Nemesis. So this speedster Pokemon, you and I think both Spragos have talked about how it has not been as phenomenal these days. However, Vin Diesel returning to it does have at least one game on stream with a W on this Pokemon in particular. How do you think it plays into this Orange Juicers composition?
Yeah, let's just talk a little bit about, Leafeon as a whole, the metagame moving away from them. We've talked incessantly today about how the metagame is quite bulky, and you can see it right here. There's a number of defenders, a number of all-rounders, particularly in the all-rounder category, and this is just a general thing for speedsters, right? Speedsters tend to do really well with kind of more fragile compositions with a lot more attackers. Miraidon is an attacker, but it's a very highly mobile attacker that has some properties of a speedster in itself, and Leafeon in particular does a lot of burst damage, but if you're at level parity or even worse at a level deficit relative to the enemy team, you're definitely not going to be finding the KOs that you want to get, right? There's a kind of the reason why Absol is doing really well. It's the same category of Pokemon. It's a speedster, but its kit allows it to be kind of that tank buster type Pokemon, kind of like Glaceon is, and Absol is doing really well in the metagame because there are a lot of bulk in the metagame. Well, Leafeon doesn't have a similar kit to that, and that's kind of the reason why I think Leafeon is kind of falling by the wayside. It still has a lot of kind of engagement tools that Unite Move can be devastating if it finds the right target, but if you're looking at the enemy team, right, that Aegislash, all it needs to do is go into the wide guard form and it cleanses all of that damage, or at least all the damage goes onto the shielding, and it's gonna be hard to think about what the Leafeon's gonna Unite Move, but we'll see.
All right, well, Nemesis bringing a different look into this game number 2 as they are in a win or go home scenario. Got it right that time. And Orange Juicers just need one more for the rematch against Luminosity Gaming in the grand finals. Kratos going to be bringing the Aegislash into the central area.
Zacian heading up to the top path, and we've seen this before. Metallic is going to struggle against this early game presence by the Zacian. It's not a Buzzwole like we've seen in the past, so it might be an easier matchup, but one thing that's definitely going to help that Serena is going to be that Leafeon heading up to the top path. In the bottom path, we have the EX Pokemon, the legendary Pokemon, right next to their defender counterparts. Last hitting should go over to the Miraidon. We're going to head up to the top path once again.
Yeah, the Miraidon versus Mewtwo, why it really is a bit of a coin flip on who gets these last hits. You got a bit of more burst damage in the Miraidon side of things, though, so we'll often give the edge over to that Pokemon in particular. But Roland, closing on that Tier 1 goal zone, gets vision that there is only one Pokemon on the battlefield over there, so then Orange Juicers should know they'll be likely looking at a 4-player attack on their side of the map.
The Relics is level 5, so they can very easily go into that Mega Evolution. You can see it right here. They're going to apply some pressure. AoE damage from those auto attacks can do a lot of damage if they have the support next to them. Typhlosion OG was taken. Going to move on forward to make some room for the team. And pretty aggressive engagement, but not a whole lot of KOs going either which way.
Yeah, you can't really with a great Hoopa rotation like we just saw from Orange Juicer. So really good exchange. Roland able to bring the entire squad down to defend all of that information gained early by that Hoopa playing in the tall grass around that first goal zone. So really impressive stuff. Rex, the lone defender here on the top side, is about to have a few friends over, which is going to be pretty exciting as they try to jump on a few members of Orange Juicers, but do not have the damage quite yet to close out that KO.
Once again, Leafeon only at level 7 at this point in the game. It is a Pokemon that really excels at that early game. Fortunately, the Psyduck is going to be caught out by themselves, going to be sent back to the bathtub, unfortunately. Again, going back to that Leafeon, they are at level parity with the Aegislash. I feel like that's the relationship that I'm going to be talking about. This Leafeon is going to want to either hit the Aegislash in that sword form or maybe hit that Miraidon, but both of those two targets are going to be very difficult to hit.
Yeah, it is tricky, especially with Aegislash's cooldowns being buffed recently in the wide guard. It's tougher to find an opportunity to strike when in that sword form instead, but especially when they're that good of Aegislash players and the likes of Orange Juicers. But another battle here in the top path. Metallic the one to strike first, the triple axle gonna KO that Hoopa, and now you have the opportunity to score knowing that no one will be able to rotate into the top side of the map because the Hoopa is KO'd.
The Queen is going to start putting some stacks on that attack wave if they weren't able to do so before. So go for a 2v1 engagement on the Aegislash. I really like this decision to go Trop Kick here. There's a lot of physical attack damage dealing Pokemon like this Zacian, like this Aegislash. Those damage from those Pokemon are going to be reduced anytime they are within that carpet that's placed by the Trop Kick.
Yeah, it's going to be fantastic. I love that point trick. Now you can't chase me, or at least you can't hurt as much if you try to get that chase done. Regieleki down to about half HP. Orange Juicers have a chance to steal this one away, but just not quite. They can't close the gap, as we do have an absurd amount of damage raining in from OJ, though, as that was one player to fall. The Psyduck KO'd. Rex has to run back to try to defend this Tier 1.
Both teams starting to navigate to this top path and maybe to the central area. Still waiting on the Blastoise to hit that level 7. I think this is a more support-oriented Blastoise, so it does get online a little later than a more carry-oriented Blastoise. But both teams right now still holding on to all 4 of their goal zones. A pretty low-scoring game, but it's really difficult to approach these goal zones, especially when the bulk is so high from either side.
Quite a different look for both these teams, though, as Nemesis looking a whole lot better in this early game than they did previously. Roland is going to take an entire combo from that Serena drop kick, triple axel, and the Unite move. Absolutely devastating trio of attacks will knock out that Hoopa. Rex is going to go down, but now it is a fight from either side as Serena and Mewtwo Y trying to take this battle over to the Orange Juicers. That is a double electro drift, though. They couldn't have lined up better as Flareon is able to take just one.
Yeah, Flareon's cutting shapes here in the top path. It's definitely a really interesting tool to use. You want to try to line up that ability there. It gets an enhanced variation of it after you hit 2 members with the smaller dashes with the Electro Drift, but it can do massive amounts of damage, and it is very difficult to avoid even with some of your mobility tools. As we head to the halfway point of the game, again, a very close game. Starting to find a small lead is the Orange Juicers as they navigate to the bottom path.
Oh, this is a dangerous place to be, though, as Kratos goes really aggressive to try to get scored that tier 1. Punished immediately by Nemesis, but Flareon's just there with a pushback. That's 1 KO. Zogrug buying a ton of space, and it gives him enough time to get the Syringe Rock down below 50% HP. No one there to contest, and great positioning by Orange Juicers gives them a bottom objective win.
Oh! Yeah, unfortunately, I don't think they had the wheel there to continue targeting Flareons, or maybe Flareons was in that tall grass. Mewtwo Y trying to get the confirmation there. They are struggling in levels right now. Only level 9 is that attack damage carry Pokemon relative to level 11 that's Flareons on the Miraidon.
And I don't know for sure, but it felt like one of the first moments that this Roland Shadow Ball stun was actually relevant, stopping a few of those auto attacks on landing, but either way, it's applying a lot of pressure in the form of damage. Kratos does allow that wide guard to give them a little bit more space and a ton of defensive stats. When they come back, they will have 3 boosted auto attacks to work with. Sacred Sword going to go wide. They do land 2, but it's the Miraidon that's actually taking all the credit for the knockouts as Flareon puts up 3.
Man, Roland with these Hoopa portals are devastating for Nemesis right now. I mean, it doesn't have like consistent healing like a Blissey or an Eldegoss does, but it has that burst healing of sending one of your teammates or multiple of your allies back to their goal zone and then back onto the battlefield at full HP. We can see there, Nemesis almost held onto that goal zone, but as soon as the Aegislash Zacian came back on the battlefield with full HP, those swords were swinging hard.
And you can see Orange Juicers playing with their food a little bit here with a big lead. They're able to make some more aggressive pushes. We saw Flareons going all the way into the enemy central area to try to take some wild Pokemon, but then on the retreat, OG kind of waiting in the tall grass to see if maybe Yifan wants to go a little bit deeper than they should, but good patience by Yifan in that moment. Kratos is going to try to push this fight a little bit with 1 shield boosted all the way to the enemy side, but then it's Zogrug getting 2 targets in 1 foul play, buying them a little bit of time. Great attack there by Nemesis.
165 to 34, 40 seconds remaining. There's going to be one more Southern Reggie spawn. Metallic has vision of the enemy team. Here comes a side strike. It's going to land its way onto the Miraidon, but the Miraidon's going to respond with a knockout of their own. The Southern Reggie spawn is going to give a Reggie Ice, giving them that global EXP and passive healing bonus for the remainder, almost the remainder of the game. That's going to be huge for Pokemon like Miraidon, like Aegislash that have natural healing in their kit.
Yeah, Flareon's able to tee up just the perfect little parabolic charge at the end. We saw Yifan even eject button on the Mewtwo Y to get out of range of the Electro Drift, but that small circle of parabolic charge could not be avoided. 40 points go in, doubled up to 80 because we're in the final stretch. Big score by Zogrug in the back line.
Aegislash is going to hold on that tier 1 goal zone. Kratos is going to go into a 3v1 scenario. Wide guard to cleanse some of that damage, trying to stay alive as best as they can. Unite moves coming in from either side. Hydro Typhoon kicks up almost the entire team of Orange Juicers, but able to respond back very well. Nemesis not able to get the value they need from those Unite moves. They need to reset, but Orange Juicers firm positioning here in the central area.
Wow, Nemesis the ones to spend way more in terms of Unite resources, but they are the ones that have to walk away and retreat from of the battle as Orange Juicers hold strong in their defense. And they still have Aegislash, Zacian, and a Hoopa Unite move to work with, whereas Nemesis only have that infinite Sideburn from Mewtwo. And that's a lot of damage onto that target already. Shadow Ball stun into Miraidon dash. What a combo from Flareon's and Roland.
Unbelievable. Electro Drift finds its way onto the Mewtwo Y, and they're going to have to watch as Orange Juicers continue to oppress in this bottom path. Now Nemesis is desperate to find an angle in, and I believe that's Vin Diesel on the Leafeon is going to have to watch once again from the Pokemon Center. 20 seconds on their KO timer, and this might be the game. Rayquaza starting to go down low. 30%, 50% on the Rayquaza. Here comes the Infinite Cyber to bring down the airstrike, and this might be the game for Nemesis. Their tournament life on the line, and Flareon's is going to confirm the Rayquaza capturing the grand finals appearance once again.
Flareon's with an MVP of this tournament level performance in these last couple games. This Miraidon looking excellent in their hands. This Electro Drift, absolute damage focused Pokemon is ridiculous. And Flareon's knows the perfect place to be at any given moment. We got the Unite move onto that home goal zone as the 10 seconds countdown. Orange Juicers going to be returning to yet another grand final to play the El Clasico against Luminosity Gaming.
Like we were saying before, a tale as old as time itself. The Orange Juicers, Luminosity is going to be your two grand finals teams. I think the question that we both had, Zoinks, before this set started was Nemesis again on a high streak, a hot streak going into the losers final set. Orange Juicers kind of on a cold streak going out 0-2 against Luminosity. Well, the headwinds are feeling quite strong for the Orange Juicers. I'm excited to see this next set between them and Luminosity.
Oh, Flareon's with 12 KOs on this Miraidon. If I'm Luminosity Gaming, I know the first pick priority of this next matchup that we're going to be seeing, potentially even ban-worthy. This Miraidon looking dynamic in this game. 90,000 damage as well. Not a single member on the side of Nemesis eclipsing 50k.
Yeah, a couple of Pokemon again to watch. We are talking about Flareons all day today, but Kratos going for that 1v3 and somehow kind of leaving unscathed. I think it was a couple of Unite moves going into Kratos, able to cleanse a lot of that damage. I think from Serena and the Unite move from Vin Diesel, that Emerald two-step. We saw that relationship right there at the endgame team fight, going into that wide guard at perfect opportune moment when that Emerald two-step is used to cleanse all that damage, or at least have that damage target the shielding that's provided with wide guard instead of taking that as true damage to your HP bar.
And they still got the KO on the Aegislash eventually, right? But it also took the Serena Unite move after, because of how well Kratos played that final moment. They were, just really leading into the defensive style of the shield form of Aegislash, worked really solid, but then so many resources had to be spent by Nemesis to try to turn that fight in their favor, because the Aegislash simply wouldn't go down.
Yeah, definitely a valiant effort on the side of Nemesis, making a pretty deep losers bracket run today. Definitely nothing to kind of tilt your head at, but here we go as we go into these. Here we go. Look at this production. Beautiful production. They're able to get that two-player hits on that Electro Drift. Exactly what you want to do when you're cutting shapes with this ability.
Yeah, it looks great. I mean, there's a reason that Flareon has a ridiculous amount of damage numbers as well as knockout numbers. They were doing so well in that matchup. Loved to see it. Orange Juicers putting up some great stats. I got the back-end stats given to us by our statistician. One of my favorite ones was that their soft control time. So I think a lot of the mini stuns and slowing effects of the Orange Juicers composition were able to increase up to 322 seconds. That is like almost 30 seconds more than Nemesis was able to accomplish in that last game. So really sick stuff.
Yeah, you can see here, this is the moment where I think it was Kratos that got KO'd there, but quite a bit of resources just to knock out the singular Aegislash. This was the moment that Flareon's quite literally made this Mewtwo disappear, teleport off of the battlefield, and not only that, this is the exclamation point. You can see the charging, the slow motion here from production, and the win going over to Flareon's and the Orange Juicers.
Oh, wow. Okay, so from an EXP share, light bulb wearing Psyduck into a devastating former EX Pokemon legendary Miraidon play. I mean, this player can really do it all. This is really awesome. He is so strong, so good at this game. I really wish we had the opportunity We got an interview with Flareons right now, actually, so I'd
Wow.
love to welcome Flareons to the show. Flareons, congratulations on making yet another Grand Finals tournament, and what a debut on that Miraidon in game number 2. Not really debut, what a showing on your Miraidon. But let's talk about the first pick first. Please talk to me about your composition in that game number 1, the Psyduck comp from you. What was that all about?
I think we like the Psyduck comp a lot because it's really annoying to play against, and it can definitely really tilt your enemies, I feel like. And I won't say much more about it because it just wins a lot, is what I feel like it does. And can't say why we pick it. It's just broken.
Now, Flareon's the attacker category is a little shallow relative to, say, for example, the defender category and the all-rounder category, and what we would consider, viable attackers to play. If you could speak to one of the developers and say, hey, can you give this attacker a little bit of tune-up, which one would that be in the current metagame?
You'd love this, Draku. I would go with Decidueye. It's probably one of my favorite attackers to play in this entire game. And buff Hoopa's damage as well, because that's an attacker.
Okay. Well, we've heard legend of the Hoopa Jungle. We're still hoping for it. Maybe we'll see it here in the Grand Finals, Flareons. But let's stick on the attacker conversation here for a moment. You're going up against Luminosity Gaming, which is we started to dub the El Clasico of North America. OJ versus LG. It's always a banger matchup. It's going to be a lot of fun. But it's also you versus Kyrios, which I love to watch. 2 of my favorite attacker players. But Kyrios has been kind of, trying out some new stuff, playing a lot of all-rounders, a lot of melee Pokemon. Is there any, are you thinking the same? Is there any, all-rounders that you're trying to pick up and add to your repertoire? Or is that more just of an LG thing? You want to stick to your own thing?
Yeah, more of an LG thing. I'm definitely more comfortable with just the attackers, the red backgrounds, and the ranged guys, but you could definitely see me cook on a few different things. I won't say much because it could come out, but
so secretive.
it's very, very, very rare. I'll say that. Definitely gonna stick with the attackers most of the time, the ranged guys.
Cool. Well, with performances like you just had, I don't think anybody can really fault you for that. I think that was pretty impressive. We're going to see a lot more gameplay from you. So, Flares, we're going to say goodbye to you, and good luck in the Grand Finals. It's going to be an awesome matchup. Can't wait to watch you there. But Draku, we're going to have an incredible Grand Finals upcoming. Quick off the hip, who do you got winning, LG or OJ?
Oh, man, LG has been looking phenomenal. Just today. I mean, they already have Orange Juicer's numbers. They beat him out 2-0, and Orange Juicers has a deep task ahead of them. All right. They gotta reset the bracket against the 2-time world champions, and also just the reigning champions of these monthly cups. It's gonna be a hard task for them to do.
All right. Well, North America has done crazier stuff, and I think we'll continue to do so here on the broadcast. We have the Grand Finals of the February Cup for North America right after this break.
Hello and welcome back to the Pokemon UNITE Championship Series. Here we are, the February finals for North America, and we are at our grand finals. LG versus OJ, the two titans in North America squaring off once again. I am Jake, your resident content cowboy here. Yee to the ha, and I'm joined by the one, the only Doob Snacks. Hello, Doob Snacks.
I'm happy to be tackling another grand finals with you here, Cowboy, between two of NA's best and that always seem to be jockeying for the #1 spot in NA, and this month, no different.
Yeah, let's take a look at the road that got us here. Why don't you go ahead and start breaking some of this down?
Well, Luminosity and Orange Juicers have machined their way through all of yesterday into the winner's side of our bracket. Luminosity dealing with Team YT 2-1, OJ dealing with Kiss Kiss 2-0. Which brought us to Luminosity OJ. Luminosity besting them 2-0, sending them downstairs. And Nemesis going on a bit of a run, 2-1 against YT, 2-1 against Kiss Kiss, and meet their demise. The team that sent them down to the loser's bracket to begin with. Is that true? No, Kiss Kiss did that. But Nemesis, who dealt with Kiss Kiss 2-0, was able to deal with Nemesis similarly 2-0. And now, Luminosity and Juicers finding each other in the grand finals. And I must say, Spraggles, unless my memory is failing me here, any times these two teams this year that have met in the grand finals, the team from the losers bracket actually is the one that won.
I don't know if that's exactly right, but it's definitely happened, and these two teams are just going back and forth like this. I think we've seen this exact scenario play out where Luminosity sent Juicers down. It felt like they were absolutely crushing them. It might have been our first broadcast here of the season outside of LAIC, and then Juicers came all the way back, reset that in the grand finals, and were able to beat them. So these two teams are extremely familiar with each other at this point. They are the best in North America, with Nemesis closely behind them. Nemesis not able to get it done this month and make it up to the grand finals, so it's going to be LG Juicers once again. I think it's the match that people would expect and the match that people want for sure.
Yeah, it's the easy one to throw your money down as to who's going to find their way into the grand finals. So, if my memory again is not failing me, AOS Cup play-ons found ourselves LG like destroying Juicers, sending them into the losers, and then actually just a weird kind of full range of games where the Juicers end up this amazing bracket reset, and the most convincing game was actually the one where they win the entire event to punch their ticket to the AOS Cup. And just last month, I believe it was OJ that sent Luminosity into the losers bracket. They went on the run and then really just took control, and kind of, I think it was 4 straight games, were able to take care of the Juicers and put themselves on top leading into February.
Yeah, this phenomenal thing that happens, this phenomenal phenomenon where you dispatch a team and once they come back to face you again in the grand finals, you can't beat them. It is a Pokemon Unite staple at this point. It happens
really is.
all the time. For some reason, it seems, especially when you really stomp a team in the winner's side, they come back totally different on the loser side. You know, they've clawed their way through a lot of teams that they had to face. They're bringing a different strategy at you. And for whatever reason, it's hard to beat a team twice. I don't know why that is, but it is proven time and time again. Well, we're going to see if that holds true here today, or if Luminosity can take out the Juicers, because once again, I thought the games we saw earlier between OJ and LG didn't look that close. I thought LG was playing a lot better than OJ earlier today.
Yeah, it felt like pretty uninspired play by the Orange Juicers. However, their draft against Nemesis that we just watched felt way stronger than the draft they were putting together when they faced LG in the winners finals. So hopefully they've kind of got the brain juices flowing. They're ready to put together a good draft to combat what LG does, because one thing that LG has finally managed to do, really started it last month, and it's looking like they're keeping that trend this month, is they're not allowing themselves to get drug into NA style Unite, that classic Unite that we've kind of seen for the last 3 years. They're operating not necessarily on a better or different plane, but just a different plane. And now they're not getting pulled away from their strategies, right? They're staying true to themselves. So if they can do that, and if OJ can craft a stronger draft strategy going into grand finals than they did in winners finals, we're going to have another banger matchup.
You know, something I've heard Slash on LG talk about is this concept of not necessarily wanting the best attacker Pokemon, or not necessarily wanting the best all-rounder Pokemon for a certain situation, but almost a change of philosophy around how they want to approach the game, and just wanting good Pokemon. So we see this a lot with Kyrios, right? On LG, we see them not necessarily playing something you would expect in the attacker role in the bottom path. They're picking up things like Aegislash and Metagross. They're bringing in things that they think are just generally very good. Right. And they would like to add to the squad, which I think is an interesting mental shift. A lot of teams, it feels like, and rightfully so, I think this is a strong strategy, think we want our supporter top, we want that to support something in the top path that we can power up, probably an all-rounder. We want an attacker bottom for good secures. We'll power that up with the defender. But I do think Luminosity is playing on a different level, and we're going to find out if Orange Juicers can match that, or if they can beat the final boss of this level, which is Luminosity. Heading into our draft here, Slowbro Umbreon banned out for Luminosity. We have the Blissey banned for the Juicers, and now this final ban. This is one of those scary moments. They decide to pick the Mimikyu, but I do think when you see Slowbro Umbreon banned out from Luminosity, they could be offering up another Zoroark Comfey.
Well, starting off with the Duck is where I'd want to be as well. When this Pokemon was released, I was like, there's one player that's going to be really good on this thing, and that's Otter, because it plays into the strategy, or the way he likes to play these pseudo supports anyways. So there we go, quickly selected. Across the way here, we saw Flareons have insane Electro Drift game, and the Urshifu, which is something Luminosity has been using a lot of. Two great power picks out of the gate for OJ.
And now we're seeing Luminosity hover their next options here. Trainer hovering the Gengar, moving through some of the speedsters right here. Overlord settling on the Talon for just a moment, as it looks like we're going to be locking in the Buzzwole, and we are going to be locking in Absol on the side of LG. Buzzwole could be something they want to steal away from the Juicers and force them to play a less ideal Pokemon in that top path.
Yeah, but if you go to throwback to the AOS Cup play-ons, OG, aka Typhlosion, ran roughshod through Luminosity with a Garchomp that is still available for them to pick if they want it.
It looks like we are waiting for that final pick as Zugrug's locking in the tree. A lot of Zugrug Trevenant today. Clearly, they have been practicing this Pokemon a ton, knowing possibly that some of their better picks would get banned out. And there it is. Once again, I mean, it really did look like a Zoroark Comfey draft, and they are able to grab it. We're going to see if the Juicers have any answer to this, because otherwise, I think it's a big mistake that you don't do something about this composition that's been crushing it for them today.
No, I agree. Where they land in this last spot, maybe the strongest pick you can have, they go with Zacian, something that OG and OJ are very comfortable with. We saw them use it last couple games here. There's a little bit of range discrepancy between just anybody on this map, so we're going to be scrapping real close. And LG specifically has to insulate Overlord, because if they go down, that's a lot of resources that disappear with them.
Yeah, however, if they don't and they can start picking up some KOs, we can see Overlord just run through the squad on the Juicers. I don't think there's going to be much range damage from either of these squads. I would guess that we are going to be seeing this Miraidon play Electro Drift, so not only it could deal some damage, but also possibly get away from some of these Pokemon on the side of Luminosity. It's crazy, but we have nothing that's going to be fighting at range. You don't have a Gardevoir or a Chandelure or something that's really nuking your opponents from afar. This is close up, diving in with massive burst damage, and they're going to need to figure out a way somehow to deal with this Zoroark Comfey. And I don't know if they've got the tools for it, honestly.
I think Electro Drift Miraidon is a very interesting tool, because it just changes the axis within which you fight, because it just kind of burns into any scrap that's going on. So I'm looking at Flareons to open up the doors of opportunity so that they can knock out Overlord, and vice versa. I'm looking for Otter to shut down that Miraidon once it does engage.
Well, here we go, Doob Snacks, our grand finals here in February for the North America region. Luminosity, your purple team, coming from the winner's side. Orange Juicers, your orange team, already dispatched once by Luminosity. They are coming from your loser's bracket, which means they're going to need to beat LG in 2 best-of-3s. If Luminosity wins 2 here, they win the whole thing right now. Let's get this started.
Let's get it started. You saw the interesting approach that Roland took to put pressure on Overlord and Otter early, and that was just enough to keep the Zacian going, keep it pushing forward so it could bully. Picking up some Eos energy there is never a bad thing when you're talking about Zacian.
Yeah, for sure, right? And now that they have that breakpoint of 5 for the Intrepid Sword, I feel like you get to use it much more liberally in your, laning phase here in the top and bottom path. As we have Zugrug moving forward right here. Nice big catch for the Juicers. They pick up the K opener here in the bottom path.
Flareon's moving forward, and I believe they might actually be going Beam this game. They actually decided for the range, as Slash was the one that picked up the Duck, because Otter is going to be playing the Comfey, filling into that more traditional support role.
We actually don't know if they're going Beam. They could be. They just hit 5, so they get their move selection
they're
at
using
5.
Thunder Wave. They were using Thunder Wave.
They were using Thunder Wave, yeah, so there you go. They are able to move out there with the Electro Drift. I think it makes a lot of sense. It's just hard to deal with some of these speedsters without the ability to maneuver around them with Miraidon. And that is one of the nice things about this attacker when dealing with some of these bursty speedsters. We got 2 of them on the side of Luminosity, Absol and Zoroark. As we're taking a look here at the Duck, getting punched in the face there by Kratos. We're going to see what we can do. Slash just wasting a ton of time here. The headache pushing him back. The Surf. Oh, no. Now he's got to go on a wild duck chase. He's made it to the tall grass. He knows where he is, and he is able to find him.
Yeah, that's a long time to get that KO on a Duck, however, and that gave the opportunity for Buzzwole to get some stacks in, and as well as Overlord kind of get into the mix and peel back. Now, we've got a 4v2. Don't forget that Comfey is hanging on top of Overlord as well. Here comes Slash to give some support. Backdoor by Curios looking for a punch here. We're going to go pick up, put down OG on top of the rest of his team. Tons of damage getting put in. Overlord shuts it down. However, they get put down themselves because Kratos was right there with the Wicked Blow on the backside.
Yeah, Kratos really known for this Pokemon, right? I feel like they played it a lot at Worlds. They're just very, very solid with a single strike Urshifu. And it does set up some nice moments for the Juicers. A little extra burst so they can get rid of these squishier Pokemon before something like Comfey is able to heal them back.
Yeah, without a doubt. Meanwhile, we've seen OG do an early rotation up top and is really doing a great job keeping their levels, hitting level 8 themselves. Along with Kratos, they are starting to scale a little bit quicker than LG.
Yeah, you can see, Zoroark only level 7 right now. Nice big secure here for the Juicers. They were able to get that with the Wicked Blow. Slash down here just trying to waste their time, trying to annoy them. Obviously, if he can distract multiple members of the Juicers, that would be ideal, right? They're just dealing with an annoying support that isn't really providing much value or even much to do on the map. It's not like he has a lot of points. He's trying to score something. Reggie getting pretty low right here. Luminosity with the easy secure.
Yeah, gonna watch this Regieleki fly in the face of OJ, maybe make a decision based on how they react. Looks like Overlord is moving forward to join up with a squad, though.
Yeah, and here we go. Overlord now level 9. We have the Regieleki walking. They could be trying to make something happen, but they decide to head towards the bottom path here. Slash fighting in the top path, sent up into the air. 2 Unite moves used on the side huck. Really? Okay.
Yeah, I mean, right before 6 minutes, you figure you get plenty of opportunities to get those back, and maybe they were hoping they'd be able to have the time to close that goal zone out. Nice Electro Drift into Overlord's face. They use their Unite move on the birds to just bolster themselves up just in case OJ decided to turn back and fight.
Yeah, I mean, interesting play from OJ. I guess they really just wanted to KO that side deck. But now the question is, has Slash thoroughly annoyed them so much that we are wasting some of our Unites? You would much rather, it feels like, be sending Overlord up into the air with that Unite move. That being said, I know he does play the full heal on Zoroark, so he possibly could cleanse that Urshifu Unite move, something you are going to need to watch out for if you're on the Juicers.
That's without a doubt. And now we see a little positioning here. We're moving forward. We're trying to suss out where they are. Curious taking a ton of damage. Slash going to step up, throw some waves in the face of OJ. But really, they're not feeling too pressured.
No, here we go. Kratos running into Overlord in their own central area. And just as a reminder, that's not one Pokemon. You're fighting 2 here. Caught massively by Zugrug right there as they move in. The Comfey Unite move so that they can escape. Beautiful play there by the Juicers.
Yeah, you can actually see and watch the minimap, the Orange Juicers, how they decided to triangulate around Overlord to give themselves the best opportunity to get a KO. And forcing out a Comfey Unite is not nothing there, Spraggles. Electro Drift Miraidon going to dart right through as Flareon's pins back and is looking as they use that Meteor Storm from the skies to try and deal some damage to the opposing Luminosity squad. And ultimately, Absol steps up, takes the objective, and is scrapping right in the face with Zugrug with a lot of LG support behind him.
Yeah, you can see, I mean, the Juicers just getting ripped apart here, and that is the power of these bursty speedsters. We have the Zacian moving in. Nice big Unite move right there. That was not too late. Was right on time. And here we go. They're going to try to punish them for this fight. Buzzwole Unite completely misses, and Zacian able to escape.
Yeah, they're really looking to trap OG with that slow smoke, with Zacian able to dart out just in time and evade that looming danger, of course. Overlord looking for an opportunity in. Rolling put a lot of pressure on, but sussed out. Unite move is used. Cleansed with the full heal, and the Wicked Blow still strikes as Otter quickly grabs a ride on top of Slash, who's just scrambling away. The Duck with just a beautiful flower necklace. They both stand.
Yeah, now obviously you saw the play right there and you called it out, right? That is what they are looking for. If they move in with this Urshifu Unite move, they have the full heal to stop it. So the Juicers are going to need to make a decision, and so is Luminosity. They're going to have to decide when they actually use that full heal. Huge secure there by Slash, and when they actually decide to use it when they want to jump in and fight, right? If you hear that full heal go down, you can now target them with that Urshifu Unite with impunity.
And that Absol Unite was perfect on the Regieleki. Slashcan was kind of rolling through with Surf. They ended up detonating a couple players on the Juicers, giving this Regieleki a lot of opportunity. Ultimately, they back off, which I think is the right choice, but that opportunity wouldn't have existed if Absol, which I believe is Trainer, and Slash didn't go in tandem to have a big security.
Taking a look at our levels here, it's actually pretty even for both of these squads. We've got the 13 on the Absol, but the real interesting number, I think, is that Zacian, who has just been hanging out by themselves in the top path most of the game, picking up as much experience as they can. He's a big boy, already level 13 right here. We're getting ready for Rayquaza here in 20 seconds, and this is going down to the Juicers.
It really is. I mean, Juicers have over 100-point lead here. Overlord is desperately trying to hit 13. Not quite going to get to 14, of course. But now it's all about this team fight. Luminosity built to take it. Orange Juicers built to withstand it.
Here we go. Multiple members of Luminosity hiding in the top path right here. They could peel off and try to score. They're down by over 100 right here as we have the Juicers charging up their Electro Drift, right? You need to hit 2 targets with it to get that empowered Electro Drift. And one of them could be a wild Pokemon. In fact, 2 of them could be. They're using Rayquaza for that, just like Glaceon does to charge up the shards. Overlord moving in here, and it's extremely low.
Trying to get on top of Rayquaza. We're popping Unite moves, and Trainer takes it for Luminosity in the face of the Juicers. They were tapping it. Tap, tap, tap. Taparoo, but tapped it a little bit too hard, which gave the window for Luminosity to come in. Overlord stepped up, drew everybody's attention. Over the top was Trainer, popping the Unite moves. You saw Flowery Fields Forever. You saw the Zoroark Unite. You saw the Absol Unite. Everything in the kitchen sink was thrown at that Rayquaza and taken by Luminosity. Still down, but that's about to change.
Just tap it in. Just tap it in. 338, 249. They are ahead. They have the shield, but it is broken by Kratos. This match is still very close, though, Dupe Snacks, and it's absolutely within the realm of the Juicers to come back and make something happen. However, we can take a look at a couple of the Pokemon on the board. Absol has 50 points. Buzzwole has 50 points. I'm not sure who still has a shield. We don't have one for Absol. We don't have one for Buzz. So this could be a huge moment for the Juicers, but we did just see a Pokemon that does. The Comfey Collar on Overlord still has the shield, as the Juicers are going to try to deal with this right now.
Yeah, they have to. Essentially, Overlord has to escort Otter onto the pad so they can hop off and try and score with this massive shield. But Luminosity knows what's up. They've seen this before. We've seen this before. Flowery Fields Forever is used, but it's not enough to insulate themselves for this shield. Now we have 15 seconds. The Juicers are looking to score, and they're down 2 players. Is Luminosity. We're popping the Unite move here, trying to see around the corner is Miraidon. They're going for 41 points. They need to stop it. Eldegoss downstairs, though, going to get some points in 44 differential, and I think that's going to be enough. Holy smokes, dude.
We might have had it with the Eldegoss sneaky play. They were spending so much time on this Comfey, but they were very aware that if they couldn't stop this counter score, they'd be too far behind. And no, Luminosity scored in the meantime. 386, 293. They were not able to stop it.
I certainly missed an extra score that happened there when I thought we were just separated and Otter needed to hop off. My apologies for those at home, but when the score goes away under 10 seconds, you just gotta grip it and rip it. You know what I mean?
It's all vibes at that point, Dupe Snacks, and I think they know that. That's the reason they do it to us, especially so we can have some fun and make some mistakes like that. I mean, speaking of mistakes right here, it may have been a mistake, the Juicers spending so long dealing with this Comfey. However, no question, if that Zoroark can escort it, they can easily score and then base and try to defend. Luminosity taking game number 1 in what must be considered a full-on flip of Rayquaza by both squads.
Yeah, once it got to 50%, you saw Overlord actually dive in, right? Use that Zoroark mobility to get into the face of Juicers. It kind of sent everyone into a frenzy, right? Mm-hmm. And then it just became every Unite move under the sun on Rayquaza. And this is another thing that you and I discussed earlier that may have come into play here, Spraggles. The team that decides to go naturally gains a few percentage points of an advantage because they are the one dictating the action that's about to happen. You know, the reactionaries here, Orange Juicers, maybe not trying to bait in Luminosity, not thinking it was going to all of a sudden become a full flip, may have found themselves just a hair behind on using their skill shots to secure.
Yeah, I'm wondering who exactly put the most pressure on that. We had Kratos in the Rayquaza pit, so obviously that's our best secure on the board, right? Is that Wicked Blow. You have the, hindrance resistance while you're charging it. You have the damage resistance. Very likely you'll be able to get your Wicked Blow off. We also have the Zacian, so I'm thinking that maybe the Juicers felt pretty good about trying to take it in this moment, but Luminosity recognized this, and they put all the pressure on it as well. So we'll have to take a look at that Rayquaza flip here in just a moment. And then also, if I am the Juicers, I'm not super afraid of some of the secure on the side of Luminosity, maybe outside the Absol.
No, exactly. That's why I think just maybe Luminosity's decision to hit the go button there was what actually caused the difference, because obviously OJ had more tools. Let's take a look.
Yeah, it's already at half right here, and then once they see it's at half, it is just full on, let's go. We see Roland moving in, Rayquaza's getting extremely low.
He's charged too late.
It's just absolute chaos right here. And yeah, it does look like that Wicked Blow comes out a little too late. Slash pushing them around right there. It was just a full-on flip. That really could have gone either way. One thing I will say is, if you're a team that's looking to flip there, the one who feels much better about it, of course, is Luminosity. Luminosity has multiple games to give in this series. The Orange Juicers do not.
Yeah, no, I think what I noticed there is when Luminosity moved in, I tried to touch on it just a hair, but it became evident when it was slowed down, right? When Luminosity move in, you actually see Flareon's Electro Drift up top towards Trainer, and you actually see they're trying to take the fight. on Luminosity. Luminosity is throwing everything into the middle. So that's why the Wicked Blow was late, is because they thought, oh, we're fighting LG. And LG was like, we don't care. We're fighting Ray here. Which caused just that small enough of a delay, kind of the mixed signals of Overlord kind of leading the charge in. And it ultimately, again, gave them few advantage points in taking Rayquaza, and they nailed it. Good for them.
Here we go. Orange Juicers Luminosity, game number 2 of our grand finals right here. Orange Juicers on the ropes. They need to win 2 in a row to reset this thing. First pick over to the Juicers. They are going to grab this Miraidon. Now over to the side of Luminosity, we have an Umbreon. And it looks like we're hovering once again this Absol, who has been very potent for the side of LG.
Yeah, I like banning the duck on the second side, and then you get to grab Umbreon here as we're going through some selections.
Yes,
Charizard
please.
off Rip Brother. Here we go.
Yes, please. I absolutely love this. I want to see it. It's got the curse bangle. I mean, it's going to be, as we've talked about, Trogdoring all of Orange Juicers, burninating the peasants. Let's go. On the other side, we, of course, have the sword. No, we switch it up. We go for the Buzzwole, and we go for the Hoopa.
I like the Hoopa pick. Roland has a terrific Hoopa here. Get them out of dodge, and maybe if they can sustain the engage that Luminosity is trying to put on them, they can get some clever hyperspace hole resets and really take these fights in a longer, more protracted fashion. Otter going to be hovering the Mew, and it looks like it's going to be some more support Mew time for Otter.
Yeah, Otter on the Mew. This is something that, I mean, it really feels like Luminosity is right at home with this. Their support player, Otter, again, I guess you could kind of put the, quotations around support here because they use it in many different ways. Otter playing one of their signature Pokemon, Mew. They're so incredibly good on this, but you can see the items. This is a Curse Incense. This is an EXP share. So they're looking to not only disrupt the enemies, do some great damage, but support the team in leveling up and becoming stronger and stronger. Final pick over to the side of Luminosity, and we'll see what Curios wants.
Well, it's a good reactionary one, and there's a ton of good options. We saw one hovered there. Espeon Absol was a great call out as well. Has been doing particularly solid into these defender-type Pokemon. We've seen an Absol square up with a tree very, very efficiently so far today, and maybe that's just the difference that they're looking for here.
I don't know who I want to root for more. The Juicers have Talonflame and Luminosity has Charizard. These are two Pokemon that don't see a lot of play. I think Talon a little bit more than Char right here, and it looks like it is going to be Overlord on the Char. Trainer is taking the Urshifu. Curios in the bottom path, expectedly with that Absol. Kratos is the center area player for the Juicers, so that is where Talon is going to go. The nice thing about Talon with some of this composition, their competition's composition, is that Talon can avoid the boosted from Mew, the Electro Ball from Mew. It can fly into the air and get away from the damage that Absol would be throwing down with its Unite move. So it actually has a lot of nice tools for what's on the other side.
Absolutely. I'm still thinking about the just uprise of Absol today. We saw it, great as a counter pick. We've seen it picked in the first 2 slots as well. So these teams are going deep in the bag of tricks. How can we punch? How can we counter punch? And again, we find ourselves with LG staying true to their strategy from LAIC and from last month, being unique but playing their own style of Unite, whereas we've got things a little bit more settled out. We've got the Defender, we've got a Hoopa, like a true healing Hoopa, out of Orange Juicers, so we've got a clash of approaches to the game.
That's right. And your Orange Juicers are your purple team. Luminosity is your orange team as these two titans from North America are clashing once again in our grand finals. LG up 1 game. If they win this thing, they are winning the February Cup right now. Overlord in that top path with Charizard. It can be a little tricky to win with Charizard early, especially against something like a Buzzwole, and we are going to see what they are able to do against the Juicers.
Well, hopefully they can get this Cubfu into an Urshifu very quickly, and then maybe it'll be Overlord's turn to take a rotation in the central area. But for now, it's Overlord and Otter going to have to put pressure on OG and Roland, and so far, not doing that bad of a job.
Yeah, not doing too bad. Out securing the Buzzwole right there. Overlord is doing pretty good with their experience. Down the bottom path here, Curios getting pushed back to the goal zone. We have Talonflame making their way bottom, level 5 now. So they are able to decide what their second move is, whether that is going to be the aerial ace or not. We'll see. My personal favorite is the ace right now. Has some pretty solid damage with a sure hit, but no, they are going for the flame sweep.
Well, Curio steps in for the pursuit after we just saw Slash walk into Tallgrass and find 3 players of OJ ready to knock the pulp out of their fruit, and ultimately a worthy exchange for OJ. They're able to get some good KOs and all that bird experience.
Overlord here in the top path with a little cape on as we head down to the bottom path. Trainer now looking to push them off this goal zone. Kratos already level 7, so they have unlocked Fly.
Slash has hit level 4 finally, actually coming back through the central area. Overlord hasn't committed to a rotation as they've dedicated Kyrios, Absol to go back through and do work there. Meanwhile, quietly, Kratos getting huge.
Yeah, Kratos getting very, very strong here. Already level 7, looking for something. Kyrios level 6 currently, as we're going to take away some of this experience in the center. Almost 9 for Kratos at 8 minutes, which is pretty incredible as they're going to head back into their center and continue to grab some of that experience. We have 3 players of Luminosity looking for a possible fight here in the bottom path as Zugrug, who has been on the tree all day, is there to defend.
Well, that's what they gotta do, is they get pulled back with a nice foul play. Curious waiting out for the engage, can't get the KO, but they are just setting up traps where they can, trying to get some value. If I'm Luminosity, I'm very aware that Talonflame is level 9. I am very aware that they are huge, and I need to set some traps to catch them out and gain some of that juicy experience back.
Almost caught the Talonflame right there. They are going after retreat. We do have Charizard evolved in the top path. Now, normally you got to be very afraid, or at least previously you had to be very afraid, because the second you see Char, it's got that Unite move. But since a while back now, it evolves at level 7, so it does not yet have its Unite. They're going to try to use this to make their way home. Nice play right there, flying right into the hyperspace hole.
Yep, clever as can be. Regieleki getting shredded. OG's gonna move in, actually go for the bodies here, and be fairly successful as the rest of Luminosity's falling like dominoes. So decent look here, popped up, Unite move, OG sorted, Trainer looking for the next one, and Roland's on the run. They're gonna get put down too, and now Regieleki, it was won by Luminosity, and they're looking to score.
Yeah, and we have Reggie Steele taken here in the bottom path. Slash just down here, you know, trying to put some pressure on them and slow them down from taking it. But a great fight in the top path from Luminosity. A missed fly on that Talonflame really changed how things went right there. They wouldn't have got the objective, but they obviously, you know, they wouldn't have gotten KO'd either. One should have went back the other way. Flareon's in a lot of trouble right now, just being pushed around by this Absol.
I'm less impressed by the Absol here. I'm more impressed by Slash, how they were able to stand in the face and buy time. It always seems that Luminosity is so tapped in to where everybody else on the team is and when they're going to be where they need to be. And just delay, finally comes off pad and sets up a great engage for Trainer on the Absol. OG getting one back, knocking out the support Mew.
And here we go. We have Talonflame up in the air again, not landing on an enemy Pokemon, but a wild Pokemon. The significance of that, of course, being if you land on an enemy Pokemon, you reduce the cooldown of Fly considerably. Speaking of flying up in the air, here comes the Charizard with their first Unite move of the match, burning down the forest as Trevenant goes down.
Miraidon using their Unite move, Flareon's try to bring the meteors back to Earth and try and smother this flying dragon, but they are unsuccessful here as Otter takes a lot of pressure, but Orange Juicers are going to use that to push forward. Again, Trainer goes down, and we have to take a look at Mew and this Otter and this Mew, as they were also knocked out pretty succinctly back to back.
Yeah, to be fair, I mean, that's your support, right? If you're going to give up a KO, you definitely want it to be on your level 9, not your level 12 Talonflame or something like that. So I think the plays are ideal for that reason. They cannot go back through this portal, unfortunately for the Juicers. They have nowhere to go, really, and multiple members of Luminosity ready to rip Regieleki off this map and send it towards your Tier 2 goal zone.
One thing I'm impressed with, again, is Slash on this Umbreon. They've been pretty much in the bottom path by themselves all game, and look, their goal zone is still standing, Spraggles. Now we're popping Unite moves as soon as Roland goes Rings Unbound to bring everybody through. Luminosity fading back a little bit. Curious trying to get clever, but taking the portal is Flareon's to get out of trouble.
That was a very scary moment for Flareons, and then you saw them stand there absolutely still as they were channeling their way through that portal, and they made it back. What a moment there for the Juicers.
Cheerios trying to get a little bait and switch pursuit here. Not falling for it are the Juicers. Craters getting a KO there. Registeel getting worked on by Luminosity. Rolling for an opportunity to steal. Can't quite get it in the face of a wicked blow. And now is Luminosity going to push?
Yeah, it looks like Luminosity pushing onto this Tier 1 goal zone. They want to increase their score lead. Hoopa up into the air. Massive wicked blow. Picks up the KO. Miraidon flies in and immediately gets snatched by the Charizard.
Just a beautiful toss from the heavens, and Charizard putting a flame to it, lighting it down, lighting it up and burning it down as they almost get a huge overdunk here. Kratos with the save. They end up closing it out plus 13, but that was real close to a plus 49.
Yeah, that was massively close. Great play there by Kratos. Also coming in, picking up a huge KO. That's going to be a level 14 Talonflame here in just a second. Well, not if Slash has something to say about it.
Yeah, I mean, Bully just a hair, but Kratos with this Talonflame going to be level 14 easily. And what I can only think about is they finally have a secure option in their hands as well through the Talonflame.
That's right. Yeah, whenever you're ripping an objective, you can never be, comfortable if a Talon is around. But that can be said for the, the same thing on the other side for the Urshifu. You can never be comfortable taking an objective down if that wicked blow is anywhere near the objective. So both teams almost have the nuclear option, right? If they start ripping, you have a couple great secure tools on either side. Buzzwole, he got caught in the tall grass there. The bug goes down in the grass.
Yeah, it's like when you bring your Charizard into Viridian Forest, you just absolutely flamethrower a Weedle right there. That's what Buzzwole looked like, getting dispatched very quickly.
You did that? What an absolute bully. Sounds maniacal. Oh my gosh. 2-10 right now. Mew possibly getting caught here, but pulling back with a surf. Zugrug really deep right now, and we could see members of Luminosity punish this, but a nice hyperspace hole sending them back home. Charizard caught in a big way.
Immediately gets picked, stunned with the rings unbound, and Overlord goes down, and so does Otter. And now the full rip is on for the Orange Juicers, running around the side and quickly stunned by the fists from the Hoopa is Trainer. However, they stop the Rayquaza hit. Is this going to be enough time for Luminosity to get back into throes of this fight?
This is really wild for the Juicers right here. They started Rave, but they didn't go for it. They started scoring the bottom, but couldn't make it happen. Massive KO there from Trainer as he continues to push towards the Talonflame. Unite move right back the other way. Absol coming back into the fight, and here's Charizard.
Right back into the mix, taken to the skies, trying to land that fly, but snatched up, put down, submission move by the Charizard. Luminosity now flipping the script. Mew has popped their Unite move. They're in the shadows. Zugro's trying to find their way back in as I'm watching Roland as well. Let's see if we can have a little support magic. No! Wicked blow! The Luminosity squad is looking to hammer this thing home and take back-to-back cup wins.
Beautiful plays by Luminosity here, and Orange Juicers really had their moment, and it felt like they were completely disconnected as a team. We had Talonflame scoring on the Tier 1. You had multiple members of Orange Juicers ripping the objective in the center. Luminosity was given enough time somehow for them to come back, bring Charizard back into the fight after that massive catch. I have to assume there's going to be a conversation after this match because communication-wise, strategy-wise, I feel like that was just an absolute disaster for OJ. But you have to give it up for Luminosity, who kept their cool, were able to fight, pulled the Talon off the objective, didn't go down when the Juicers did push on them, gave their Char enough time to come back in this thing and win.
Winner's curse is broken. From the winner's side to the champion of the month, Luminosity getting it done. No losers bracket run today.
Wow. Amazing stuff from Luminosity. They're looking great, and they want to be looking great because they're getting ready to head to the AOS Cup. Another team that's looking to do that, of course, is the Juicers, and it's not the finish you want a few weeks before that massive tournament.
I can't wait to watch both of these teams go compete in London. So much fun and so much just rivalry that's getting built, not only within NA, but these squads specifically. Luminosity ekes it out, but Orange Juicers not far behind.
You got to give it up to both these teams for picking a very interesting, fun composition. Lots of things that we've seen before, but a few things we haven't, right? Very little Charizard being seen, very little Talonflame being seen. And I think actually both of those components on each side worked extremely well. Once again, I really do feel like whenever I see Slash on Umbreon, I might be seeing the best Umbreon player in the world. I think Slash's Umbreon is just phenomenal. As we take a look at our scoreboard right here, incredibly close heading into Rayquaza. Luminosity was up, they take Ray, and that's all she wrote. 605 155.
Well done, Luminosity again staying true to themselves. Orange Juicers almost finding a way in. I mean, what a catch on Overlord in that game. Charizard that did 83,000 damage, Slash 72k healed on a Wish Umbreon that was recently nerfed. That's a team right there.
And here we go, Reggie Alecki going down to the side of Luminosity. Just taking a look at some of the big moments here in our grand final that secured the W for LG. Look at that Woodhammer catching multiple members of Luminosity. But of course, Overlord could at any moment take to the skies with this Charizard if they wanted to. There it is right there in its Unite move. Still a powerful force. And even though Charizard's damage was nerfed slightly, it still has this incredible Unite that can really pick up anything and slam it down.
No, and I want to say how impressed I was with Flareon's Electro Drift play. I mean, we've seen some Electro Drift games that have looked rather sad, but his are pretty on point, and he doesn't miss his targets too often. This game was no exception either.
Yeah, as we start to head a little closer to our Rayquaza right here, we see those big moments. I loved this play. The second the Electro Drift finished, you just said, okay, that's fine. Now you're right next to me. I'm taking you to the skies, buddy.
Yep.
And we slam it down. Miraidon goes down. Huge plays here, it felt like, from Talon. But here's the moment, right? We have the reset on Zug. They come back in, and they actually grab Overlord right there, pull them back, the Woodhammers, and then this is your moment. We have the Miraidon Unite move. Everything has kind of been used right here, but for some reason OJ cannot capitalize on it. We waste enough time for Luminosity wastes enough time for Charizard to come back. It never got to use its Unite move. Well, it's going to use it now as it comes into this fight. There goes the Talonflame, and with that, the objective secure from OJ is almost non-existent.
Yeah, I mean, a barely missed fly because of the eject button throat chop combination out of trainer, able to get out of dodge, and you have to think if that Dark Bear is no longer there because they are unable to get out, like all of a sudden the pendulum swings way into the favor of OJ, but good evasive maneuvers out of trainer gives the team a chance. They buy enough time for Charizard to come back. Curios gets in the mix with Absol with a critical KO, and they're able to seal up this game and the February Cup.
Now, look, I could be wrong, Doob Snacks. I'm not a pro like these out here. I'm just up here in the cheap seats getting to be a nice Monday morning quarterback saying what I would have done in this match against Luminosity Gaming that would have won. But when I see Overlord go down without using their Unite move, I think this is the end of the game right here. If we don't end it, they come back and they stop us. We do have an interview, it sounds like, ready to go with Curios from Luminosity. Curios, congratulations on another win, my friend. How you doing?
Yeah, thank you. It feels good, and I'm glad to be right in there with hot momentum for EUIC.
Yeah, that's exactly what I wanted to ask you about, actually. You know, we've got the AOS Cup coming up. Obviously, this feels good. Looking forward, it's not just North America you're going to be running into, the best of EU and some of the best from all around the world. What are you most, I wouldn't even say worried about, but what are you prepping for the most when it comes to the AOS Cup?
Yeah, I think we just got to realize how much different the East kind of plays from the West. There's like a bunch of different Pokemon, bunch of different comps. They also really like to play aggressive like us. I think generally NA, you know, we group, we kind of play passive, we kind of just play for our win conditions. I think the East is completely different. They're all in there. They're playing things like Ho-Oh, Carry, and a bunch of different Pokemon that really focus on just skirmishes and fighting all the time. So it's really trying to adjust for that, adjust for teams that are going to kind of play like us, and then of course a lot of draft prep.
Curious, two things. One, thank you for having a webcam so it actually feels like we're talking to you. And two, you seem to kind of be the jack of all trades for the squad, picking up literally from melee Pokemon to ranged Pokemon, you know, all-rounders, attackers. How deep does the bag go, and does it need to get even deeper to compete at the AOS Cup?
I think there's even some more picks I've got in my pocket. We might see some of those, a few more at UIC. But yeah, I mean, I just think it's generally because I really focus on trying to get a lot of my counter picks for my top side. Trainer and Overlord, obviously extremely strong players. Everybody kind of knows how good they are, how good they've performed over the last couple of years, right? So no question about that. So I'm really focused on trying to get them their best picks, their best situations. We're trying to put Comfy on Overlord. All right, let's set that up. I think that means I'm just going to grab a melee in bot lane. We're trying to grab something for trainer, then it's fine. I'll pick what I got to do. But yeah, I mean, pretty much, I think there are really strong attackers. Obviously, Intel, Miraidon, and Mewtwo were probably the most seen in general this past couple months. Also, just this particular tournament. I think they are really, really strong, but they have a lot of weaknesses. There's counter picks, and also, yeah, in general, I just think the top side of the map is really dominant.
Yeah, absolutely. I'm curious, when you look forward to AOS, what team would you be most excited to face off against if you could at AOS Cup? Maybe even in the grand finals there.
Yeah, I think at LEIC we didn't have the chance to play against Nouns. I think everybody's really excited for that grand finals at LEIC, so I think it would be cool to play them. Obviously, we know they're players. We've known them for a long time, so I think it would be cool to play them. I think it'd be cool to maybe play Fusion again. It's kind of some teams we didn't get to play at LEIC. I don't know. Are there any actually like Eastern teams going to AOS Cup? I'm not sure exactly which of those teams are going.
Well, I'm not sure exactly what we have confirmed. I know at one point we were looking to have some competitors from mainland China show up at AOS Cup.
Yeah.
I don't know if those teams are going to be able to make it out or not, but that would be amazing. I would love to see a matchup like that, of course.
Yeah,
real quick,
really
curious last. Well, I just cut you off. How rude of me. Last question from me before I let Spraggles do whatever it is he does. What kind of momentum do you think you can carry from the AOS Cup as the only Western representative going into the ACL finals just a short month later?
Yeah, I think it's a really big opportunity for us. I think these tournaments are really important, and I think obviously, having at least a really good performance at UIC or being able to win it would probably result in a win at ACL into a result of winning the world championship. All these different things, these land events that all add up. I think that would be really, really hype. And yeah, I think it's just such a cool opportunity they've given us this year with LAIC and being able to go to ACL. So trust me, we're not gonna let it go to waste.
Awesome. Well, thank you so much, Curios. Now, as Dupsnack says, I'm going to do whatever it is I do, which is bring Zoinks and Draku back, say goodbye to our champions from LG. Gentlemen, welcome back. What a show it has been. Draku, I want to start with you. This is your first time on the NA broadcast. How'd you feel about it?
It was an absolutely incredible broadcast, and it's been
muted. I'm messing with you. I'm kidding. I'm
no
kidding.
way. No.
I got you. I got
are.
you. All right. Sorry. Please go ahead.
Crazy work, but wow, so much action today. There was so much brawling. I feel like Zoinks and I were, more traditionally color casters. We were play-by-play for a lot of the sets that we did today. So it's been an absolute privilege casting with you, Zoinks, once again, and just being on the broadcast. Nice to be home.
Zoinks, what do you think of those grand finals?
Yeah, interesting grand finals. I mean, a lot quicker than the majority of our events usually tend to be. But Luminosity Gaming, after a win, it really does feel like this is a momentum-based team. Back-to-back cup wins now. The first team to do that in NA. And yeah, I mean, they're just proving it again and again. The winners finals into grand finals segment, they look fantastic. And yeah, I think the world's watching this squad for sure. So Curios calling out the whole world in a few events upcoming too, but I think they're looking towards them as well.
Yeah, I mean, before we get out of here, I want to hear a couple final thoughts from everyone. I mean, we're on you, Zoinks. Why don't you keep going? Sure. What do you think about everything you saw today?
Yeah, metagame really interesting from a lot of these teams. I mean, North America sticks to this playstyle where the few top teams we have couldn't be more different. Like the 4 different squads that we have within our top 4, all of extremely different Pokemon picks and playstyles, and it makes for really, really exciting games. So I love that, and North America definitely bringing the variety mix to any international tournament that we're a part of.
Draku, hit me with it, dude.
Yeah, just to piggyback off of Zoing said, just really love to watch Orange Juicers play literally a chess game on Thea Sky Ruins. And Luminosity, I've been kind of coining it as the Luminosity special. This hyper-aggressive composition that they've been bringing to the table has been such a pleasure to watch and also to cast as well. So excited to see where these two go for EUIC, but sky's the limit for these two.
Yeah, absolutely. Doob Snacks.
Well, the table is set incredibly well for EUIC right now, between Nouns kind of getting dethroned and the Juicers who are invited through the AOS Cup play-ons, and then, of course, Luminosity, who's going to be in attendance as well. I mean, I think they've done a good job putting the rest of the world on high alert, specifically the West, and perhaps some teams from mainland China. And I'll tell you what, anytime these events become international ones with international presence from all around the globe, it makes it really freaking exciting. So I can't wait for London in just a couple short weeks.
Yeah, it's going to be amazing. Let's take a look at our bracket today and see kind of how everything shook out before we say goodbye to you. Luminosity Gaming taking out Team YT at the top of our broadcast. Actually, having a little bit of a tough time with them. Felt like they were dominating through a lot of the match. Then YT able to pull it back in one of those games. They move forward to take down the Orange Juicers, sending them to the losers bracket. On the Juicers side, they knocked down Kiss Kiss. Kiss Kiss has to deal with Nemesis, who just took down YT. Nemesis Juicers look fantastic as they once again run into Luminosity, and Luminosity stomps them down once again. Luminosity looking extremely dominant here today, and I do think North America as a region looks incredibly strong. I think a lot stronger than the start of last season, absolutely, and I cannot wait to see how they and, of course, the world perform at the AOS Cup. It is going to be insanely exciting. It is just a couple weeks away. I'm so happy to be back in the saddle casting alongside all of you and Draku for the first time. This is always a little slice of heaven, so thank you so much. Thank you to everyone at home for watching. Thank you for listening. You are the reason the UCS exists. This has been the February Finals and the February Cup for the Pokemon UNITE Championship Series. Yeehaw to you and yours. And goodbye.